Hello everybody, welcome to Aztec Part 6. The book was written by Gary Jennings and it is being read to you by me, Carter. I hope this audiobook finds you well. I've been doing pretty good recently. I've been listening to a lot of house music, electronic music, whatever you want to call it. And I must say, it's been making me quite a happy lad. Anyway, last time, Meechly got banished from Texcoco due to the Jadestone doll situation finally being exposed, and he decided to take part in this war that was going on. Their goal was to capture prisoners, not to kill, and he captured himself quite a noteworthy prisoner. And he used that fame that he got from capturing said prisoner to become a traveling merchant. He had recently come into possession of a lot of valuable gifts given to him by the Yue Tlatoani, just as a gesture of good faith. And he traded those goods for some more practical, cheap trade goods that the people down south would be able to afford. He also is going to buy some slaves and to carry those goods and sell those slaves off and make even more money. So that is where we left off. Meechly is headed out. And without further ado, sanctified, Caesarian, Catholic Majesty, the Emperor Don Carlos, our Lord King. Royal and Imperial Majesty, our revered ruler, from the city of Mexico, capital of New Spain, this second day after the Rogation Sunday, in the year of our Lord 1530. Greeting. Regarding the query in your esteemed Majesty's most recent letter, we must confess ourselves unable to report to your Majesty the exact number of Indian prisoners sacrificed by the Aztecs on that occasion of dedicating their Great Pyramid, more than 40 years ago. The pyramid is long gone now, and so are any records of that day's victims, if indeed any count was ever kept. Our Aztec chronicler of that occasion, present on that occasion, is himself unable to set the number closer than thousands. But it is possible that the old charlatan exaggerates the figure in order to make that day and that edifice seem more historically important. Our precursors here, the Franciscan missionary friars, have variously estimated the number of that day's sacrifices at anywhere from 4,000 to 80,000. But those good brothers, too, may have inflated the figure, perhaps unconsciously influenced by their sheer revulsion at such an occurrence, or perhaps to impress us, their new-come bishop, the inherent bestiality of the native population. We hardly require any exaggeration to persuade us of the Indians' inborn savagery and depravity. We readily believe it, for we have the daily evidence of this storyteller, whose presence we endure at your most magnificent Majesty's behest. Over these past months, his few utterances of any value or interest have been woefully outweighed by his vile and venomous maunderings. He has nauseated us by interrupting his accounts of solemnly intended ceremonies, significant travels, and momentous events, simply to dwell on some transient lust, his own or anybody else's, and minutely to describe the gratification of it, in all the physically possible ways, in preferably infructuous ways, in often disgusting and defiling ways, including that perversion of which St. Paul said, "Let it not so much as be named among you." Given what we have learned from him of the Aztec character, we can readily believe that the Aztecs would willingly have slaughtered 80,000 of their fellows at the Great Pyramid, and in one day, except that the feat would have been impossible. Even if the executing priests had worked unceasingly around the clock, they would have to kill 55 men every minute during those 24 hours, a rate of nearly 1 per second. And even the lesser estimates of the number of victims are hard to credit. Having ourselves had some experience of mass executions, we find it difficult to believe that such primitive people as these could have managed the disposal of many thousands of corpses before they putrefied and engendered a city-wide pestilence. However, whether the number butchered that day had been 80,000 or a tenth of that figure, 100th, 1,000th of that figure, it still would be execrable to any Christian, and a horror to any civilized person, that so many should have died in the name of a false religion and to the glory of demonic idols. Wherefore, at our instigation and command, sire, in the 17 months since our arrival here, there have been destroyed 532 temples of various sizes, from elaborate structures on high pyramids to simple altars erected inside natural caves. There have been destroyed in excess of 21,000 idols of various sizes, from monstrous carved monoliths to small clay household figurines. To none of those will there ever again be a human sacrificed, and we will continue to seek out and cast down others as the borders of New Spain expand. Even were it not the mandate and function of our office, it would still be our foremost intent to ferret out and defeat the devil in every guise he assumed here. In this regard, we invite your Majesty's particular attention to our Aztec chronicler's latest claim, in the pages next following. His claim that certain of the heathens in the southern part of this New Spain had already recognized some sort of a single Almighty Lord, and a seeming twin to the Holy Cross, well before the coming of any missionaries of our Mother Church. Your Majesty's chaplain is inclined to take the information with a measure of dubiety, frankly because we have such a low opinion of the informant. In Spain, sire, in our offices as Provincial Inquisitor of Navarre, and as guardian of the miscreants and mendicants at the Reform Institution of Abrojo, we met too many incorrigible reprobates not to recognize another, whatever the color of his skin. This one, in the rare moments when he is not obsessed by the demons of concupiscence, evinces all the other most common human faults and fallibilities, some of them, in his case, egregious, and others besides. We take him to be just as duplicitous as those despicable Marrano Jews of Spain, who have submitted to baptism and attend our churches, and even eat pig meat, but still in secret maintain and practice their forbidden Judaic worship. Still, our suspicions and reservations notwithstanding, we endeavored to keep an open mind. If this loathly old man is not capriciously lying or making mock of us, then that southern nation's alleged devotion to an all-highest being and to a cruciform holy symbol could be an anomaly of genuine interest to theologians. Therefore, we have sent a mission of Dominican friars into that region to investigate the alleged phenomenon, and we will report the results to your Majesty in due course. In the meantime, sire, may our Lord God and Jesus Christ his Son lavish blessings on your ineffable Majesty. that you prosper in all your undertakings, and may you look as beneficently on your SCCM's loyal servant, Ecce Signum Zumaraga. I think I remember every single incident of every single day of that, my first expedition, both going and returning. On later journeys, I became uncaring of minor mishaps, and even some major ones, of blistered feet and calloused hands, of weather enervatingly hot or achingly cold, of the sometimes sickening foods I ate and waters I drank, or the not infrequent lack of any food or water at all. I learned to numb myself, like a drugged priest in trance, to endure without even noticing the many dreary days and roads on which nothing happened at all, when there was nothing to do but plod onward through country of no interest or color or variety. But on that first journey, simply because it was my first, every least object and occurrence was of interest to me, even the occasional hardships and annoyances, and I conscientiously set them down in my word-picture account of the expedition. The revered speaker at Huitzotl, to whom I delivered those bark papers on our return, surely found portions of them hard to decipher, owing to their having been suffered the ravages of weather and submersion in streams we forded, and their having often been blotted by my own sweat. Since Ehuitzotl was a considerably more experienced traveler than I was at that time, he also probably smiled at much in my accounts that naively extolled the ordinary and elucidated the obvious. But those foreign lands and peoples were already beginning to change, even that long ago, what with the incursions of us Pochteca and other explorers, bringing to them articles and customs and ideas and words they had never known before. Nowadays, with your Spanish soldiers, your settlers, your missionaries fanning out everywhere, no doubt the natives of those regions are changing beyond even their own recognition. So, whatever less lasting things I accomplished in my lifetime, I would be pleased to think that I did leave for future scholars a record of how those other lands looked, and what their people were like, in the years when they were still largely unknown to the rest of the one world. If, as I tell you of that first journey, my lords, you should find some of my descriptions of landscapes, of persons, of events, to sound somewhat vague of detail, you must blame my limited eyesight. If, on the other hand, I vividly describe some things you would suppose I could not have seen, you may assume that I am filling in the details from my recollections of later travels along the same route, when I had the ability and opportunity to look more closely and clearly. On a long journey, allowing for both the arduous trails and the easy, a train of laden men could count on averaging about 5 one-long runs between dawn and dark. We covered only half that distance on our first day's march, merely crossing the long causeway to Coyohuacan on the southern mainland, and halting well before sundown to spend the night there, for the next day's march would be no easy one. As you know, this lake region lies in a bowl of land. To get out of it in any direction means climbing to and over its rim, and the mountains to the south, beyond Coyohuacan, are the most precipitous of all those ringing the bowl. Some years ago, when the first Spanish soldiers came to this country, and when I had first attained some grasp of their language, one of them, watching a file of Tamamime trudging along with burdens on their backs and tumplines around their foreheads, asked me, "Why in God's name did not you stupid brutes ever think to use wheels?" I was not then very familiar with God's name, but I knew very well what wheels were. When I was a small child, I had a toy armadillo made of clay, which I pulled about on a string. Since the armadillo's legs naturally could not walk, the toy was mounted on 4 little wooden wheels to make it mobile. I told of that to the Spaniard, and he demanded, "Then why the devil did none of you use wheels for transport, like those on our cannons and caissons?" I thought it a foolish question, and I said so, and I got a blow in the face for my insolence. We knew the utility of round wheels, for we moved extremely heavy things like the sunstone by rolling them on logs placed under and ahead of them. But such rollers would have been ineffectual for lighter work, and there were in these lands no animals like your horses and mules and oxen and donkeys to pull wheeled vehicles. Our only beasts of burden were ourselves, and a hard-muscled Tamamai can carry nearly half his own weight for a long distance without strain. If he put that load on wheels, to pull or push it, he would simply be burdened by the extra weight of the wheels, and they would be even more of a hindrance in tough terrain. Now you Spaniards have laid out many roads, and your animals do the work, while your teamsters ride or walk unladen. And I grant that a procession of 20 heavy wagons drawn by 40 horses is a fine spectacle. Our little train of 3 merchants and 12 slaves surely did not look so impressive. But we transported all our wares and most of the provisions for the journey on our own backs and legs, with at least 2 advantages. We had no voracious draft animals to feed and care for, and our exertions made us the stronger each day. Indeed, the hard-driving blood glutton made us all endure more than necessary exertions. Even before we left Tenochtitlan, and at every night's halt along the way, he led the slaves, and Coscarl and myself, when we were not otherwise occupied, in practice with the spears we all carried. He himself carried a formidable personal armory of long spear, javelin, and throwing stick, maquahuitl and short knife, a bow and a quiver full of arrows. It was not difficult for Blood Glutton to convince the slaves that they would be better treated by us than by any bandits who might liberate them, and that they had good reason to help us repel any bandits who might attack, and he showed them how. After stopping the night in a Coyohuacan inn, we marched early again the next morning, because, said Blood Glutton, we must get across the badlands of Cuichuilco before the sun rises high. That name means the place of sweet singing, and perhaps it was once such a place, but it is no longer. It is now a barren of grey-black rock, of waves and ripples and billows of pock-marked rock. From its appearance, it could have been a foaming river cascade turned hard and black by the curse of some sorcerer. In actuality, it is a dried flow of lava from the volcano Xitli, which has been dead for so many sheaves of years that only the gods know when it erupted and obliterated the place of sweet singing. That obviously was a city of some size, but there is no knowing what people built it and lived there. The only remaining visible edifice is a pyramid, half buried under the far edge of the lava plain. It is not square-sectioned like most in these lands. The Cuicuilco pyramid, or what can be seen of it, is a conical stack of round terraces. The bleak black plain, whatever sweetness and song it may once have had, is now no place to linger in the daytime, for its porous lava rock sucks in the sun's heat and exhales it doubly or trebly hot. Even in the cool of that early morning long ago, that wasteland was no pleasant place to traverse. Nothing, not so much as a weed, grows there, and no bird chirps, and the only sound we heard was the clangor of our footsteps, as if we walked across the great empty water jars of departed giants. But at least, during that part of the day's journey, we walked upright. The rest of that day we all spent either hunched forward as we toiled up a mountainside, or leaning backward as we clumped down its other face, then bent forward again to climb the next mountain, and the next, and the next. Of course, there was nothing perilous or even really difficult in our crossing of those first ranges, for we were in the region where all trade routes from the south converged on Tenochtitlan, and multitudes of earlier travelers had picked out the easiest paths and stamped them firm. Still, for one as inexperienced as myself, it was a sweat-wringing, back-aching, lung-straining drudgery. When we finally stopped for the night at a hostel in a high valley village of the Xochimilca, even Bloodglutton was weary enough to make us go through only a perfunctory weapons practice. Then he and the others ate and flopped down on their pallets. I would have, too, except that a homecoming Pochteca train was also staying the night there, and a part of its journey had been along some of the ways I intended to take. So I held my sagging eyelids open while I conversed with the Poctecatl in charge, a middle-aged but leather-tough man. His train was one of the major companies, with perhaps 100 porters and as many supporting Mexico warriors. So I am sure he looked on ours with tolerant contempt. But he was kindly disposed toward a beginner. He let me unfold my crude maps, and he corrected them in numerous particulars where they were vague or in error. And he marked the location of useful watering places and the like. Then he said, I made a profitable trade for a quantity of the precious carmine dye of the Zapoteca, but I heard a rumor of an even more rare coloring, a purple, something newly discovered. I said, there is nothing new about purple. A rich and permanent purple, he said patiently, one that will not fade or turn an ugly green. If such a dye really exists, it will be reserved for only the highest of the nobility. It will be more valuable than emeralds or the feathers of the Quetzalcoatl. I nodded. A really permanent purple never has been known before. It would indeed command any price one asked. But you did not seek to pursue the rumor? He shook his head. One disadvantage of a ponderous train. It cannot feasibly be diverted from the known routes of march, or portions of it detached at random. There is too much of substance at stake to go chasing the insubstantial. My little troop can go where it will, I hinted. He looked at me for a time, then shrugged. It may be a long while before I go to those parts again. He leaned over my map and tapped a spot near the coast of the great Southern Ocean. It was here, in Tequantepec, that a Zapotecatl merchant told me of the new dye. Not that he told me much. He mentioned a ferocious and unapproachable people called the Chantolten. That word means only the strangers. And what kind of people would call themselves the strangers? My informant also mentioned snails. Snails. I ask you, snails and strangers. Does that make sense? But if you care to take your chances on such fragmentary evidence, young man, I wish you good fortune. The next evening, we came to a town which was, and still is, the handsomest and most hospitable in the Tlahuica lands. It is situated on a high plateau, and its buildings are not huddled close together, but set well apart, and screened from each other by trees and shrubbery and other rich verdure, for which reason the town is called Surrounded by Forest, or Quanahuac. That melodious name your thick-tongued countrymen have contorted into the ridiculous and derogatory Cuernavaca, or Cowhorn, and I hope they will never be forgiven for that. The town, the surrounding mountains, the crystal air, the climate there, they are all so inviting that Quanahuac was always a favorite summering place for the wealthier nobles of Tenochtitlan. The first Moctezuma built for himself a modest country palace nearby, and other Mexica rulers afterward enlarged and added to that palace, until, in size and luxury, it rivaled any in the capital, and far outdid them all in the extent of its beauteous gardens and grounds. I understand that your Captain General Cortez has appropriated the palace for his own seigneurial residence. Perhaps I may be excused, my Lord Friars, if I remark spitefully that his having settled in Quanahuac would be the only legitimate reason for debasing the name of the place. Though our little train had arrived there well before sundown, we could not resist the temptation to stay and rest the night amid Quanahuac's flowers and fragrances. But we rose again before the sun did, and pressed on, to put the remainder of that mountain range behind us. In each stopping place where we lodged in a traveler's hostel, we three leaders of the train, myself, Coscarl, and Bloodglutton, were given separate and moderately comfortable sleeping cubicles, while the slaves were squeezed into a large dormitory room, already carpeted with other snoring porters, and our bales of goods were put into guarded safe rooms, and our dogs were let to forage in the garbage heaps of the kitchen yards. During 5 days of travel, we were still within the area where the southern trade routes radiated from Tenochtitlan, or into it. So there were many inns conveniently situated for overnight stops. In addition to providing shelter, storage, hot baths, and passable meals, each hostel also provided women for hire. Not having had a woman for a month or so, I might have been interested, except that all those matime were extremely homely, and in any case they neglected even to flirt with me, but concentrated their winks and suggestive gestures on the men of homecoming trains. Bloodglutton explained. They hope to seduce the men who have been long on the road, who have forgotten what a really pretty woman looks like, and who cannot wait until they get to the beauties of Tenochtitlan. You and I may be hungry enough to take a matidal on our return, but for now I suggest we do not waste the energy and expense. There are women where we are going, and they sell their favors for a mere trinket, and many of them are lovely. Heyo, wait until you feast your eyes and other senses on the women of the Cloud People. On the 6th morning of our journey, we emerged from the area where the trade roads converged. Sometime on that same morning, we crossed an invisible boundary and entered the impoverished lands of the Mixteca, or the Tianu as they called themselves, men of the earth. While that nation was not inimical to the Mexica, neither was it inclined to take measures for the protection of traveling Pochteca, nor to put up inns and shelters for them, nor to prevent its own people from taking what criminal advantage they could of merchant trains. We are now in the country where we can likeliest expect to meet bandits, Blood Glutton warned. They lurk hereabouts in hope of ambushing traders either coming from or going to Tenochtitlan. Why here? I asked. Why not further north, where the trade routes come together and the trains are more numerous? For that precise reason. Back yonder, the trains are often traveling in company and are too big to be attacked by anything smaller than an army. Out here, the southbound trains have parted company, and the homecoming ones have not yet met and mingled. Of course, we are small game, but a bunch of robbers will not ignore us on that account. So Blood Glutton moved out alone to march far ahead of the rest of us. Coscatl told me that he could only intermittently see the old soldier as a distant dot when we were crossing an extremely wide and flat place clear of trees or brush. But our scout shouted no warning, and the morning passed, with us marching along a still distinct but stiflingly dusty road. We tugged our mantles up to cover nose and mouth, but still the dust made our eyes water and our breathing laborious. Then the road climbed a knoll, and we found Blood Glutton waiting for us, sitting halfway up it, his weapons laid neatly side by side on the dusty grass, ready for use. Stop here, he said quietly. They will already know you are coming, from the dust cloud, but they cannot yet have counted you. There are 8 of them, Tianu, and not delicate types, crouched right in the road where it passes through a clump of trees and undergrowth. We will give them 11 of us. Any fewer would not have raised such a dust. They would suspect a trick, and be harder to handle. To handle how? I asked. What do you mean, give them 11 of us? He motioned for silence, went to the top of the rise, lay down, and crawled out of sight for a moment, then crawled backward again, stood up, and came to rejoin us. Now there are only 4 of them to be seen, he said, and snorted scornfully. An old trick. It is midday, so the 4 are pretending to be humble Mixteca travelers, resting in the tree shade and preparing a midday bite to eat. They will courteously invite you to partake, and when you are all friends together, sitting companionably about the fire, your weapons laid aside, the other 4 hidden round about will close in, and ya. What do we do then? The very same thing. We will imitate their ambush, but from a farther surround. I mean, some of us will. Let me see. 4 and 10 and 6. You are the biggest and the handiest with arms. Drop your packs. Leave them here. Bring only your spears, and come with me. Blood Glutton himself picked up his maquahuitl, and let his other weapons lie. Meechly, you and Coscatl and the rest march right on into the trap, as if you had not been forewarned. Accept their invitation to stop and rest and eat. Just do not appear too stupid and trusting, or that too would give them cause for suspicion. Blood Glutton quietly gave the 3 armed slaves instructions I could not hear. Then he and 10 disappeared around one side of the knoll, 4 and 6 around the other. I looked at Coscatl, and we smiled to give each other confidence. To the remaining 9 slaves, I said, "You heard. Simply do what I command, and speak not a word. Let us go on." We went in single file over the rise and down its other side. I raised an arm in greeting when we sighted the 4 men. They were feeding sticks to a just-kindled fire. "Welcome, fellow travelers," one of them called as we approached. He spoke Nahuatl, and he grinned amiably. "Let me tell you, we have come many one-long runs along this cursed road, and this is the only patch of shade. Will you share it with us, and perhaps a bite of our humble fare?" He held up 2 dead hares by their long ears. "We will rest, and gladly," I said, motioning for the rest of my train to dispose themselves as they liked. "But those 2 scrawny animals will scarcely feed the 4 of you. I have others of our porters out hunting right now. Perhaps they will bring back the makings of a more sumptuous meal, and you will share with us." The speaker changed his grin for a hurt look and said reproachfully, "You take us for bandits, so you quickly speak of your numbers. That sounds unfriendly, and it is we who should be wary. Only 4 against your 11. I suggest that we all put aside our weapons." Pretending purest innocence, he unslung and tossed away from him the maquahuitl he carried. His 3 companions grunted and did the same. I smiled friendlily, leaned my spear against a tree, and gestured to my men. They likewise ostentatiously put their weapons out of reach. I sat down across the fire from the 4 Mishteka, 2 of whom were threading the long-legged carcasses onto green sticks and propping them across the flames. "Tell me, friend," I said to the apparent leader, "what is the road like from here southward? Is there anything we should beware of?" "Indeed, yes," he said, his eyes glinting. "Bandits do abound. Poor men like us have nothing to fear from them, but I dare say you are carrying goods of value. You might do well to hire us to go with you for your protection." I said, "I thank you for the offer, but I am not rich enough to afford a retinue of guards. I will make do with my porters." "Porters are no good as guards, and without guards you will surely be robbed." He said that flatly, stating a fact, but then spoke with a mock wheedle in his voice. "I have another suggestion. Do not risk your goods on the road. Leave them with us for safekeeping, while you go on unmolested." I laughed. "I think, young friend, we can persuade you that it would be in your best interest. And I think, friend, that now is the time for me to call in my porters from their hunting. Do that, he sneered, or allow me to call for you. I said, thank you. For an instant he looked a little puzzled, but he must have decided that I was expecting to escape his trap through sheer bluster. He gave a loud hail, and at the same moment he and his 3 companions lunged for their weapons. At that moment, too, Blood Glutton, 4, 6, and 10 all stepped simultaneously into the road, but from different places in the trees round about. The Tia-Nu froze in surprise, all on their feet, all with their makwahime raised, like so many statues of warriors posed in action. A good hunt, Master Meachley, boomed Blood Glutton. And I see we have guests. Well, we bring enough, and to spare. He dropped what he was carrying, and so did the slaves with him. They each threw down a severed human head. Come, friends, I am sure you recognize good meat when you see it, Blood Glutton said jovially to the remaining bandits. They had edged into a defensive position, all of them with their backs to the same big tree, but they looked rather shaken. Drop the weapons, and do not be bashful. Come, eat hearty. The 4 nervously looked about. All the rest of us were armed by then. They jumped when Blood Glutton raised his voice to a bellow. I said, drop the blades. They did. I said, come. They approached the lumps lying on the ground at his feet. I said, eat. They winced as they picked up the relics of their late comrades and turned to the fire. No, not cook, roared the relentless Blood Glutton. The fire is for the hares, and the hares are for us. I said eat. So the 4 men squatted where they were, and began miserably to gnaw. On an uncooked head, there is little that is readily chewable except the lips and cheeks and tongue. Blood Glutton told our slaves, take their makwahime and destroy them. Go through their pouches and see if they carry anything worth our filching. 6 took the swords and, one at a time, pounded them on a rock until their obsidian edges were all smashed to powder. 10 and 4 searched the bandits' belongings, even inside the loincloths they wore. They carried nothing but the barest essentials of travel: fire-drilling sticks and moss tinder, toothbrushing twigs, and the like. Blood Glutton said, those hairs on the fire look to be ready. Start carving them, Coscatl. He turned to bark at the Tia-Nu. And you, it is unmannerly to let us eat alone. You keep feeding as long as we do. All 4 of the wretches had several times regurgitated what they had already eaten, but they did as they were bidden, tearing with their teeth at the remaining gristle of what had been ears and noses. The sight was enough to spoil any appetite I might have had, or Coscatl. But the stony old soldier and our 12 slaves fell to the broiled hare meat with alacrity. Finally, Blood Glutton came to where Coscatl and I sat, with our backs to the eaters, wiped his greasy mouth on his horny hand, and said, we could take the Mishteka alone as slaves, but someone would constantly have to guard against their treachery. Not worth the trouble, in my opinion. I said, then kill them for all I care. They look very near dead right now. No, Blood Glutton said thoughtfully, sucking a back tooth. I suggest we let them go. Bandits do not employ swift messengers or far callers, but they do have some method of exchanging information about troops to be avoided and traitors ripe for robbery. If these four go free to spread their story around, it ought to make any other such bands think twice before attacking us. It certainly ought, I said to the man who had not long ago described himself as an old bag of wind and bones. So we retrieved the packs of 4, 6, and 10, and the spare weapons of Blood Glutton, and continued on our way. The Chia Nu did not immediately scamper to put even more distance between us. Sick and exhausted, they simply sat where we left them, too weak even to throw away the bloody, hairy, fly-covered skulls they still held on their laps. That day's sundown found us in the middle of a green and pleasant but totally uninhabited valley. No village, no inn, no slightest man-made shelter to be seen. Blood Glutton kept us marching until we came to a rivulet of good water, and there he showed us how to make camp. For the first time on the journey, we used our drill and tinder to kindle a fire, and on it we cooked our own evening meal, or the slaves 10 and 3 did. We took our blankets from our packs to make our own beds on the ground, all of us all too conscious that there were no walls about the camp or any roof over it, that we were no multitudinous and mutually protective army, that there was only the night and the creatures of the night all around us, and that the god night wind that night blew chill. After we had eaten, I stood at the edge of our circle of firelight and looked out into the darkness. So dark that, even if I could have seen, I would have seen nothing. There was no moon, and if there were stars, they were imperceptible to me. It was not like my one military campaign, when events had taken me and many others into a foreign land. To this place I had come on my own, and in this place I felt that I was a stray, and an inconsequential one, and reckless rather than fearless. During my nights with the army, there had always been a tumult of talk and noise and commotion. There had been the realization of a crowd about. But that night, behind me in the glow of our single campfire, there was only the occasional quiet word and the subdued sound of the slaves cleaning the utensils, putting wood on the flames and dry brush under our sleeping blankets, the sound of the dogs scuffling for the leavings of our meal. Before me, in the darkness, there was no trace of activity or humanity. I might have been looking as far as the edge of the world and seeing not another human being or any evidence of another human's ever having been there. And out of the night before me, the wind brought to my ears only one sound, perhaps the loneliest sound one can hear: the barely audible, far-away ululation of a coyote wailing as if he mourned for something lost and gone. I have seldom in my life known loneliness, even when I was most solitary. But that night I did, when I stood, deliberately, to try whether I could endure it, with my back to the world's one patch of light and warmth, and my face to the black and empty and uncaring unknown. Then I heard Blood Glutton order, "Sleep as you would at home or in any bedchamber, entirely undressed." Take off all your clothes, or you will really feel the chill in the morning, believe me." Coscatl spoke up, trying but failing to sound as if he were joking. "Suppose a jaguar comes, and we have to run?" With a straight face, Blood Glutton said, "If a jaguar comes, boy, I guarantee that you will run without noticing whether you are dressed or not. Anyway, a jaguar will eat your garments with as much gusto as he eats little boy meat." Perhaps he saw Coscatl's lower lip tremble, for the old soldier chuckled. "Do not worry. No cat will come near a burning campfire, and I will see that it goes on burning." He sighed and added, "It is a habit left over from many campaigns. Every time the fire dims, I awaken. I will keep it fed." I found no great discomfort in rolling myself into my 2 blankets, with only some brittle scrub piled between my bare body and the hard, cold ground. Because for the last month in my palace chambers, I had been sleeping on Coscatl's thinly cushioned pallet. During that same time, though, Coscatl had been sleeping in my billowy, soft, warm bed, and evidently he had got accustomed to comfort. For that night, while snores and wheezes came from the other bundled forms about the fire, I heard him restlessly shifting and turning in his place on the ground, trying to find a reposeful position, and whimpering slightly when he could not. So finally I hissed over to him, "Coscatl, bring your blankets here." He came, gratefully, and with his blankets and mine we arranged a double thickness of both pallet and cover. Then, the activity having chilled both our naked bodies to violent shivering, we hastened to get into the improved bed, and huddled together like 2 nested dishes. Coscatl's back arched into my front, my arms round him. Gradually, our shivering abated, and Coscatl murmured, "Thank you," meekly, and he soon was breathing the regular soft breaths of sleep. But then I could not doze off. As my body warmed against his, so did my imagination. It was not like resting alongside a man, the way we soldiers had lain in windrows to keep warm and dry in Teshkala. And it was not like lying with a woman, as I had last done on the night of the warrior's banquet. No, it was like the times I had lain with my sister, in the early days of our first exploring and discovering and experimenting with each other, when she had been no bigger than the boy was. I had grown much since then, in many respects, but Coscatl's body, so small and tender, reminded me of how Tsitsitlini had felt, pressed against me, in the time when she too was a child. My tepuli stirred and began to push itself upward between my belly and the boy's buttocks. Sternly, I reminded myself that Coscatl was a boy, and only half my age. Nevertheless, my hands also remembered Tsitsi, and, without my commanding them, they moved reminiscently along the boy's body. The not yet muscular or angular shape, so much like a young girl's. The not yet toughened skin, the slight indentation of waist, and the childishly pudgy abdomen. The soft, cloven backside, the slim legs. And there, between the legs, not the stiff or spongy protuberance of male parts, but a smooth, inviting inward declivity. His buttocks nestled in my groin, while my member burrowed between his thighs, against the furrow of soft scar tissue that could have been a closed depili. And by then, I was too much aroused to refrain from doing what I did next. Hoping I might do it without waking him, I began very, very gently to move. "Meechly?" the boy whispered in a wondering way. I stopped my movement and laughed, quietly but shakily, and whispered, "Perhaps I should have brought along a woman slave after all." He shook his head and said sleepily, "If I can be of that use." And he wriggled backward even more intimately against me, and he tightened his thighs about my tepuli, and I resumed my movement. When later we were both asleep, still nestled together, I dreamt a jeweled dream of Tsitlini, and I believe I did that thing once again during the night. In the dream with my sister, in reality with the little boy. I think I can understand Fray Toribio's abrupt and flustered departure. He goes to teach a catechism class of young people, does he not? I myself wondered if overnight I had become a Kualanti, and whether I would henceforward yearn only for small boys. But the worry did not long persist. At the end of the next day's march, we came to a village named Tlancualpican, and it boasted a rudimentary hostel that offered meals, baths, and an adequate dormitory, but had only a single private sleeping cubicle to let. "I will crowd in with the slaves," said Blood Glutton. "You and Coscar'll take the room." I know my face flamed, for I realized that he must have heard something the night before, perhaps the crackling of our brush pallet. He saw my face and burst into a guffaw, then stifled it to say, "So it was a first time on the young traveler's first long journey abroad, and now he doubts his manhood." He shook his gray head and laughed again. "Let me tell you, Meechly, when you truly need a woman, and there is none available, or none to your taste, use whatever substitute you will. In my own experience on many military marches, the villages in our path have often sent their females fleeing into hiding. So we used for women the warriors we captured." I know not what expression my face wore, but he laughed again at me and continued, "Do not look so. Why, Meechly, I have known soldiers in real privation to utilize the animals an evacuating enemy left behind. Pet does, the larger breeds of dogs. Once in the Maya lands, one of my men claimed to have enjoyed himself with a female tapir he ran down in the jungle. I suppose I looked relieved then, if still somewhat abashed, for he concluded, 'Be glad you have your small companion, and that he is to your taste, and that he loves you enough to be compliant. I can tell you, when the next appealing female crosses your path, you will find your natural urges undiminished.' But just to be sure, I made a test. After we had bathed and dined at the inn, I wandered up and down the 2 or 3 streets of Tlancualpican until I saw a woman seated in a window, and saw her head turn as I went by. I went back and went close enough to make out that she was smiling, and that she was, if not beautiful, certainly not repugnant. She showed no signs of carrying the Nanaua disease, no rash on her face, her hair abundant, not scanty, no sores about the mouth, none anywhere else, as I soon verified. I had carried with me, on purpose, a cheap jadestone pendant. I gave that to her, and she gave me her hand to help me clamber through the window, for her husband was in the other room, laid out drunk, and we gave each other a more than generous measure of enjoyment. I returned to the inn, reassured of two things. First, that I had lost none of my capacity to want and to please a woman. Second, that a capable and willing woman, in my estimation, and I had some basis for comparison, was better equipped for such enjoyments than even the prettiest and most irresistible boy. Oh, Coscatl and I often slept together after that first time, whenever we stayed at an inn where the accommodations were limited, or when we camped in the open and chose to bundle together for mutual comfort. But my subsequent sexual employment of him was infrequent, done only on those occasions when, as Blood Glutton had said, I really hungered for such a service, and there was no other or preferable partner. Coscatl devised various means of satisfying me, probably because he would have become bored with an always passive participation. I will not speak further of those things, and in any case we eventually ceased doing them. But he and I never ceased being the closest of friends during all the years of his life, until the day he decided to stop living. The dry season weather remained fine for traveling, with clement days and brisk nights, though as we got farther south, the nights became almost warm enough for us to sleep outdoors without blankets, and the middays became so very warm that we wished we could doff everything else we wore and carried. It was a lovely land we crossed. Some mornings we would wake in a field of flowers, on which the dew of first dawn still glittered, a field of flashing jewels extending to the horizon in all directions. The flowers might be of profuse varieties and colors, or they might be all the same. Sometimes those tall ones, whose big, shaggy, yellow blooms turn always to face the sun. As the dawn gave way to day, our company might move through any kind of terrain imaginable. Sometimes it would be a forest so luxuriantly leafed as to discourage the growth of all underbrush, and its floor would be a carpet of soft grass, in which the tree trunks stood as neatly spaced as in a nobleman's park planted by a master gardener. Or we might wade through cool seas of feathery fern. Or, invisible to each other, we would shoulder through banks of golden green reeds or silver and green grasses that grew higher than our heads. Occasionally, we would have to climb a mountain, and, from its top, there would be a view of other and farther mountains, dimming in color from the nearby green to the hazy dove blue of distance. Whichever man was in the lead would often be startled by the sudden signs of unsuspected life all about us. A rabbit would crouch as still as a stump until our leader almost trod upon him, and then would break his immobility and bound away. Or the leading man might similarly stir a pheasant into booming flight, almost brushing his face. Or he would flush coveys of quail or dove, or a swift-runner bird that would dash away on foot in its peculiar stretched-out stride. Many times an armored armadillo would shuffle out of our way, or a lizard would flicker across our path. And as we got ever farther south, the lizards became iguanas, some of them as long as Coscatl was tall, and crested and wattled, and brilliantly colored red and green and purple. Almost always there was a hawk circling silently far over our heads, keeping keen watch for any small game our passage might frighten into movement and vulnerability, or a vulture circling silently, hoping we would discard something edible. In the woods, flying squirrels glided from high branches to lower ones, seeming as buoyant as the hawks and vultures, but not as silent. They chittered angrily at us. In forest or meadow, there forever fluttered or hovered about us bright parakeets and gem-like hummingbirds, and the stingless black bees, and multitudes of butterflies of extravagant coloring. Heyo, there was always color everywhere, and the middays were the most colorful of times, for they blazed like coffers of treasure newly opened, full of every stone and metal prized by men and gods. In the sky, which was turquoise, the sun flared like a round shield of beaten gold. Its light shone on ordinary boulders and rocks and pebbles, and transformed them into topaz or jacinths, or the opals we called firefly stones, or silver, or amethysts, or tezcatl, the mirror stone, or pearls, which of course are not really stones but the hearts of oysters, or amber, which also is not a stone but foam made solid. All the greenery around us would turn to emerald and greenstone and jadestone. If we were in a forest where the sunlight was dappled by the emerald foliage, we would unconsciously walk with care and delicacy, so as not to tread upon the precious golden discs and dishes and platters strewn underfoot. At twilight, the colors all began to lose their vibrancy. The hot colors cooled. Even the reds and yellows subdued themselves into blue, then purple and gray. At the same time, a colorless mist would begin to rise from the clefts and hollows of the land about us, until its separate billows merged into a blanket from which we kicked tufts and fluffs as we plodded through it. The bats and the night birds would begin to dart about, snatching invisible insects on the wing, and managing magically never to collide with us or any tree branches or each other. When full darkness came, we were sometimes still aware of the country's beauty, even though we could not see it. For on many nights we went to sleep inhaling the heady perfume of those moon-white blossoms that only at night open their petals and breathe out their sweet sighs. If the end of a day's march coincided with our arrival at some Tia-Nu community, we would spend the night under a roof and within walls, which might be of adobe brick or wood in the more populous places, or mere reed and thatch in the smaller ones. We could usually purchase decent food, sometimes even choice delicacies peculiar to that neighborhood, and hire women to cook and serve it. We could buy hot water for baths, and occasionally even rent the use of a family's steam house, where such a thing existed. In the sufficiently large communities, and for a trifling payment, Blood Glutton and I could usually find a woman apiece, and sometimes we could also procure a female slave for our men to share around among them. On as many nights, however, the dark caught us in the empty land between populated places. Though all of us had by then got accustomed to sleeping on the ground, and had got over any uneasiness about the black void around us, those nights were naturally less enjoyable. Our evening meal might consist only of beans and the toli mush, and water to drink. But that was not so much a privation as was the lack of a bath, having to go to bed crusted with the day's dirt and itching from insect bites and stings. Sometimes, though, we were fortunate enough to camp beside a stream or pond in which we could manage at least a cold water dip. And sometimes, too, our meal included the meat of a boar or some other wild animal, usually provided by Blood Glutton, of course. But Coscatl had taken to carrying the old soldier's bow and arrows, and idly shooting at trees and cactus along the way, until he had become fairly proficient with the weapon. Since he was boyishly inclined to let fly at just about anything that moved, he usually brought down creatures that were too small to feed us all, a single pheasant or ground squirrel, and once he sent our entire company scattering for the several horizons when he punctured a brown and white striped skunk, with consequences you can imagine. But one day, scouting out ahead of the train, he flushed a deer from its daytime bed and put an arrow into it, and chased the wounded animal until it staggered and fell and died. He was awkwardly carving at it with his little flint knife when we caught up to him, and Blood Glutton said, "Do not bother, boy. Let it lie for the coyotes and vultures. See, you pierced it through the guts, so the contents of its bowels spilled into the body cavity, and all the meat will have been foully tainted." Coscatl looked crestfallen, but nodded when the old warrior instructed him. "Whatever the animal, aim to hit it here or here, in the heart or the lungs. That gives it a more merciful death, and yields us a usable meat." The boy learned the lesson, and eventually did provide us with one meal of good venison from a doe he killed properly and cleanly. At every evening's halt, whether in village or wilderness, I let Blood Glutton, Coscatl, and the slaves make camp or make arrangements for our stay. The first thing I did was to get out my paints and bark papers and set down my account of that day's progress, a map of the route, as accurate as I could make it, with guiding landmarks, the nature of the terrain, and so on, plus a description of any extraordinary sights we had seen, or any noteworthy events which had occurred. If there was not time for me to do all that before the light failed utterly, I would finish it early the next morning, while the others broke camp. I always made sure to set down the chronicle as soon as possible, while I remembered every pertinent thing. The fact that, in those younger years, I so assiduously exercised my memory may account for the fact that, now in my dwindling years, I still remember so much so clearly, including a number of things I might wish had dimmed and disappeared. On that journey, too, as on later ones, I added to my word knowing. I strove to learn the new words of the lands we traveled through, and the way those words were strung together by the people who spoke them. As I have said, my native Nahuatl was already the common tongue of the trade routes, and in almost every smallest village the Mexicapocteca could find someone who spoke it adequately. Most traveling merchants were satisfied to find such an interpreter, and to do all their dealing through him. A single trader in his career might have to barter with the speakers of every tongue spoken outside the Triple Alliance lands. That trader, occupied with all the concerns of commerce, was seldom inclined to bother learning any foreign language, let alone all of them. I was so inclined, and I seemed to have a facility for picking up new languages without much difficulty. That was possibly because I had been studying words all my life, possibly because of my early exposure to the different dialects and accents of the Nahuatl spoken on Xaltecan, in Texcoco, Tenochtitlan, and even, briefly, in Tlaxcala. The 12 slaves of our train spoke their own several native tongues, in addition to the fragmentary Nahuatl they had absorbed during their captivity. So I began learning of new words from them, by pointing at this and that object along our route of march. I do not pretend that I became fluent and voluble in every one of the foreign languages we encountered during that expedition. Not until after many more travels could I say that. But I picked up enough of the speech of the Xianu, Zapoteca, Chiapa, and Maya that I could at least make myself understood in almost every place. That ability to communicate also enabled me to learn local customs and manners, and to conform to them, hence to be more hospitably accepted by each people. Aside from making my trip a more enjoyable experience, that mutual acceptance also secured for me some better trades than if I had been the usual deaf and dumb trader bargaining through an interpreter. I offer one example. When we crossed the ridge of a minor mountain range, our ordinarily oafish slave named Four began to exhibit an uncharacteristic liveliness, even a sort of happy agitation. I questioned him in what I had learned of his language, and he told me that his natal village of Inochichtlan lay not far ahead of us. He had left there some years ago to seek his fortune in the outside world, had been captured by bandits, had been sold by them to a Chalka noble, had been resold several times more, had eventually been included in an offering of tribute to the Triple Alliance, and so had ended on the block at the slave market, where Bloodglutton had found him. I would have known all that soon enough, without knowing anything of his language. For on our arrival in Inochichtlan, we were met by Four's father, mother, and 2 brothers, bounding out to greet the long-lost wanderer with tears and cheers. They and the village's Tecutli, or Chagula, as a petty ruler is called in those parts, pleaded with me to sell the man back to them. I expressed my sympathy with their feelings, but I pointed out that Four was the biggest of all our porters, and the only one who could carry our heavy sack of raw obsidian. At that, the Chagula proposed to purchase the man and the obsidian, undeniably of use in that country where the tool-making rock did not exist. He suggested, as a fair trade, a quantity of the woven shawls which were the unique product of that village. I admired the shawls shown me, for they were truly handsome and practical garments. But I had to tell the villagers that I was only a third of the way to the end of my journey, that I was not yet seeking to trade, for I did not care to acquire new goods which I should have to haul all the way south and then home again. I might have been argued out of that stand, for I had privately determined to leave Ford with his family, even if I had to give him away. But, to my pleased surprise, his mother and father sided with me. "Chagula," they said respectfully to their village chief, "regard the young trader. He has a kindly face, and he is sympathetic. But our son is his legal property, and he surely paid a high price for such a son as ours. Would you haggle over the freedom of one of your own people?" I hardly had to say anything more. I simply stood there, looking kindly and sympathetic, while the vociferous Fore family made their own Chagula seem the hard-hearted bargainer. Finally, shamefaced, he agreed to open the village treasury and to pay me in currency instead of goods. For the man and the sack, he gave me cocoa beans and tin and copper bits, far less trouble to carry, and much more easily negotiable than obsidian chunks. In sum, I received a fair price for the rock, plus twice the price I had paid for the slave. When the exchange was made, and Fore was again a free citizen of Inochichtlan, the entire village rejoiced and declared a holiday, and insisted on giving us lodging for the night, and a veritable feast, complete with chocolate and octley, and all free of charge. The celebration was still going on when we travelers retired to our assigned huts. As he undressed for bed, Blood Glutton belched and said to me, "I always thought it demeaning even to recognize the speech of foreigners as a human language, and I thought you a witless time-waster, Meachly, when you took pains to learn barbaric new words. But now I have to admit—" He gave another full-bellied belch and fell asleep. It may be of interest to you, young Señorito Molina, in your capacity of interpreter, to know that when you learned Nahuatl, you probably learned the easiest of all our native tongues. I do not mean to scorn your achievement. You speak Nahuatl admirably, for a foreigner. But if ever you essay others of our languages, you will find them considerably more difficult. To cite an instance, you know that our Nahuatl accents almost every word on its next to last syllable, as your Spanish seems to me to do. That may be one reason why I did not find your Spanish insuperable, though it is in other ways so different from Nahuatl. Now, our nearest neighbors of another tongue, the Purempeka, accent almost every word on the syllable third from the last. You may have observed it in their still existing place names, Petscuaro and Carataro, and the like. The Oromies language, spoken north of here, is even more bewildering, because it may accent its words anywhere. I would say that, of all the languages I have heard, including your own, Otomite is the most cursedly hard to master. Just to illustrate, it has separate words for the laughter of a man and of a woman. All my life I had been acquiring or enduring different names, Now that I had become a traveler, and was addressed in many tongues, I acquired still more names. For, of course, dark cloud was everywhere differently translated. The Zapoteca people, for example, rendered it as Za Nayazu. Even after I had taught the girl Zayanya to speak Nahuatl as fluently as I, she always called me Za. She could easily have pronounced the word Michli, but she invariably called me Za, and made of its sound an endearment, and from her lips it was the name I most preferred of all the names I ever wore. But of that I will tell in its place. I see you making additional little marks where you have already written, Fray Gaspar, trying to indicate the way the syllables rise and fall in that name, Za Nayazu. Yes, they go up and down and up, almost like singing, and I do not know how that could accurately be rendered in your writing any better than in ours. Only the Zapoteca's language is spoken so, and it is the most melodious of all the languages in the one world, just as the Zapoteca men are the most handsome men, and their women the most sublime women. I should also say that the commonplace word Zapoteca is what other people call them, from the sapote fruit which grows so abundantly in their land. Their own name for themselves is more evocative of the heights on which most of them live, Ben-Za, the cloud people. They call their language Luchi. Compared to Nahuatl, it has a stock of only a few different sounds, and the sounds are compounded into words much shorter than those of Nahuatl. But those few sounds have an infinity of meanings, according as they are spoken plain, or lifted upward, or pitched downward. The musical effect is not just sweet sounding, it is necessary for the word's comprehension. Indeed, the lilt is so much a working part of the language that a Zapotecano can dispense with the spoken noise and convey his meaning, to the extent of a simple message at least, by humming or whistling only the melody of it. That was how we knew when we approached the lands of the cloud people, and that was how they knew too. We heard a shrill, piercing whistle from a mountain overlooking our path. It was a lengthy warble such as no bird would make, and after a moment it was repeated from somewhere ahead of us, the same in every trill. After another moment the whistle was almost inaudibly but identically repeated from far, far ahead of us. The Zapoteca lookouts, explained Blood Glutton. They relay whistles instead of shouting as our far callers do. I asked, why are there lookouts? We are now in the land called Uwashyakak, and the ownership of this land has long been disputed by the Mixteca and the Olmeca and the Zapoteca. In some places they mingle or live amicably side by side. In other places they harry and raid one another. So all newcomers must be identified. That whistled message has by now probably gone all the way to the palace at Zachila, and it doubtless tells the revered speaker that we are Mexica, that we are Pocteca, how many we are, and maybe even the size and shape of the bells we carry. Perhaps one of your Spanish soldiers on horseback, traveling swiftly and far across our lands each day, would find every village in which he stopped for the night to be distinctly different from the village of the night before. But we, traveling slowly on foot, had discerned no abrupt changes from settlement to settlement, aside from noticing that south of the town of Quanahuac, everybody seemed to go barefoot, except when dressed up for some local festival. We saw no great differences between one community and the next. The physical appearance of the people, their costumes, their architecture, those things all changed, yes, but the change was usually gradual, and only at intervals perceptible. We might observe here and there, especially in tiny settlements where all the inhabitants had been interbreeding for generations, that one people differed slightly from others in being just a bit shorter or taller, lighter or darker of complexion, more jovial or sour of disposition. But in general, the people tended to blend indistinguishably from one place to the next. Everywhere, the working men wore no garment but a white loincloth, and covered themselves with a white mantle when at leisure. The women all wore the familiar white blouse and skirt and, presumably, the standard undergarment. The people's dress-up clothes did have their whiteness enlivened by fancy embroidery, and the patterns and colors of that decoration did vary from place to place. Also, the nobles of different regions had different tastes in feather mantles and headdresses, in nose-plugs and earrings and labrets, in bracelets and anklets and other adornments. But such variances were seldom remarkable by passers-through like ourselves. It would take a lifelong resident of one village to recognize, on sight, a visitor from the next village along the road. Or such had been our experience through all our journey, until we entered the land of Uashiakak, where the first warbling whistle of the uniquely lovely language Luchi gave notice that we were suddenly among a people unlike any we had yet encountered. We spent our first night in Uashiakak at a village called Tachitla, and there was nothing especially noteworthy about the village itself. The houses were built, like those we had been accustomed to for some time past, of vine-tied upright saplings and roofed with straw thatch. The bath and steam huts were of baked clay, like all the others we had recently seen. The food we purchased was much the same as that which we had been served on many evenings previous. What was different was the people of Tachitla. Never until then had we entered a community where the people were so uniformly good to look at, and where even their everyday garb was festive with bright colors. "Why, they are beautiful!" Coscarl exclaimed. Bloodglutton said nothing, for he had of course been in those parts before. The old campaigner merely looked smug and proprietorial, as if he had personally arranged the existence of Tachitla, purposely to astound me and Coscarl. Tachitla was no isolated enclave of personable people, as we discovered when we arrived at the populous capital city of Zachila, and as we confirmed during our passage through the rest of Uashiakak. That was a land where all the people were comely, and their manner as bright as their dress. The Zapoteca's delight in brilliant colors was understandable, for that was the country where the finest dyes were produced. It was also the northernmost range of the parrots, macaws, toucans, and other tropical birds of resplendent plumage. The reason for the Zapoteca themselves being such remarkable specimens of humanity was less evident. So, after a day or two in Zachila, I said to an old man of the city, "Your people seem so superior to others I have known. What is their history? Where did they come from?" "Come from?" he said, as if disdainful of my ignorance. He was one of the city dwellers who spoke Nahuatl, and he regularly served as an interpreter for passing Pocteca, and it was he who taught me the first words I learned of Luchi. His name was Gigu Nashinya, which means Red River, and he had a face like a weathered cliff. He said, "You Mexica tell how your ancestors came from some place far to the north of what is now your domain. The Chiapa tell how their forebears originated somewhere far distant to the south of what is now their land. And every other people tell of their origins in some other place than where they now live. Every other people except us Benza. We do not call ourselves by that name for any idle reason. We are the Cloud People, born of the clouds and trees and rocks and mountains of this land. We did not come here. We have always been here. Tell me, young man, have you yet seen or smelled the heart flower?" I said I had not. "You will. We grow it now in our dooryards. The flower is so called because its unopened bud is the shape of a human heart. The woman of a household will pluck only a single bud at a time, because that one flower, as it unfolds, will perfume the entire house. But another distinction of the heart flower is that it originally grew wild in the mountains you see yonder, and grew nowhere else but in those mountains of Uashiakak. Like us Benza, it came into existence right here, and, like us, it flourishes still. The heart flower is a joy to see and to smell, as it always has been. The Benza are a strong and vigorous people, as they always have been." I echoed what Coscatl had said. A beautiful people. "Yes, as beautiful as they are vivacious," said the old man with no affected modesty. "The Cloud People have kept themselves so, by keeping themselves pure Cloud People. We purge any impurity which crops up or creeps in." I said, "What? How?" "If a child is born malformed or intolerably ugly, or gives evidence of being deficient of brain, we see that it does not live to grow up. The unfortunate infant is denied its mother's teat, and it dwindles and dies in the God's good time. Our old people also are discarded, when they become too unsightly to be seen, or too feeble to care for themselves, or when their minds begin to decay. Of course, the old folks' immolation is generally voluntary, and done for the public good. I myself, when I feel my vigor or my senses begin to wane, I shall make my farewells, and go away to the holy home, and never be seen again." I said, "It sounds rather an extreme measure." "Is it extreme to weed a garden, to prune dead branches from an orchard?" "Well," he said sardonically, "you admire the effect, but you deplore the means. That we choose to discard the useless and the helpless, who would otherwise be a burden on their fellows, that we choose to let the defective die, and thus avert their begetting still more defectives. Young moralist, do you also condemn our refusal to breed mongrels? Mongrels? We have been repeatedly invaded by the Mixteca and Olmeca in times past, and by the Mexica in more recent times, and we suffer creeping infiltrations from lesser tribes around our borders, but we have never mixed with any of them. Though outlanders move among us and even live among us, we will always forbid the mingling of their blood with ours. I said, I do not see how that could be managed. Men and women being what they are, you can hardly allow social intercourse with foreigners and hope to prevent the sexual. Oh, we are human, he conceded. Our men willingly sample the women of other races, and some of our own women wantonly go astraddle the road. But any of the cloud people who formally takes an outlander for husband or wife is, at that moment, no longer one of the cloud people. That fact is usually enough to discourage marriage with aliens. But there is another reason why such marriages are uncommon. Surely you yourself can see it. I shook my head uncertainly. You have traveled among other peoples. Now look at our men. Look at our women. In what nation outside Uwashiakak could they find partners so nearly ideal for each other? I already had looked, and the question was unanswerable. Granted, I had, in my time, known exceedingly well-favored examples of other peoples. My own beautiful sister, Tsitsi, who was of the Mexica, the Lady of Tolan, who was of the Tecpaneca, pretty little Coscatl, who was of the Acolhua. And granted, not every single specimen of the Zapoteca was unfaultably imposing. But I could not deny that the majority of those people were of such superb face and figure as to make the majority of other peoples seem little better than early and failed experiments of the gods. Among the Mexica, I was reckoned a rarity for my height and musculature, but almost every man of the Zapoteca was as tall and strongly built as I, and had both strength and sensitivity in his face. Almost every woman was amply endowed with womanly curves, but was lithe as a willow wand, and her face was fashioned for goddesses to imitate. Large and luminous eyes, straight nose, a mouth made for kissing, unblemished and almost translucent skin. Zayanya was a shapely vessel of burnished copper, brimming with honey, set in the sun. The men and women alike stood proud and moved gracefully, and spoke their liquid Luchi in soft voices. The children were exquisite and lovably well behaved. I am rather glad that I could not step outside myself to see how I compared in such company. But the other foreigners I saw in Uwashikak, most of them immigrant Mixteca, alongside the cloud people, looked lumpy and mud-colored and imperfectly put together. Still, I am not entirely credulous. So, as we say, I took with my little finger the old interpreter Red River's tale of how his people had been created, spontaneously, and whole, and splendid. I could not believe that the cloud people had sprouted from those mountains full-formed, like the heart flower. No other nation ever claimed such a nonsensically impossible origin. Every people must come from somewhere else, must they not? But I could believe, from the evidence of my own eyes, that the Zapoteca had haughtily balked at interbreeding with any outlanders, that they had preserved only their prime bloodlines, even when it meant remorselessness toward their own loved ones. Wherever and however the Cloud People truly originated, they had ever since refused to become a nation of less than the best. I could believe that, because there I was, walking among them, the admirable men and the desirable women. Heyo, the eminently, irresistibly, excruciatingly desirable women. As is our practice here, Your Excellency, the Lord Scribe has just read back to me the last sentence I spoke, to remind me where we left off at our last session. Dare I suppose that Your Excellency joins us today, expecting to hear how I ravished the entire female population of Zachila? No? If, as you say, it would not surprise you to hear it, but you do not wish to, then let me really surprise Your Excellency. Though we spent several days in and around Zachila, I did not once touch a woman there. Uncharacteristic of me, yes, as Your Excellency remarks. But I do not claim to have enjoyed any sudden redemption from my libertine ways. Rather, I was then afflicted by a new perversity. I did not want any of the women who could be had, because they could be had. Those women were adorable and seductive and doubtless skilful. Blood-glutton wallowed in lechery all the time we were there. But their very availability made me decline them. What I wanted, what I desired and lusted for, was a real woman of the Cloud People, meaning some woman who would recoil in horror from a foreigner like me. It was a dilemma. I wanted what I could not possibly have, and I would settle for nothing less. So I had none, and I can tell Your Excellency nothing about the women of Zachila. Permit me to tell you a little about Uwashiakak instead. That land is a chaos of mountains, peaks, and crags. Mountains shouldering between mountains. Mountains overlaid on mountains. The Zapoteca, content in their mountain protection and isolation, have seldom cared to venture outside those ramparts, just as they have seldom welcomed anyone else inside. To other nations, they long ago became known as the Closed People. However, the first Yue Tlatoani Moctezuma was determined to extend the Mexica trade routes southward and ever farther southward, and he chose to do so by force, not by diplomatic negotiation. Early in the year in which I was born, he had led an army into Uwashiakak, and, after causing much death and devastation, finally succeeded in taking its capital by siege. He demanded unhindered passage for the Mexica Pocteca, and, of course, laid the Cloud People under tribute to the Triple Alliance. But he lacked supply lines to support an occupying force, and so, when he marched home with the bulk of his army, he left only a token garrison in Zachila to enforce the collection of the levy. As soon as he was out of sight, the Zapoteca quite naturally slaughtered the garrison warriors, and resumed their former way of life, and never paid so much as a cotton rag of tribute. That would have brought new Mexica invasions, which would have laid waste the country. Moctezuma was not named the wrathful lord without reason, except for two things. The Zapoteca were wise enough to keep their promise that Mexica merchants could traverse their land unmolested. And in that same year, Moctezuma died. His successor, Ashayacatl, was sufficiently satisfied with Huashicac's concession to commerce, and sufficiently conscious of the difficulties of defeating and holding such a far-away country, that he sent no more armies. So there was no love, but mutual truce and trade between the two nations, during the 20 years before my arrival, and for some years afterward. Huashicac's ceremonial center and most revered city is the ancient Layoban, a short journey eastward of Zachila, which old Red River one day took me and Coscarol to see. Bloodglutton stayed behind to disport himself in an Auyani Kali, a house of pleasure. Layoban means holy home, but we Mexica have long called the city Mictlan, because those Mexica who have seen it believe it is truly the earthly entrance to that dark and dismal afterworld. It is a sightly city, very well preserved for its great age. There are many temples of many rooms, one of those rooms being the biggest I have ever seen anywhere, with a roof not supported by a forest of columns. The walls of the buildings, both inside and out, are adorned with deeply carved patterns, like petrified weaving, endlessly repeated in mosaics of white limestone, intricately fitted together. As your Excellency hardly needs to be told, those numerous temples at the Holy Home were evidence that the Cloud People, like us Mexica, and like you Christians, paid homage to a whole host of deities. There was the Virgin Moon Goddess, Bayu, and the Jaguar God, Bizye, and the Dawn Goddess, Tengu Yu, and I know not how many more. But, unlike us Mexica, the Cloud People believed, as do you Christians, that all those gods and goddesses were subordinate to one great overlord who had created the universe and who ruled everything in it. Like your angels and saints and such, those lesser gods could not exercise their several separate holy functions. Indeed, they could not have existed without the permission and supervision of that topmost God of all creation. The Zapoteca called him Uwizye Tao, which means the Almighty Breath. The austerely grand temples are only the upper level of Layoban. They were specially positioned over openings in the earth, which led to natural caves and tunnels and caverns in the ground beneath, the favored burial places of the Zapoteca for ages untold. To that city have always been brought their dead nobles, high priests, and warrior heroes, to be ceremonially interred in richly decorated and furnished rooms directly under the temples. But there was and is room for commoners as well, in still deeper crypts. Red River told us that there was no known end to the caves, that they interconnect and run on underground for countless one-long runs. that stone festoons hang from their ceilings, and stone pedestals thrust up from their floors, that there are stone curtains and draperies of weird and wonderful but natural design, as beautiful as frozen waterfalls, or as awesome as the Meshika's imagined portals of Mictlan. And not only the dead come to the holy home, he said. As I have already told you, when I feel my life is no longer of use, I shall walk here to disappear. According to him, any man or woman, commoner or noble, who was crippled by old age, or weighed down by suffering or sorrow, or was tired of his life for any reason, could make application to the priests of Lioban for voluntary live burial in the holy home. He or she, provided with a pine-splinter torch, but with nothing for sustenance, would be led into one of the cave openings, and it would be closed behind him. He would then wander through the maze of passages until his light or his strength gave out, or until he found a seemly cavern, or until he reached a spot where instinct told him some family ancestor had already laid himself down and found it a pleasant place to die. There the newcomer would compose himself and wait calmly for his spirit to depart for whatever other destination awaited it. One thing about Lioban puzzled me, that those holiest of holy temples were set upon ground-level stone platforms, and were not elevated upon high pyramids. I asked the old man why. The ancients built for solidity, to resist the Zeyu, he said, using a word I did not know. But in the next moment, both Coscatl and I knew it, for we felt it, as if our guide had summoned it especially for our instruction. Tlalalini, said Coscatl, in a voice which shook like everything else around us. We who speak Nahuatl call it Tlalalini. The Zapoteca call it Zeyu. You call it earthquake. I had felt the land move before, on Xaltacan, but there the movement was a mild jiggling up and down, and we knew it was just the island's way of settling itself more comfortably on the unstable lake bottom. At the holy home, the movement was different, a rolling sway from side to side, as if the mountain had been a small boat on a tossing lake. Just as I sometimes have felt on rough waters, I felt a queasiness in my stomach. Several pieces of stone dislodged themselves from high up on one building, and came bouncing down to roll a little way across the ground. Red River pointed to them and said, "The ancients built stoutly, but seldom do many days pass in Uashiakak without a Zeyu, mild or severe. So now we generally build less ponderously. A house of saplings and thatch cannot much harm its inhabitants if it collapses upon them, and it can be easily rebuilt." I nodded, my insides still so disquieted that I was afraid to open my mouth. The old man grinned knowingly. "It affected your belly, yes? I will wager it affected another organ besides." So it had. For some reason, my tepuli was erect, and gorged to such length and thickness that it actually ached. "No one knows why," said Red River, "but the Zeyu affects all animals, most notably the human ones. Men and women get sexually aroused, and occasionally, in a turbulent quake, aroused to the extreme of doing immodest things, and in public. When the tremor is really violent or prolonged, even small boys may involuntarily ejaculate, and small girls come to a shuddering climax, as if they had been the most sensual adults. And of course they are bewildered by the occurrence. Sometimes, long before the ground moves, the dogs and coyotes start to whine or howl. The birds flit about. We have learned to judge from their behavior when a truly dangerous tremor is about to come. Our miners and quarriers run to safer ground. The nobles evacuate their stone palaces. The priests abandon their stone temples. Even when we are forewarned, though, a major convulsion can cause much damage and death. To my surprise, he grinned again. We must nevertheless concede that the Ziyu usually gives more lives than it takes. After any severe tremor, when 3/4 of a year have passed, a great many babies are born within just a few days of each other. I could well believe it. My rigid member felt like a club thrusting from my crotch. I envied Blood Glutton, who was probably making that a day to be forever remembered in that Oyani Kali. If I had been anywhere in the city streets of Sachila, I might have fractured the truce between the Meshika and Sapoteka by stripping and violating the first woman I met. No need to elaborate on that. But I might tell your Excellency why I think an earth tremor arouses only fear in the lesser animals, but fear and sexual excitement in humans. On the first night our company camped outdoors, at the beginning of that long journey, I had first realized and felt the fearsome impact of the darkness and emptiness and loneliness of the nighttime wilderness. And afterward I had been seized by a compelling urge to copulate. Human animals, or lower animals, we feel fear when we confront any aspect of nature we can neither comprehend nor control. But the lesser creatures do not know that what they fear is death, for they do not know so well what death is. We humans do. A man may staunchly face an honorable death on the battlefield or the altar. A woman may risk an honorable death in childbirth. But we cannot so courageously face the death that comes as indifferently as a thumb and finger snuffing out a lampwick. Our greatest fear is of capricious, meaningless extinction. And in the moment of our feeling that greatest fear, our instinctive impulse is to do the one most life-preserving thing we know how to do. Something deep in our brain cries to us in desperation, Ahwelnema, copulate. It cannot save your life, but it may make another. And so a man's tepuli rears itself. A woman's tepili opens invitingly. Their genital juices begin to flow. Well, that is only a theory, and only my own. But you, Your Excellency, and you, Reverend Friars, should eventually have opportunity to verify or disprove it. This island of Tenochtitlan, Mexico, sits even more uneasily than Xaltacan upon the ooze of the lake floor, and it shifts its position now and then, sometimes violently, Soon or later, you will feel a convulsive quake of the earth. See for yourselves, then, what you feel in your reverent parts. There was really no reason for our party to have lingered in Zachila and its environs for as many days as we did, except that it was a most pleasant place for us to rest before we undertook the long and grueling climb through the mountains beyond, and except for the fact that Blood Glutton, belying his grizzled years, seemed determined to leave not a single one of the accessible Zapoteca beauties neglected. I confined myself to seeing the local sights. I did not even exert myself to seek trade bargains. For one reason, the most prized local commodity, the famous dye, was out of stock. You call that dye cochineal, and you may know that it is obtained from a certain insect, the nochesli. The insects live in millions on immense cultivated plantations of the one special variety of nopali cactus on which they feed. The insects mature all at the same season, and their cultivators brush them off the cactus into bags and kill them, either by dipping the bags in boiling water, or hanging them in a steam house, or leaving them in the hot sun. Then the insects are dried until they are like wrinkled seeds, and are sold by weight. Depending on how they were killed, boiled, steamed, or baked, they yield, when crushed, a dye of jacinth yellow-red, or a bright scarlet, or that particular luminous carmine which is obtainable from no other source. I tell all this because the Zapoteca's latest crop had been bought in its entirety by an earlier and northbound Mexicatl trader, that one with whom I had conversed way back in the Xochimilca country, and there was no more dye to be had that year, for even the most pampered insects cannot be hurried. I did remember what that same trader had told me, of a new and even more rare purple dye, which was somehow mysteriously connected with snails and a people called the Strangers. I asked of the interpreter Red River and several of his merchant friends what they might know of the matter, but all I got from anybody was a blank look and an echo. Purple? Snails? Strangers? So I made only one trading transaction in Zachila, and it was not the sort that a typically tight-fisted Pocatecatl would have made. Old Red River arranged for me to pay a courtesy call on Kosi Yuela, the Bishosu Ben-Za, which means the revered speaker of the Cloud People. And that ruling lord kindly treated me to a tour of his palace, so I might admire its luxurious furnishings. Two of those inspired my acquisitive interest. One was the Bishosu's queen, Pela Chila, a woman to make a man salivate, but I contented myself with kissing the earth to her. When I saw the other thing, however, a beautifully worked feather tapestry, I determined to have it. "But that was made by one of your own countrymen," said my host. He sounded slightly peeved that I should stand staring at a Mexicatl artifact, instead of exclaiming over the products of his own Cloud People, the interestingly modeled draperies in the throne room, for instance, colored by having been tied in knots and dyed, then retied and redyed several times over. Nodding at the tapestry, I said, "Let me hazard a guess, my lord. The featherwork artist was a wayfarer named Chimali." Kosciuszko smiled. "You are right. He stayed in these parts for some time, making sketches of the mosaics of Lyobod. And then he had nothing with which to pay the innkeeper, except that tapestry. The landlord accepted it, though unhappily, and later came to complain to me. So I reimbursed him, for I trust that the artist will eventually return and redeem the thing." "I am sure he will," I said, "for I have long known Chimali. Therefore I may see him before you do. If you would allow it, my lord, I shall be glad to pay his debt and assume the pledge myself." "Why, that would be kind of you," said the Bishoshu. "A most generous favor to your friend and to us as well." "Not at all," I said. "I merely repay your kindness to him. And anyway," I remembered the day I had led a frightened Chimali home with him wearing a pumpkin head, "it will not be the first time I have helped my friend out of a temporary difficulty." Chimali must have lived well during his stay at the hostel. It cost me quite a stack of tin and copper snippets to settle his bill. But the tapestry was easily worth 10 or 20 times that much. Today it would probably be worth 100 times as much, since almost all our featherworks have been destroyed, and no more have been made in recent years. Either the feather artists were also destroyed, or they have lost all heart for the creation of beauty. So it may be that your Excellency has never seen one of those shimmering pictures. The work was more delicate, difficult, and time-consuming than any mode of painting, sculpture, or goldsmithery. The artist began with a cloth of the finest cotton, tightly stretched over a panel of wood. On the cloth he lightly drew the lines of the picture he envisioned. Then, painstakingly, he filled in all the spaces with colored feathers, using only the soft, plumed shaft part, the quill cut away. He attached each of the thousands and thousands of feathers, one by one, with a minute dab of liquid oli. Some so-called artists were uncaring Slavans who used only white birds' feathers, which they tinted with paints and dyes as required, and trimmed their shapes to fit the more intricate places in the design. But a true artist used only naturally colored feathers, and carefully chose exactly the right hue from all their gradations of colors, and used large or small, straight or curved feathers as the picture demanded. I say large, but there was seldom a feather in any of those works bigger than a violet's petal, and the smallest would be about the size of a human eyelash. An artist might have to delve and compare and select from among a stock of feathers that would fill this room we sit in. I do not know why Chimali had that one time forsaken his paints, but he had chosen the feather medium to do a woodland scene, and he had done it masterfully. In a sunny forest glade, a jaguar lay resting among flowers, butterflies, and birds. Every pictured bird was done in the feathers of its species, though every jay, for instance, would have required Jamali's winnowing from the tiniest blue feathers of perhaps hundreds of real jays. The greenery was not just masses of green feathers. It seemed that every individual blade of grass and leaf of tree was a separate feather of a subtly different green. I counted more than 30 minuscule feathers composing just one small brown and yellow butterfly. Chimali's signature was the only part of the picture done in a single unmodulated color, in the feathers of the scarlet macaw, and the handprint was modestly small, less than half life-size. I took the tapestry to our lodgings, and gave it to Coscatl, and told him to leave just the scarlet hand affixed. When he had peeled off every other feather of the picture, I heaped them all, inextricably mixed, onto the cloth backing. I bundled and tied it tightly, and took it again to the palace. Coseyuelo was absent, but his queen, Pela Chila, received me, and I left the wadded parcel with her, saying, "My lady, in case the artist Chimali should come back this way before I meet him, have the goodness to give him this. Tell him it is a token that all his other debts will be similarly repaid." The only way southward out of Zachila was up and over the mountain range called Sempula, and that is the way we went, through interminable day after day. Unless you have climbed mountains, Your Excellency, I do not know how to convey to you what mountain climbing is like. I do not know how to make you feel the muscle strain and fatigue, the bruises and scrapes, the streaming sweat and the grit it collects, the giddiness of the heights and the unquenchable thirst of the hot daytimes, the ceaseless need of vigilance in placing each foot, the occasional slip and its heart-stopping instant of fright, the 2 backslides for every 3 steps upward, the almost equally arduous and perilous descent, and then no easily negotiable flat land, but another mountain. There was a trail, true, so we did not lose our way, but it had been made by and for the lean, tough men of the Cloud People, which is not to say that even they enjoyed traveling it. Nor was it any lawn-trodden and permanently firm path, for every mountain is continuously falling to pieces. In places, the trail led across the rubble of rock slides, which shifted ominously beneath our sandals and threatened at any moment to avalanche entirely out from under us. In other places, the trail was a gully worn by erosion and bottomed with an ankle-turning debris of crumbled rotten stone. In others, it was a cramped spiral staircase of rock, each step just big enough for one's toes to get purchase. In others, it was a mere shelf slung on a mountain flank, with a sheer rock wall on one side, seeming eager to push us all into the equally sheer abyss on the other side. Many of the mountains were so high that our route took us sometimes above the timberline. Up there, except for the infrequent lichen patch on a rock, a few weeds growing from a cranny, or a stunted and wind-gnarled evergreen, there was no vegetation, and little soil for any to take root in. Those summits had been eroded down to bare rock. We might have been clambering along an exposed rib of the earth's skeleton. As we toiled up and over those peaks, we gasped as if competing with each other for what little and insubstantial air there was. The days were still warm, too warm for such rigorous exercise. But the nights, at those heights, were cold enough to make the marrow in our bones hurt. Had it been practical, we would have traveled by night so the exertion would keep us warm, and slept by day instead of struggling along under our packs, sweating and panting and nearly fainting. But no human being could have moved among those mountains in the darkness without breaking at least a leg, and probably his neck. Only twice during that stage of our journey did we come upon communities of people. One was Shalapan, a village of the Huave tribe, who are a dull-skinned, ill-favored, and ungracious people. They received us surlily, and demanded an exorbitant payment for putting us up, but we paid it. The meal they gave us was abominable, a greasy stew of suety opossum meat, but it did help piece out our own diminishing provisions. The huts they vacated for our use were smelly and verminous, but at least kept off the mountain's night wind. At the other village, Nehapa, we were much more cordially made welcome, and treated with warm hospitality, and well fed, and even were sold some eggs from the local flocks to carry when we moved on. Unfortunately, the people there were Chinanteka, who, as I mentioned long ago, were afflicted with what you call the Pinto disease. Though we knew there was no chance of an outsider's being infected, except perhaps if we lay with their women, and none of us was tempted to do that. Just the sight of all those blue-blotched bodies made us feel almost as itchy and uncomfortable in Nehapa as we had in Shalapan. On the many other stretches, we tried to pace ourselves, according to the rough map I carried, so that our night's camping could be done in a hollow between two mountains. We would usually find there at least a trickle of fresh water and a growth of Mexican cress, or swamp cabbage, or other edible greens. But, more important, in the lower land, a slave did not have to grind the fire drill for half the night, as he did on the thin arid heights, before he generated enough heat to ignite his tinder moss and get a campfire going. However, since none of us but Blood Glutton had ever traveled that route before, and since even he could not accurately remember all the ups and downs of it, the darkness too often caught us while we were climbing or descending a mountainside. On one such night, Blood Glutton said, "I am sick of eating dog meat and beans, and after tonight we will have only 3 more dogs anyway. This is jaguar country. Meachly, you and I will stay awake and try to spear one." He searched the woods around our camping spot until he found a dead and hollow log, and he hacked off a piece of it, a cylinder about the length of his forearm. He appropriated the cast-off skin of one of the little dogs which Slave 10 was at that moment broiling over the fire, and stretched the hide over one end of the piece of log, where he tied it with a string, as if he were making a crude drum. Then he jabbed a hole in the center of the dogskin drumhead. Through that he ran a long, thin string of rawhide and knotted it so it would not slip through the skin. The rawhide hung down inside the drum, and Blood Glutton inserted his hand into the open end. When he pinched the dangling strip and ran his horny thumbnail down along it, the drumhead amplified the scratching sound into a rasping grunt, exactly like that of a jaguar. "If there is a cat anywhere about," said the old soldier, "his native curiosity will bring him to investigate our firelight. But he will approach from downwind, and not very near. So you and I will also go downwind until we find a comfortable spot in the wood. You will sit and do the thrumming, Meachly, while I will be concealed within easy spear range. The drifting wood smoke should sufficiently cover our scent, and your calling should make him curious enough to come right upon us." I was not exactly rapturous at the prospect of being the bait for a jaguar, but I let Blood Glutton show me how to work his device, how to make the noises at random and irregular intervals, short grunts and longer growls. When we had finished our meal, Coscatl and the slaves rolled into their blankets, while Blood Glutton and I went off into the night. When the campfire was just a glimmer in the distance, but we could still faintly smell its smoke, we stopped in what Blood Glutton said was a clearing. It could have been a cavern of the Holy Home, for all I could see. I sat down on a boulder, and he went crunching off somewhere behind me, and, when all was quiet, I stuck my hand up inside the drum and began thumbnailing the rawhide string. A grunt, a pause, a grunt and a rumble, a pause, 3 gruff grunts. It sounded so very like a big cat, moodily grumbling as he prowled, that my own back hair prickled. Without really wanting to, I recalled some of the stories I had heard from experienced jaguar hunters. The jaguar, they said, never had to stalk very near its prey. It had the ability to hiccup violently, and its breath would render a victim numb and faint and helpless, even at a distance. A hunter using arrows would always have 4 of them in hand, because the jaguar was also notorious for being able to dodge an arrow and, insultingly, catch it in his teeth and chew it to splinters. Hence, a hunter would have to discharge 4 arrows in a flurry, hoping that one of them would take effect, because it was a well-known fact that he could get off no more than 4 arrows before the cat's hiccups overwhelmed him. I tried to divert my thoughts by doing some variations and improvisations in my thumb rasping. Quick grunts like amused chuckles, long-drawn groans such as a yawning cat might make. I began to believe that I was getting really adept at that art, especially when I somehow produced a grunt after I had let go the rawhide, and I wondered if I might introduce the device as a new musical instrument, and myself as the world's only master of it, at some ceremonial festival. There came to my ears another grunt, and I came wide awake from my reverie, horrified, for I had not produced that grunt either. There also came to my nostrils a sort of urinous scent, and to my vision, dim though it was, a sense that a darker piece of the darkness was moving stealthily from behind me to the left side of me. The darkness grunted again, louder, and with an inquiring note. Though almost paralyzed, I thumbed the rawhide to make what I hoped was a growl of welcome. What else could I do? From my left front, there turned to me 2 flat, cold, yellow lights, and a sudden sharp wind sailed past my cheek. I thought it was the jaguar's lethal hiccup. But the yellow lights blinked out, and there came a throat-tearing scream, like that of a female sacrifice clumsily knifed by an inept priest. The scream broke off and became a choked, bubbling noise, accompanied by the thrashing of a heavy body evidently tearing up all the shrubbery round about. "I am sorry I had to let it get so close to you," said Blood Glutton at my side, "but I needed to see the gleam of its eyes to judge my aim." "What is the thing?" I asked, for I could still hear in my ears that awful human-like scream, and I feared we had got some wandering woman. The threshing sound ceased, and Blood Glutton went to investigate. He said triumphantly, "Right in the lund. Not bad for throwing by guess." Then he must have felt along the dead body, for I heard him mutter, "I will be damned to Meeklan." And I waited for him to confess that he had speared some blue Chinantecatl woman lost in the night woods. But all he said was, "Come and help me drag it up to the camp." I did, and if it was a woman, she weighed as much as I did, and she had a cat's hind legs. All those in the camp, of course, had bolted up out of their blankets at the frightful noise. Blood Glutton and I let drop our prey, and I could see it for the first time. A big tawny cat, but not a spotted one. The soldier panted, "I must be losing my skill. Thought I made a jaguar collar, but that is a cougar, a mountain lion." "No matter," I panted. "Meat just as good. Skin make you a good mantle." Naturally, there was no more sleeping in what remained of the night. Blood Glutton and I sat and rested, and preened in the admiration of the others, and I congratulated him on his prowess, and he congratulated me on my unflinching patience. Meanwhile, the slaves skinned the animal, and some of them scraped clean the inner surface of the hide, and others cut up the carcass into pieces of convenient carrying size. Coscatl cooked breakfast for us all, a maize atole that would give us energy for the day, but he also provided a treat to celebrate our successful hunt. He got out the eggs we had tenderly carried and hoarded since Nehapa. With a twig, he pierced each one's shell, and twirled the twig to addle the yolk and white. Then he roasted them only briefly in the outer ashes of the fire, and we sucked out the warm, rich contents through the holes. At the next 2 or 3 night's stops, we feasted on the rather chewy but extremely tasty cat meat. Blood Glutton gave the cougar's hide to the burliest slave, 10, to wear as a cape, so he could continuously supple it with his hands. But we had not taken the trouble to find and rub tan bark into the skin, so it soon began to stink so rancidly that we made 10 march a good distance apart from the rest of us. Also, since mountain climbing often necessitates the use of all 4 limbs, 10 seldom had his hands free to work the leather softness. The sun stiffened it until poor 10 might as well have been wearing a varnished hide door strapped to his back. But Blood Glutton stubbornly mumbled something about making himself a shield of it, and refused to let 10 get rid of it. And so it came with us all the rest of the way through the Sempula Mountains. I am glad that the Signor Bishop Zumarraga is not with us today, my lord scribes, for I must tell of a sexual encounter I know his excellency would deem sordid and repulsive. He would probably turn purple again. In truth, even though more than 40 years have passed since that night, I myself am still made uneasy by the memory of it, and I would omit the episode, except that its recounting is necessary to the understanding of many and more significant incidents that later derived from it. When the 14 of us finally descended the last lone foothills of the Sempula Mountains, we came down again into Zapoteca territory, at a sizable city on the bank of a wide river. You now call it the Villa de Guadalcazar. But in those days the city, the river, and all the expanse of lands about it were called in the Luchi language Layu Biziu, or the place of the jaguar god. However, since that was a busy crossroads of several trade routes, most of its people spoke Nahuatl as a second language, and as often used the name our Mexica travelers had given the place, Tequantepec, or simply Jaguar Hill. No one then or now, except myself, seems ever to have thought it ludicrous to apply the name of Jaguar Hill to the broad flowing river as well, and to the exceptionally unhilly lands beyond. The city was only about 5 one-long runs from where the river spills into the great Southern Ocean, so it had attracted immigrant settlers from several other peoples of that coastal area: Zoque, the Shitzo, some Huave, and even displaced groups of the Mixteca. On its streets one encountered quite a variety of complexions, physiques, costumes, and accents. But fortunately, the native cloud people predominated, so most of the city folk were as superlatively handsome and courtly as those of Zachila. On the afternoon we arrived, as our little company stumbled wearily but eagerly across the rope bridge spanning the river, Blood Glutton said, in a voice hoarse from dust and fatigue, "There are some excellent hostels yonder in Tequantepec." "The excellent ones can wait," I rasped. "We will stop at the first one." And so, tired and famished, as ragged and filthy and malodorous as priests, we lurched into the dooryard of the first inn we found on the river side of the city. And from that impulsive decision of mine, just as the wisps of smoke must uncoil from the twirl of a fire-drilling stick, there inevitably unfurled all the events of all the remaining roads and days of my life, and of Zayanya's life, and the lives of persons I have already mentioned, and of other persons I shall name, and even of one person who never had a name. Know then, reverend friars, that it began so. When we had all of us, the slaves included, bathed and then steamed and then bathed again, and then dressed in clean garments, we called for food. The slaves ate outside in the twilit dooryard, but Coscatl, Bloodglutton, and I had a cloth laid for us in a torch-lighted and rush-carpeted inside room. We glutted ourselves on delicacies fresh from the nearby sea, raw oysters and boiled pink shrimps, and a baked red fish of great size. My stomach's hunger assuaged, I noticed the extraordinary beauty of the woman serving us, and I remembered that I was capable of other hungers. I also noticed something else out of the ordinary. The proprietor of the hostel was obviously of an immigrant race, a short, fat, oily-skinned man. But the serving woman to whom he brusquely snapped orders was obviously of the Benza, tall and supple, with skin that glowed like amber, and a face to rival that of her people's first lady, Pelat Shila. It was unthinkable that she might be the landlord's wife, and, since she could hardly have been a born or bought slave in her own country, I assumed that some misfortune had forced her to indenture herself to the boorish and foreign-born innkeeper. It was difficult to judge the age of any adult woman of the Cloud People. The years were so kind to them, especially one as sightly and graceful as that servant. If I had known that she was old enough to have a daughter of my own age, I might not have spoken to her. I might not have done it in any case, except that Bloodglutton and I were washing down our meal with copious draughts of Octli. Whatever impelled me, when the woman next came near, I made bold to look up at her and inquire, "How is it that a woman of the Benza labors for an uncouth inferior?" She glanced around to make sure the innkeeper was not at that moment in the room. Then she knelt to murmur in my ear, to answer my question with a question, and a most surprising question, spoken in Nahuatl. "Young Lord Pocatl, will you want a woman for the night?" My eyes must have goggled, for she blushed deep marigold and lowered her own eyes. "The landlord will provide you with a common Matidal who has straddled the road from here to the fisherman's beach on the coast. Allow me, young lord, to offer myself instead. My name is Guille Bella, which in your language is flame flower." I must still have gaped foolishly, for she stared straight at me and said, almost fiercely, "I will be a Matital for pay, but I am not yet. This would be the first time since my husband's death that I have ever, not even with a man of my own people." I was so touched by her embarrassed urgency that I stammered, I would be pleased." Guille Bella glanced about again. Do not let the innkeeper know. He exacts a part of the payment to his women, and I would be beaten for cheating him of a customer. I will be waiting outside at first dark, my lord, and we will go to my hut. She hastily gathered up our empty dishes and left the room, as the proprietor bustled self-importantly into it. Blood-Glutton, who of course had overheard our exchange, gave me a sidelong look and said sarcastically, "The first time ever. I wish I had a cocoa bean for every time a female has said that to me, and I would lop off one of my testicles for every time it proved to be the truth." The innkeeper came over to us, smirking and rubbing his fat hands together, to ask if we would like a sweet with which to conclude our meal. "Perhaps a sweet to be enjoyed at leisure, my lords, while you rest upon your palates in your room." I said no. Blood-Glutton glared at me, then bellowed at the stout man, "Yes, I will sample the fare. By Huitzli, I will have his too." He jerked his thumb at me. "Send them both to my room. And mind you, the two tastiest you can serve up." The landlord murmured admiringly, "A lord of noble appetite," and scurried away. Blood-Glutton still stared at me, and said in exasperation, "You drooling imbecile, it is the second trick a female learns in that trade. You will arrive at her hut to find she still has her man, probably 2 or 3 of them, all strapping fishermen, and all pleased to meet this new fish she has hooked. They will rob you and stamp you flat as a tortilla." Coscatl said shyly, "It would be a pity if our expedition should end untimely in Tequantepec." I would not listen. I was besotted by more than the Octley. I believed the woman to be the kind I had wanted, but had been unable to approach in Zachila. The chaste kind, who would not sully herself with me. Even if, as Guille Bella had implied, it was only to be her first of many future paying lovers, I would still be the first. And yet, fuddled though I may have been by drink and desire and even imbecility, I had sense enough to wonder, why me? "Because you are young," she said, when we met outside the inn. "You are young enough that you cannot have known many women of the kind who would make you unclean. You are not as handsome as my late husband, but you could almost pass for one of the Ben Zah. Also, you are a man of property, who can afford to pay for his pleasure." When we had walked a little way in silence, she asked in a small voice, "You will pay me?" "Of course," I said thickly. My tongue was as swollen by the Octley as my tepuli was swollen with anticipation. "Someone must be my first," she said, as if stating a fact of life. "I am glad it is you. I only wish they all might be like you. I am a destitute widow with 2 daughters, so now we are accounted no better than slaves, and my girls will never have decent husbands of the Cloud People. Had I known what their lives held in store, I would have withheld my milk when they were infants, but it is too late now to prefer them dead. If we are to survive, I must do this, and they must learn to as well." "Why?" I managed to ask. "Because," I was walking somewhat weavingly, She took my arm to guide me, and we made our way through the dark alleys of the city's poorer residential area. Guille Bella waved her free hand back over her shoulder and said sadly, "The hostel was once ours, but my husband was bored by the life of an innkeeper, and he was always going off adventuring, hoping to find a fortune that would set us free of it. He found some rare and odd things, but never anything of value, while we went ever deeper into debt to the trader who lent and exchanged currencies. On his last expedition, my husband sought a thing he was much excited about. So, to borrow the necessary funds, he put up our inn as a pledge." She shrugged. "Like a man who pursues the flicker of the Shitabai swamp ghost. He never came back. That was 4 years ago." "And now that trader is the innkeeper," I muttered. "Yes. He is a man of the Zokwe, named Waye. But the property was not enough to redeem our entire debt. The Bishosu of this city is a kindly man, but when the claim was laid before him, he had no choice. I was bound over, to work from sunrise to sunset. I can be thankful that my girls were not. They earn what they can, doing sewing, embroidery, laundry. But most people who can pay for such work have daughters or slaves of their own to do it. For how long must you serve this Waye?" She sighed. "Somehow the debt never seems to decrease. I would try to quell my revulsion and offer him my body in part payment, but he is a eunuch." I grunted in wry amusement. "He was formerly a priest of some god of the Zokwe, and, as so many priests do, in a mushroom ecstasy, he cut off and laid his parts on the altar. He immediately regretted that, and left the order. But he had by then set aside for himself, from the believers' offerings, enough to set himself up in business." I grunted again. "The girls and I live simply, but it gets harder for us every day. If we are to live at all." She squared her shoulders and said firmly, "I have explained to them what we must do. Now I will show them. Here we are." She preceded me through the tatty, cloth-curtained doorway of a rickety shack of saplings and thatch. It was a single room with a pounded earth floor, lighted by one fish-oil wick lamp, and pitifully furnished. I could see only a quilt-covered pallet, a feebly glowing charcoal brazier, and a few articles of feminine apparel hung on the inside twig stumps of the sapling walls. "My daughters," she said, indicating the 2 girls who stood with their backs against the far wall. I had been expecting 2 small and grubby brats, who would eye with awe the stranger their mother had suddenly brought home. But the one was as old as I. She was as tall as her mother, and just as shapely and fair of face. The other was perhaps 3 years younger, and of equal comeliness. They both stared at me with pensive curiosity. I was surprised, to put it mildly, but I made a bravura gesture of kissing the earth to them, and would have fallen on my face had not the younger one caught me. She giggled despite herself, and so did I. But then I stopped in puzzlement. Few Zapoteca females show their age until they get well along in years. But that girl was only 17 or so, and already her black hair had one startling strand of white streaking back from her forehead, like lightning through midnight. Bella explained. A scorpion stung her there, when she was a baby still crawling. She nearly died of it, but the only lasting effect was that one lock of hair, white ever since. They are both as beautiful as their mother, I mumbled gallantly. But my face must have expressed my twinge of consternation at having discovered that the woman was old enough to be my own mother, for she gave me a worried, almost frightened look, and said, "No, please do not think of taking one of them instead of me." She whipped her blouse over her head, and instantly blushed so extensively that the blush suffused her bare breasts. "Please, young lord, I offered only myself, not yet the girls." She seemed to mistake my numb silence for indecision. She quickly undid both her skirt and undergarment, and let them drop to the ground, and stood naked before me and her daughters. I glanced uneasily at them, my eyes no doubt as wide as theirs were, and it must have seemed to Bella that I was comparing the available wares. Still imploring, "Please, not my girls. Use me." She forcibly dragged me down beside her on the pallet. I was too shocked to resist, as she flung my mantle to one side and tugged at my loincloth, saying breathlessly, "The innkeeper would demand 5 cocoa beans for a matito, and he would keep 2 for himself, so I will ask only 3. Is not that a fair price?" I was too dazed to reply. The private parts of us both were exposed to the view of the girls, who stared as if they could not look away, and their mother was next trying to roll me on top of herself. Perhaps the girls were not unacquainted with their mother's body, and perhaps they had even seen an erect male organ before, but I was sure they had never seen the two together. Drunk though I may have been, I protested. "Woman, the lamplight, the girls. At least send them outdoors while we—" "Let them see," she almost screamed. "They will be lying here on other nights." Her face was wet with tears, and I finally understood that she was not so resigned to whoredom as she had tried to pretend. I grimaced at the girls, and made a violent gesture. Looking frightened, they whisked out through the door curtain. But Bella did not notice, and cried again, as if demanding the utmost debasement of herself. "Let them see what they will be doing." "You want others to see, woman?" I growled at her. "Let them see the better, then." Instead of sprawling atop her, I turned onto my back, lifting her at the same time, and set her kneeling astride me, and I impaled her to the hilt of myself. After that first painful moment, Bella slowly relaxed against me, and lay quiescent in my embrace, though I could feel her tears continuing to trickle onto my bare chest. Well, it happened quickly and powerfully for me, and she certainly felt the spurt inside her, but she did not pull away, as any other bought woman would have then done.
By then, her own body was wanting satisfaction, and I think she would not have noticed if the girls had been still in the hut, would not have given thought to the detailed demonstration provided by our position, or the damp noise of suction made by her rocking back and forth the length of my tepuli. When Guille Bella came to climax, she reared up and leaned back, her distended nipples pointing high, her long hair brushing my legs, her eyes shut tight, her mouth open in a meowing cry like that of a jaguar kitten. Then she collapsed again onto my chest, her head beside mine, and she lay so limp that I would have thought she had died, except that she breathed in short gasps. After a little, when I had myself recovered, slightly more sober for the experience, I became aware of another head near me on my other side. I turned to see immense brown eyes, wide behind their luxuriant dark lashes, the winsome face of one of the daughters. At some point, she had re-entered the hut and knelt beside the pallet, and was regarding me intently. I drew the quilt over the nakedness of myself and her still motionless mother. Nu shishka skaru, the girl began to whisper. Then, seeing that I did not comprehend, she spoke softly in a broken Nahuatl, and giggled when she told me guiltily. We watched through the cracks in the wall. I groaned in shame and embarrassment. I still burn when I think of it. But then she said thoughtfully, seriously, always I supposed it would be a bad thing. But your faces were good, like happy. Though I was in no philosophic mood, I told her quietly, I do not think it is ever really a bad thing, but it is much better when you do it with someone you love. I added, and in private, without mice watching from the walls. She started to say something more, but suddenly her stomach grumbled, more loudly than her voice had spoken. She looked pathetically mortified, and tried to pretend it had not happened, and drew a little away from me. I exclaimed, Child, you are hungry. Child? She petulantly tossed her head. I have near your age, which is old enough for that. I am not a child. I shook her drowsing mother, and said, Guille Bella, when did your daughters last eat a meal? She stirred, and said meekly, I am allowed to feed on the leftovers at the inn, but I cannot bring much home. And you asked for 3 cocoa beans, I said angrily. I could have remarked that it might more rightly have been myself asking a fee for performing to an audience, or instructing the young. But I groped for my cast-off loincloth and the purse I kept sewn into it. Here, I said to the daughter, and caught her hands, and poured into them perhaps 20 or 30 beans. You and your sister go buy food, buy fuel for the fire, anything you like, and as much as you can carry. She looked at me as if I had filled her hands with emeralds. Impulsively, she bent over and kissed my cheek, then bounded up and out of the hut again. Guille Bella raised up on one elbow to look down at my face. You are kind to us, and after I behaved so. Please, would you let me be kinder to you now? I said, you gave me what I came to buy. I am not trying now to buy your affection. But I want to give it, she insisted, and began to give me an attention which may be exclusive to the Cloud people. It really is much better when it is done lovingly and in private. And she truly was so attractive that a man could hardly get enough of her. But we were up and dressed again when the girls returned, laden with comestibles. One entire and enormous plucked fowl, a basket of vegetables, many other things. Chattering cheerfully to each other, they set about building up the brazier fire, and the younger daughter courteously asked if her mother and myself would dine with them. Bella told them that we had both eaten at the inn. Now, she said, she would guide me back there, and find some chore to occupy her there during what remained of the night. For if she slept, she would surely oversleep the sunrise. So I bade the girls good night, and we left them to what may have been, for all I knew, their first decent meal in 4 years. As the woman and I walked hand in hand through streets and alleys seeming darker even than before, I thought about the famished girls, their widowed and desperate mother, the greedy Zokwe creditor. And at last I said abruptly, would you sell me your house, Bella? What? She started so that our hands came unlinked. That dilapidated hut? Whatever for? Oh, to rebuild into something better, of course. If I continue trading, I shall certainly pass this way again, perhaps often, and a place of my own would be preferable to a crowded inn. She laughed at the absurdity of my lie, but pretended to take it seriously, asking, and where in the world would we live? In some place much finer. I would pay a good price, enough to enable you to live comfortably. And, I said firmly, with no necessity for the girls or you to go astraddle the road. What would you offer to pay? We will settle that right now. Here is the inn. Please to put lights in the room where we dined. And writing materials. Paper and chalk will do. Meanwhile, tell me which is the room of that fat eunuch. And stop looking frightened. I am being no more imbecilic than usual. She gave me a wavering smile, and went to do my bidding, while I took a lamp to find the proprietor's room, and interrupted his snoring with a hard kick to his massive rear end. Get up and come with me, I said, as he spluttered with outrage and sleepy bewilderment. We have business to transact. It is the middle of the night. You are drunk. Go away. I had almost to lift him to his feet, and it took a while to convince him that I was sober. But I finally hauled him, still struggling to knot his mantle, to the room Bella had lighted for us. When I half dragged him in, she started to sidle out. No, stay, I said. This concerns all 3 of us. Fat man, fetch out all the papers pertinent to the ownership of this hostel and the debt outstanding against it. I am here to redeem the pledge. He and she stared at me in equal astonishment. And Wei, after spluttering some more, said, "This is why you rout me from my bed? You want to buy this place, you presumptuous pup? We can all go back to bed. I do not intend to sell." "It is not yours to sell," I said. "You are not its owner, but the holder of a lien. When I pay the debt and all its accrual, you are a trespasser. Go, bring the documents." I had the advantage of him then, when he was still befogged with sleep. But by the time we settled down to the columns of number dots and flags and little trees, he was again as acute and exacting as he had ever been in his careers of priest and currency changer. I will not regale you, my lords, with all the details of our negotiations. I will only remind you that I did know the craft of working with numbers, and I knew the craftiness possible to that craft. What the late explorer husband had borrowed, in goods and currency, added up to an appreciable sum. However, the premium he had agreed to pay for the privilege of the loans should not have been excessive, except for the lender's cunning method of compounding it. I do not remember all the figures there involved, but I can give a simplified illustration. If I lend a man 100 cocoa beans for 1 month, I am entitled to the repayment of 110. For 2 months, he pays 120 beans. For 3 months, 130, and so on. But what Wei had done was to add the 10-bean premium at the end of the first month, and then on that total of 110 to calculate the next premium, so that at the end of 2 months he was owed 121 beans. The difference may sound trifling, but it mounts proportionately each month, and on substantial sums it can mount alarmingly. I demanded a recalculation from the very start of Wei's giving credit to the inn. He squawked as he must have done when he awoke from that disastrous mushroom rapture of his priesthood days. But when I suggested that we refer the matter to Tequantepec's Bishosu for adjudication, he gritted his teeth and redid the arithmetic, with me closely monitoring. There were many other details to be argued, such as the inn's expenses and profits over the 4 years he had been running it. But finally, as dawn was breaking, we agreed on a lump sum due him, and I agreed to pay in currency of gold dust, copper and tin snippets, and cocoa beans. Before I did so, I said, "You have forgotten one small item. I owe you for the lodging of my own train." "Ah, yes," said the fat old fraud. "Honest of you to remind me." And he added that to the accounting. As if suddenly remembering, I said, "Oh, one other thing." "Yes?" he said expectantly, his chalk poised to add it in. "Subtract 4 years' wages due the woman Guille Bella." "What?" He stared at me, aghast. She stared too, but in dazzled admiration. "Wages?" he sneered. "The woman was bound over to me as a Tlacotli. If your accounting had been honest, she would not have been. Look at your own revised arithmetic. The Bishosu might have awarded you a half interest in this property. You have not only swindled Guille Bella, you have also enslaved a free citizen." All right. Let me count. 2 cocoa beans a day. Those are slave wages. You have had the services of the inn's former proprietress, certainly worth a free man's wage of 20 beans a day. He clutched his hair and howled. I added, You are a barely tolerated alien into Quantapec. She is of the Benza, and so is the Bishosu. If we go to him... He immediately ceased his tantrum and began frantically to scribble, dripping sweat onto the bark paper. Then he did howl. More than 29,000. There are not that many beans on all the cocoa bushes in all the hot lands. Translate it to gold dust quills, I suggested. It will not sound so big a sum. Will it not? He bellowed when he had done the figuring. Why, if I accede to the wage demand, I have lost my very loincloth on the entire transaction. To subtract that amount means you pay me less than half the original amount I paid out as a loan. His voice had gone up to a squeak, and he sweated as if he were melting. Yes, I said, that agrees with my own figures. How will you have it? All in gold, or some in tin, in copper? I had fetched my pack from the room I had not yet occupied. This is extortion, he raged. This is robbery. There was also a small obsidian dagger in the pack. I took it out and held its point against Weiye's second or third chin. Extortion and robbery it was, I said in my coldest voice. You cheated a defenseless woman of her property, then made her drudge for you during 4 long years, and I know to what desperate straits she had come. I hold you to the arithmetic you yourself have just now done. I will pay you the amount you last arrived at. Ruination, he bawled. Devastation. You will write me a receipt, and on it you will write that the payment voids all your claim on this property and this woman, now and forever. You will then, while I watch, tear up that old pledge signed by your husband. You will then take whatever personal possessions you have and depart these premises. He made one last try at defiance. And if I refuse, I march you to the Bishosu at knife point. The punishment for theft is the flower garland garret. I do not know what you would suffer beforehand as a penalty for enslaving the freeborn, since I do not know the refinements of torture in this nation. Slumping in final defeat, he said, Put away the knife. Count out the currency. He raised his head to snap at Guy Bella. Bring me fresh paper. Then winced and made his tone unctuous. Please, my lady, bring me paper and paint and a writing reed. I counted quills of gold dust and stacks of tin and copper onto the cloth between us, and there was little but lint left in the pack when I was done. I said, Make the receipt to my name. In the language of this place, I am called Za-Nayazu. Never was an ill-omened man better named, he muttered, as he began to make the word pictures and columns of number glyphs. And he wept as he worked at it, I swear. I felt Guy Bella's hand on my shoulder, and I looked up at her. She had labored all the day before, and then had endured a sleepless night. not to mention other things. But she stood straight, and her glorious eyes shone, and her whole face glowed. I said, "This will not take long. Why do you not go back and fetch the girls? Bring them home." When my partners woke and came for breakfast, Coscaro looked rested and bright again, but Blood Glutton looked somewhat drawn. He ordered a meal consisting mainly of raw eggs, then said to the woman, "Send me the landlord, too. I owe him 10 cocoa beans." He added, "Spendthrift lecher that I am, and at my age." She smiled and said, "For that entertainment, for you, no charge, my lord," and went away. "Huh?" grunted Blood Glutton, staring after her. "No inn gives that commodity free." I reminded him, "Cynical old grouch, you said there are no first times. Perhaps there are." "You may be crazy, and so may she, but the innkeeper—" "As of last night, she is the innkeeper." "Huh?" he blurted again. He said "huh" twice more, once when his breakfast platter was brought by the surpassingly lovely girl of my own age, and again when his big cup of frothy chocolate was brought by the surpassingly lovely younger girl with the streak of pale lightning in her black hair. "What has happened here?" Blood Glutton asked bewilderedly. "We stopped at a run-down hostel, an inferior establishment of one greasy Zokwe and one slave woman." "And overnight," said Coscaro, sounding equally amazed, "Meechly turns it into a temple full of goddesses." Our party stayed a second night at the inn, and when all was quiet, Guille Bella stole into my room, more radiant in her new-found happiness than she had been before. And that time the lovingness of our embrace was not at all dissembled or forced, or in any other way distinguishable from an act of true and mutual love. When I and my troop shouldered our packs and took our leave, early the next morning, she and then each of the daughters held me tight and covered my face with tear-wet kisses, and said a heartfelt thank you. I looked back several times, until I could no longer make out the inn among the blurry jumble of other buildings. I did not know when I would be back, but I had sown seeds there, and from that time on, however far and long I wandered, I could never again be a stranger among the cloud people, any more than the farthest climbing tendril of a vine can detach itself from its roots in the earth. That much I knew. What I could not know, or even dream, was what fruit those seeds would bear, of glad surprise and crushing tragedy, of wealth and loss, of joy and misery. It would be a long time before I tasted the first of those fruits, and a longer time before they all ripened in their turn. And on one of those fruits I have not yet fed entirely to its bitter core. As you know, reverend friars, this entire land of New Spain is lapped on either side by a great sea which extends from the shore to the horizon. Since the seas lie more or less directly east and west of Tenochtitlan, we Mexica have generally referred to them as the Eastern and Western Oceans. But from Tehuantepec onward, the landmass itself bends eastward, so those waters are more accurately called there the Northern and Southern Oceans, and the land is only a narrow, low-lying isthmus separating the two. I do not mean that a man can stand between the oceans and spit into whichever he chooses. The waste of the isthmus is something like 50 one-long runs from north to south, about a 10-day journey, but an easy one, because most of the land between is so flat and featureless. However, on that journey, we were not crossing from one coast to the other. We traveled eastward over the misnamed Jaguar Hill flat plains, with the Southern Ocean always somewhere not far to our right, though never within sight of the trail. We had seagulls hovering overhead more often than vultures. Except for the oppressive heat of those lowlands, the marching was easy, even monotonous, with nothing to look at but tall yellow grass and low gray scrub. We made good time, and there was an abundance of easily killable game for food: rabbits, iguanas, armadillos, and the climate was comfortable for nighttime camping, so we did not sleep in any of the villages of the Micha people, whose territory we were then traversing. I had good reason to push hard for our destination, the lands of the Maya, where I could finally start trading the goods we carried for more valuable goods to carry back to Tenochtitlan. My partners, of course, knew something of the extravagances in which I had lately indulged, but I did not confess to them all the details, or the prices I had paid. So far, I had struck but one advantageous bargain along the way, when I sold the slave 4 to his relatives, and that was a long while back. Since then, I had made only 2 transactions, both of them costly, and neither of any visible or immediate profit to us. I had bought Chimali's feather tapestry, only for the sweet revenge of destroying it. At even greater price, I had bought a hostel for the pleasure of giving it away. If I was reticent with my partners, it was from some shame at not having yet shown myself a very shrewd Pocatecatl. After several days of traveling quickly and easily across the dun-colored flats, we saw the pale blue of mountains begin to rise on our left, and gradually loom up in front of us, too, and darken to blue-green, and we were again climbing, that time into thick forests of pine and cedar and juniper. Thereabouts we began to encounter the crosses that have always been held holy by the several nations of the far south. Yes, my lords, their cross was practically identical to your Christian cross. Like it, a trifle longer in height than in breadth, the only difference being that the top and side arms bore a bulge at their ends, rather like a clover leaf. To those peoples, the religious significance of the cross resided in its symbolizing the 4 points and center of the compass. But it had a practical use as well. Whenever we found a waist-high wooden cross implanted in some otherwise empty wilderness, we knew that it did not demand be reverent, but invited us to be glad, for it marked the presence nearby of good, clear, fresh water. The mountains got steeper and more rugged, until they were as formidable as those back in Uwashikak. But we were more experienced climbers by then, and we should not have found them too daunting, except that, in addition to the normal chill on the heights, we suffered a sudden attack of viciously cold weather. Well, even in those southern lands, it was then midwinter, and the short day god Tititl was exceptionally hard on us that year. We trudged along, bundled in every kind of clothing we carried, and with our sandals tied on over swaddlings of rags around our feet and lower legs. But the obsidian winds penetrated even those coverings, and on the higher peaks the wind flung snow like tin splinters. We were glad then to have pine trees all about. We collected the sap oozing from them, and boiled it until its irritating oils were gone, and it had thickened to the gummy black oshito, which repels both coldness and wetness. Then we undressed, and slathered the oshito over our entire bodies before bundling up again. Except for clear patches around our eyes and lips, we were as night black as the blind god Itzcoatl is always pictured. We were then in the country of the Chiapa, and when we began to come upon their scattered mountain villages, our grotesque appearance caused some surprise. The Chiapa do not use the black oshito, but are accustomed to smear themselves all over with jaguar or cougar or tapir fat, for similar protection against bad weather. However, the people themselves were almost as dark as we were. Not black, of course, but the darkest cocoa-brown skin I had yet seen on an entire nation of beings. It was the Chiapa tradition that their longest-ago ancestors had emigrated from some original homeland far to the south, and their complexion tended to confirm the legend. They had apparently inherited the color of forebears who had been well baked by a much fiercer sun. We travelers would gladly have paid for just a touch of that sun. When we plodded through the valleys and hollows sheltered from the wind, we suffered only the numbness and lethargy of freezing cold. But when we crossed a mountain by way of a pass, the sharp wind whistled through it too, like arrows shot through a cave tunnel, none scattering, all striking. And when there was no pass, when we had to clamber all the way up and over a mountain, there would be snow or sleet pelting us at the top, or there would be old snow on the ground for us to wade and slither through. We were all miserable, but one of us was more miserable than the rest. The slave 10 had been stricken with some ailment. He had never uttered a word of complaint, and never lagged behind, so we did not even suspect that he was feeling ill until the morning his tump-lined pack, like a heavy hand, simply pushed him to his knees. He tried gamely to rise, but could not, and collapsed full length on the ground. When we pulled loose the tump-line and unburdened him and turned him face up, we discovered that he was so hot with fever that his plastering of oshito had literally cooked to a dry crust all over his body. Coscatl asked solicitously if he was especially affected in any specific part. Ten replied, in his broken Nahuatl, that his head felt cloven by a maquahuitl, and that his body felt on fire, and that every one of his joints ached, but that otherwise nothing in particular was bothering him. I asked if he had eaten of anything unusual, or if he had been bitten or stunned by any venomous creature. He said he had eaten only the meals we all shared, and his only encounter with any creature had been with a notably innocuous one, 7 or 8 days before, when he tried to run down a rabbit for our evening stew. He would have had it, too, if it had not nipped him and bounded free. He showed me the pinch marks of the rodent teeth on his hand, then rolled away from me and vomited. Blood Glutton, Coscatl, and I felt sorry that, if any of us had to be taken ill, it should be 10, for we all liked him. He was the one slave who had been the most tractable and unflagging of all our reporters. He had loyally helped to save us all from the Tia-Nu bandits. It was he who had oftenest volunteered for the somewhat unmanly task of cooking. He was the strongest among the slaves, after the hulking 4 we had sold, and had borne the heaviest pack from that time. He had also submissively carried the unwieldy and unwholesome cougar pelt. Indeed, he still had the thing, for Blood Glutton would not let it be discarded. We all rested, until 10 himself was the first to get to his feet. I felt his forehead, and it seemed that the fever had abated. I looked more closely at his dark brown face, and said, "I have known you for more than a sheaf of days, but I only now realize. You are of the Chiapa country, are you not?" "Yes, master," he said weakly. "From the capital city of Chiapan. That is why I wish to press on. I hope you will be kind enough to sell me there." So he hoisted his bundle, slipped the tump-line again around his head, and we all went on. But by twilight of that day he was staggering in a manner pitiful to behold. Still, he insisted on keeping the pace, and refused all suggestions of another halt or a lightening of his load. He would not put it down until we found a valley out of the wind, with a cross marking an icy creek flowing turgidly through it, and there made camp. "We have killed no game lately," said Blood Glutton, "and the dogs are long gone. But 10 should have some nourishing fresh food, not just a tole mush and windy beans. Have 3 and 6 each start twirling a drill. It should take them so long to get a fire going that I can make a catch of something." He found a limber green withe, bent it into a hoop, tied it to a scrap of almost threadbare cloth to make a crude net, and went to try his skill in the creek. He came back after a while, saying, "Coscatl could have done it. They were sluggish with the cold," and exhibited a mess of silvery green fish, none longer than a hand or thicker than a finger, but enough of them to fill our stew pot. Looking at them, however, I was not sure I wanted them in the pot, and I said so. Blood Glutton waved away my objection. "Never mind that they are ugly. They are tasty." "They are unnatural," complained Coscatl. "Every one of them has 4 eyes." "Yes, very clever fish, these fish. They float just below the creek surface, their upper eyes watching for insects in the air, their lower eyes alert for prey under the water. Perhaps they will endow our ailing 10 with some of their own wide awakeness. If they did, It was only enough to prevent him getting the good night's sleep he needed. I myself woke several times to hear the sick man thrashing and coughing and hawking up phlegm and mumbling incoherently. Once or twice I did make out what sounded like a word, Binki Zaka, and in the morning I drew Blood Glutton aside to ask him if he had any idea what it meant. Yes, one of the few foreign words I know, he said superciliously, as if he thereby conferred a favor on it. The Binki Zaka are creatures, half human, half animal, which haunt the mountain heights. I am told that they are the hideous and obnoxious offspring of women who have unnaturally mated with jaguars or monkeys or whatever. When you hear a noise like thunder in the mountains, but there is no storm, you are hearing the Binki Zaka making mischief. Personally, I believe the sounds are of landslides and rockfalls, but you know the ignorance of foreigners. Why do you ask? Have you heard strange noises? Only 10 talking in his sleep. I think he was in delirium. I think he is more ill than we supposed. So, overriding his plaintive protests, we took 10's load and divided it amongst the rest of us, and left him only the mountain lion's skin to carry that day. Unburdened, he walked well enough, but I could tell when he was seized by a chill, for he would bend that stiff old hide around his already thick swaddling of garments. Then the chill would pass, and the fever rack him, and he would doff the skin and even open his clothing to the cold mountain air. He also breathed with a gurgling noise when he was not coughing, and what he coughed up was a sputum of exceptionally foul smell. We were climbing eastward up a mountain of considerable size, and arrived at its top to find our way interrupted. We stood on the brink of a canyon running out of sight to the north and south, the steepest-sided canyon I have ever seen. It was like a gash cut through the ranges by some angry god who had slashed down from the sky with a god-sized maquahuitl, swinging it with all his god strength. It was a sight that was breathtakingly impressive, beautiful, and deceptive, all at the same time. Though a cold wind blew where we stood, it evidently never penetrated that canyon, for the nearly perpendicular rock walls were festooned with clinging flowers of all colors. At the very bottom were forests of flowering trees and soft-looking meadows, and a silver thread which appeared, from where we stood, to be the merest brook. We did not try to descend into the inviting depths, but turned south and followed the canyon rim until it gradually began to slope downward. By dusk, it had lowered us to the level of that brook, which was easily 100 men's steps from bank to bank. I learned later that it is the river Suchiapa, the broadest, deepest, swiftest flowing river in all the one world. That canyon, cut by it through the Chiapa Mountains, is also unique in the one world. 5 one-lane runs in length, and, at its steepest, nearly half a one-lane run from brink to bottom. We had come down to a plateau where the air was warmer and the wind more gentle. We also came to a village, though a poor one. It was called Toastlan, and it was scarcely big enough to support a name, and the only meal the villagers could provide us was a hash made of boiled owl, which gags me even in recollection. But Toastland did have a hut big enough for us all to sleep under shelter for the first time in several nights. And the village population did include a physician of sorts. "I am only an herb doctor," he said apologetically, in faltering Nahuatl, after he had examined 10. "I have given the patient a purge, and can do no more. But tomorrow you will arrive at Chiapan, and there you will find many famous pulse doctors." I did not know what pulse doctoring might be, but by the next day I could only hope it would be an improvement on herb doctoring. Before we got to Chiapan, 10 had collapsed and was being carried on the cougar hide he had carried for so long. We took turns, by fours, bearing the improvised litter by the legskins at its corners, while 10 lay upon it and writhed, and, between spasms of coughing, complained to us that several binkizaka were sitting on his chest and preventing him from breathing. "One of them is gnawing on me, too. See?" And he held out his hand. What he showed was only the place where the harmless rabbit had nipped him. But, for some reason, that spot had ulcerated into an open sore. We carriers tried to tell him that he saw nothing sitting or eating upon him, and that his problem was only the thinness of the air on that high plateau. We ourselves had such difficulty in breathing that none of us could carry for long before we had to be relieved by another. Chiapan looked nothing like a capital of anything. It was merely one more village, situated on the bank of a tributary of the Suchiapa River. And I supposed it was the capital city only by virtue of its being the largest village of all the villages in the Chiapa nation. A few of its buildings, too, were of wood or adobe, instead of their all being the usual stick and thatch huts. And there were the crumbling remnants of 2 old pyramids. Our little company came into town, reeling with fatigue and calling for a doctor. A kindly passer-by heeded our obviously urgent cries, and stopped to peer at the barely conscious 10. He exclaimed, "Makobu," and shouted something else in his language, which sent 2 or 3 other passer-by off at a run. Then he made a beckoning gesture to us, and trotted ahead to lead us to the abode of a physician, who, we gathered from other gestures, had some command of the Nahuatl tongue. By the time we got there, we had been joined by an excitedly jabbering crowd. It seemed that the Chiapa do not, like us Mexica, have entirely individual names. Though each person naturally has some distinguishing name, it is attached to a family name, like those of you Spaniards, which endures unchanging through all the generations of that family. The slave we called 10 was of the Makobu family of Chiapan, and the helpful citizen, recognizing him, had shouted for someone to run and tell his relatives of his return to town. 10 was unhappily in no condition to recognize any of the other Makobu who converged on us, and the doctor, though visibly gratified to find such a crowd clamoring at his door, could not let them all inside. When the 4 of us carrying 10 had laid him on the earthen floor, the aged physician commanded that the hut be cleared of everybody except himself, his crone of a wife who would assist him, the patient, and myself, to whom he would explain the treatment while he performed it. He introduced himself to me as Dr. Mash, and, in not very good Nahuatl, told me the theory of pulse doctoring. He held the wrist of Ten Makobu while he called out the name of each god, good and bad, in whom the Chiapa believe. As he explained it, when he shouted the name of the deity who was afflicting the patient, Ten's heart would pound and his pulse quicken. Then the doctor, knowing which god was responsible for the ailment, would know exactly what sacrificial offering should be made to persuade that god to cease the molestation. He would also know the proper medicines to administer to repair whatever damage had been done by the god. So Ten lay there on the cougar skin, his eyes closed in the sunken hollows of their sockets, and old Dr. Mash held his wrist, leaned over him, and shouted into his ear, "Kakal, the bright god." Then a pause for the pulse to respond. Then, "Totik, the dark god," and a pause, and "Tio, the love goddess," and "Antun, the life god," and "Hachakyum, the mighty god," and so on, through more Chiapa gods and goddesses than I can remember. At last he squatted back on his heels, and muttered in apparent defeat, "The pulse is so feeble that I cannot be sure of the response to any name." Ten suddenly croaked, without opening his eyes. "Binkizaka bit me." "Aha," said Dr. Mash, brightening. It would not have occurred to me to suggest the lowly Binkizaka. And here indeed is a hole in his hand. "Excuse me, Lord Doctor," I ventured. "It was not any of the Binkizaka. It was a rabbit that bit him." The physician raised his head so he could scowl down his nose at me. "Young man, I was holding his wrist when he said Binkizaka, and I know a pulse when I feel it." "Woman!" I blinked, but he was addressing his wife. He afterward explained to me that he told her, "I shall need to confer with an expert in the lesser beings. Go fetch Dr. Kame." The crone scuttled out of the hut, elbowing through the craning crowd, and in a few moments we were joined by another elderly man. The doctors Kame and Mash huddled and muttered, then took turns holding Ten's flaccid wrist and roaring Binkizaka into his ear. Then they huddled and consulted some more, then nodded in agreement. Dr. Kame barked another order to the old woman, and she departed again in a hurry. Dr. Mash told me, "It is pointless to sacrifice to the Binkizaka, since they are half beasts and do not understand the rites of repudiation. This being an emergency case, my colleague and I have decided on the radical measure of burning the affliction out of the patient. We have sent for the sun slab, the most holy treasure of our people." The woman came back with two men, carrying between them what looked at first glance like a simple square of rock. Then I saw that its upper face was inlaid with jadestone in the form of a cross. Yes, very similar to your Christian cross. In the 4 spaces between the arms of the cross, the rock had been bored completely through, and in each of those holes was set a chunk of Chipilodal quartz. But, and this is important for the understanding of what followed, my lords, each of those quartz crystals had been ground and polished so it was of perfectly round circumference and smoothly convex on both its upper and lower sides. Each of those transparent panes in the sun slab was like a flattened ball or an extremely symmetrical clam. While the two new men stood holding the sun slab over the prostrate 10, the old woman took a broom and, with its handle, poked holes in the thatch of the roof, each hole admitting a beam of the afternoon sun, until finally she punched a hole that let a beam right down on the patient. The two doctors tugged at the cougar pelt to adjust 10's position relative to the sunbeam and the sun slab. Then occurred a thing most marvelous, and I crept closer to see better. Under the doctor's direction, the two men holding the heavy stone slab tilted it so the sun shone through one of the shaped quartz crystals and made a round spot of light on 10's ulcerated hand. Then, moving the stone back and forth in the sunbeam, they made that round spot of light concentrate down to one intense dot of light, aimed directly upon the sore. The two doctors held the limp hand steady. The two men held the dot of light steady. And, believe me or not, as you will, a wisp of smoke came from the ugly sore. In another moment there was a sizzling noise, and a small flame was there, almost invisible in the brightness of that intensified light. The doctors gently moved the hand about, so that the sun-made flame went all over the ulcer. At last, one of them said a word. The two men carried the sun slab out of the hut. The old woman began trying with her broomstick to rearrange the straw of the roof, and Dr. Marsh motioned for me to lean and look. The ulcer had been as completely and cleanly seared as if it had been done with a fire-hot copper rod. I congratulated the two physicians, sincerely, since I had never seen the like before. I also congratulated 10 on having borne the burning without a sound. Sad to say, he did not feel it, said Dr. Marsh. The patient is dead. We might have saved him, if you had told me of the Binkizaka's involvement and saved me the unnecessary routine of going through all the major gods. Even in his ragged Nahuatl, his tone came through as tartly critical. You are all alike when you need medical treatment. Keep a stubborn silence about the most important symptoms. Insist that a physician must first guess the affliction, then cure it, or he has not earned his fee. I shall be pleased to pay all fees, Lord Doctor, I said, just as tartly. Would you be pleased to tell me what you have cured? We were interrupted by a small, wizened, dark-skinned woman who slipped into the hut at that moment and shyly said something in the local language. Dr. Marsh grumpily translated. She offers to pay all medical expenses, if you will consent to sell her the body instead of eating it, as you Meshuggah customarily do with dead slaves. She was, his mother. I ground my teeth and said, kindly inform her that we Meshuggah do no such thing, and I freely give her son back to her. I only regret that we could not have delivered him alive. The woman's woe-begone face became a little less so as the physician spoke. Then she asked another question. It is our custom, he translated, to bury our dead upon the pallet on which they died. She would like to buy from you this smelly skin of a mountain lion. It is hers, I said, and for some reason I lied. Her son killed the beast. I made the doctor earn his fee as an interpreter, if for nothing else, for I told the whole story of the hunt, only casting Ten in Blood Glutton's role, and making it sound as if Ten had gallantly saved my life at peril of his own. By the end of the story, the woman's dark face was glowing with maternal pride. She said something else, and the disgruntled doctor translated. She says, if her son was so loyal to the young lord, then you must be a good and deserving man. The Makobu are indebted to you forever. At that, she called in 4 more men from outside, presumably Makobu kinsmen, and they carried Ten away on the accursed pelt that he would not now ever be rid of. I emerged from the hut behind them, to find that my partners had been eavesdropping. Coscatl was sniffling, but Blood Glutton said sarcastically, "That was all very noble. But has it occurred to you, good young lord, that this so-called trading expedition has given away rather more of value than it has yet acquired? We have just now acquired some friends," I said. And so we had. The Makobu family, which was a big one, insisted that we be their guests during our stay in Chiapan, and lavished on us both hospitality and adulation. There was nothing we could ask that would not be given, as freely as I had given the dead slave back to them. I believe the first thing Blood Glutton requested, after a good bath and a hearty meal, was one of the comelier female cousins. I know I was given a handsome one for my own use. But the first favor I asked was that the Makobu find me a Chiapan resident who spoke and understood Nahuatl. And when such a man was produced, the first thing I said to him was, "Those quartz crystals in the sun's lab, could they not be used instead of the tedious drill and tinder for lighting fires?" "Why, of course," he said, surprised that I should find it necessary to inquire. "We have always used them so. I do not mean the ones in the sun slab, for the sun slab is reserved for ceremonial purposes. Perhaps you noticed that its crystals are as big as a man's fist. Clear quartz of that size is so rare that naturally the priests appropriate it and proclaim it holy. But a mere fragment will serve for fire lightings, when it is properly shaped and polished." He reached under his mantle and extracted from the waist of his loincloth a crystal of that same clamshell convexity, but not much bigger than my thumbnail. I need hardly remark, young lord, that it only functions on a burning instrument when the god Cacao shines his sunlight through it. But even at night it has a second use, for looking closely at small things. Let me show you. He demonstrated how it could be held at just the proper distance between eye and object. We used the embroidery on my mantle hem for the purpose, and I almost jumped when the pattern loomed so large to my sight that I could count the colored threads of it. "Where do you get these things?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from sounding over-eager. "Quartz is a fairly common stone in these mountains," he was frank to admit. "Whenever anybody stumbles upon a good clear bit, he saves it until it can be brought here to Chiapan. Here lives the Xibalba family, and only that family has known through all its generations the secret of fashioning the rough stone into those useful crystals. Oh, it is no profound secret, said the current master Xibalba. Not like a knowledge of sorcery or prophecy. My interpreter had introduced us, and did the translating as the crystal smith casually went on. It is mainly a matter of knowing the proper curvature to impart, and then merely having the patience to grind and polish each crystal exactly so. Hoping I sounded equally casual, I said, "They make interesting novelties. Useful, too. I wonder that I have not yet seen them copied by the craftsmen of Tenochtitlan." My interpreter remarked that there had probably never before been any reason for the sun slab to have been exhibited in the presence of anyone from Tenochtitlan. Then he translated Master Xibalba's next comment. "I said, young lord, that there is no great secret to making the crystals. I did not say it is easy, or easily imitated. One must know, for example, how to keep the stone precisely centered for the grinding. It was my greatest grandfather Xibalba who first learned how." He said that with pride. He might seem casual about the secrets of his craft, but I was sure that he would never reveal them to any but his own progeny. That suited me perfectly. Let the Xibalba remain the only keepers of the knowledge. Let the crystals remain inimitable. Let me buy up enough of them. Pretending hesitation, I said, I believe, I might just possibly be able to sell such things for curiosities in Tenochtitlan or Texcoco. I could not quite be sure, but yes, perhaps to scribes, for greater accuracy in doing their detailed word pictures." The master's eyes gleamed mischievously as his comment was relayed to me. "How many, young lord, do you think you believe you might possibly, but not quite, require?" I grinned and dropped the pretense. "It would depend on how many you can provide, and the price you ask. You see here my entire stock of working material as of this day." He waved at the one wall of his workroom which was all shelves, from thatch to ground. On every shelf, nestled in balls of cotton, were the rough quartz stones. They were distinctive only for the angular, six-sided shapes in which they came from the earth, and they ranged in size from that of a finger joint to that of a small maize cob. "Here is what I paid for the stock," the artisan went on, handing me a bark paper bearing numerous columns of numbers and symbols. I was mentally adding up the total when he said, "From this stock I can make 6/20 of finished crystals of varying sizes." I asked, "How long would that take?" "1 month." 20 days? I exclaimed. I should have thought one crystal would take that long. "We Xibalba have had sheaves of years in which to practice," he said, "and I have 7 apprentice sons to help me. I also have 5 daughters, but of course they are not allowed to touch the rough stones, lest they ruin them, being females." 6 20s of crystals, I mused, repeating his provincial mode of counting. And what would you charge for that many? What you see there, he said, indicating the bark paper. Puzzled, I spoke to the interpreter. Did I not understand correctly? Did he not say that this is what he paid for the rough rock? The interpreter nodded, and through him I again addressed the crystal smith. This makes no sense. Even a street vendor of tortillas asks more for the bread than she paid for the maize. Both he and the translator smiled indulgently and shook their heads. Master Shibolba, I persisted, I came here prepared to bargain, yes, but not to steal. I tell you honestly, I would be willing to pay 8 times this price, and happy to pay 6, and overjoyed to pay 4. His answer came back, and I would be obliged to refuse. In the name of all your gods and mine, why? You proved yourself a friend of the Makobu. Hence, you are a friend of all the Chiapa, and we Xibalba are Chiapa born. No, protest no more. Go, enjoy your stay among us. Let me get to work. Return in 1 month for your crystals. Then our fortune is already made, Blood Glutton exulted, as he played with the sample crystal the artisan had given me. We need not travel any farther. By the great Huitzli, you can sell these things back home for any price you ask. Perhaps, I said, but we have a month to wait for them, and we have a surplus of goods we still can trade, and I have a personal reason for wanting to visit the Maya. He grumbled, These Chiapa women are dark of skin, but they far excel any you will find among the Maya. Old lecher, do you never think of anything but women? Coscatl, who did not think of women at all, pleaded, Yes, do let us go on. We cannot come this far and not see the jungle. I also think of eating, said Blood Glutton. These Makobu lay in ample dinner cloth. Besides, we lost our only capable cook when we lost 10. I said, You and I will go on, Coscatl. Let this lazy ancient stay here, if he likes, and live up to his name. Blood Glutton groused a while longer, but, as I well know, his appetite for wandering was as strong as any of his other appetites. He was soon off to the marketplace to procure some items he said we would need for jungle travel. Meanwhile, I went again to the Master Xibalba and invited him to take his pick of our trade goods as an earnest against my paying the balance of his price in harder currency. He again mentioned his numerous offspring, and was pleased to select a quantity of mantles, loincloths, blouses, and skirts. That pleased me as well, because those were the bulkiest things we carried. Their disposal unburdened 2 of our slaves, and I had no trouble in finding ready purchasers right there in Chiapan, and their new masters paid me in gold dust. Now we visit the physician again, said Blood Glutton. I was long ago given my protection against snake bite, but you and the boy have not yet been treated. "Thank you for your good intent," I said, "but I do not think I would trust Dr. Marsh to treat a pimple on my bottom." He insisted. "The jungle teems with poisonous serpents. When you step on one, you will wish you had stepped into Dr. Marsh's hut first." He began to tick off on his fingers. "There is the yellow-chinned snake, the coral snake, the nauyaka." Coscatl paled, and I remembered the elderly trader in Tenochtitlan telling how he had been bitten by a nauyaka and had cut off his own foot to keep from dying. So Coscatl and I went to Dr. Marsh, who produced one fane apiece of each of the snakes Blood Glutton had mentioned, and 3 or 4 more besides. With each tooth he pricked our tongues just enough to draw blood. "There is a tiny dried residue of venom on each of those veins," he explained. "It will make you both break out in a mild rash. But that will vanish in a few days, and thereafter you will be safe against the bite of any snake known to exist. However, there is one further precaution you must bear in mind." He smiled wickedly and said, "From this moment forever, your teeth are as lethal as any serpent's. Be careful whom you bite." So we departed from Chiapan as soon as we could pry ourselves loose from the insistent hospitality of the Makobu, and of those 2 female cousins in particular, by swearing that we would soon return and be their guests again. To continue eastward, we and our remaining slaves had to climb another mountain range, but the god Titiro had by then restored the weather to the warmth appropriate to those regions, so the climb was not too punishing, even though it took us above the timberline. On the other side, the slope swept us precipitously down and down, from the lichened rock of the heights to the line where the trees began, then through the sharp-scented forests of pine and cedar and juniper. From there, the familiar trees gradually thinned, as they were crowded out by kinds I had never seen before, and those appeared to be fighting for their lives against the vines and lianas that climbed and curled all over them. The first thing I discovered about the jungle was that my limited eyesight was no great handicap in there, for distances did not exist. Everything was close together. Strangely contorted trees, giant-leafed green plants, towering and feathery ferns, monstrous and spongy fungus. They all stood close. They pressed in and hemmed us about, almost suffocatingly so. The canopy of foliage overhead was like a green cloud cover. On the jungle floor, even at midday, we were in a green twilight. Every growing thing, even the petals of flowers, seemed to exude a warm, moist stickiness. Though that was the dry season, the air itself was dense and humid and thick to breathe, like a clear fog. The jungle smelled spicy, musky, ripe sweet, and rotten, all the odors of rampant growth rooted in old decay. From the treetops above us, howler and spider monkeys yelped, and countless varieties of parrots screeched their indignation at our intrusion, while other birds of every conceivable color flashed back and forth like warning arrows. The air about us was hung with hummingbirds no bigger than bees, and fanned by fluttering butterflies as big as bats. Around our feet, the underbrush was rustled by creatures stirring or fleeing. Perhaps some were deadly snakes, but most were harmless things. The little eat-some lizards which run on their hind legs, the big-fingered frogs which climb trees, the multicolored, crested, dew-lapped iguanas, the glossy, brown-furred jaleb, which would scamper only a short way off, then stop to peer beady-eyed at us. Even the larger and uglier animals native to those jungles are shy of humans. The lumbering tapir, the shaggy capybara, the formidably claw-footed anteater. Unless one steps incautiously into a stream where alligators or caimans lurk, even those massive armored beasts are no hazard. We were more of a menace to the native creatures than most of them were to us. During our month in the jungle, Blood Glutton's arrows provided us with several meals of jaleb, iguana, capybara, and tapir. Edible, my lords? Oh, quite. The meat of the jaleb is indistinguishable from that of the opossum. Iguana flesh is white and flaky, like that of the sea crayfish you call lobster. Capybara tastes like the most tender rabbit, and tapir meat is very similar to pork. The only large animal we had to fear was the jaguar. In those southern jungles, the cats are more numerous than in all the temperate lands together. Of course, only a jaguar too old or too ill to hunt more nimble prey will attack a full-grown human without provocation. But little Coscatl might have been a temptation, so we never let him out of a protective group of us adults. And when we marched through the jungle in single file, Blood Glutton made us all carry our spears held vertically, the blades pointing straight up above our heads, because the jungle jaguar's favored way of hunting is simply to loll on a tree branch and await to drop on some unwary victim passing below. Blood Glutton had bought in Chiapan 2 items for each of us, and I do not think we could have survived in the jungle without them. One was a light and delicately woven mosquito netting, which we often draped over ourselves, even during the daylight marches. So pestilent were the flying insects. The other item was a kind of bed called a guichet, simply a net of slender rope, woven in a sort of bean-pod shape, which could be slung between any 2 close-set trees. It was so much more comfortable than a pallet that I carried a guichet on all my later travels, for use wherever there were trees to support it. Our elevated beds put us out of the reach of most snakes, and the mantles of netting at least discouraged things like bloodsucker bats, scorpions, and other vermin of little initiative. But nothing could keep the more ambitious creatures, ants, for instance, from using our guichet ropes for a bridge and then tunneling under the nets. If ever you wish to know what the bite of a jungle fire ant feels like, Reverend Friars, hold one of Master Shibulba's crystals between the sun and your bare skin. And there were even worse things. One morning I awoke feeling something oppressive on my chest, and cautiously lifted my head to see a thick, hairy, black hand laid there, a hand nearly twice the span of my own. If I am being pawed by a monkey, I thought drowsily, it is an unheard of new breed, bigger than any man. Then I realized that the heavy thing was a bird-eating tarantula, and that there was only flimsy mosquito cloth between me and its sickle jaws. On no other morning of my life have I ever arisen with such alacrity, getting out of my coverings and as far as the ashes of the campfire, all in a single bound, trailing a yell that brought everyone else to his feet almost as urgently. But not everything in the jungle is ugly or menacing or pestilential. For a traveler who takes reasonable precautions, the jungle can be hospitable and beautiful as well. Edible game animals are easy to secure. Many of the plants make nourishing cooked greens. Even some of the ghastliest fungoid growths are delicious to eat. There is one arm-thick liana that looks as crusty and dry as baked clay. But cut off an arm's length of it, and inside you find it as porous as a bee's comb. Tilt it over your head, and it trickles out a generous drink of the freshest, sweetest, coolest water. As for the jungle's beauty, I cannot begin to describe the brilliant flowers I saw there, except to say that, of their thousands of thousands, I remember no two of similar shape and coloring. The most gorgeous birds we saw were the numerous varieties of the quetzal, vividly covered, distinctively crested and plumed. But only infrequently did we glimpse the most magnificent and treasured bird of all, the quetzal de total, the one with emerald tail feathers as long as a man's legs. That bird is as proud of its plumage as any nobleman who wears it later. Or so I was told by a Maya girl named Yakoki. She said that the Quetzalcoatl builds a globular nest, unique among birds' nests, because it has 2 doorway holes. Thus the bird can enter through one and depart through the other, without having to turn around inside, and risk breaking one of those splendid tail plumes. Also, said Yakoki, the Quetzalcoatl feeds only on small fruits and berries, and it snatches those from trees and vines as it flies past, and it eats them on the wing, rather than perched comfortably on a bough, to assure that the juice does not drip and stain those pendant plumes. Since I have mentioned the girl Yakoki, I might as well remark that, in my opinion, not she nor the other resident human beings added appreciably to the beauty of those jungle lands. According to all the legends, the Maya once had a far richer, mightier, and more resplendent civilization than we Mexica ever approached, and the remaining ruins of their one-time cities are powerful evidence in support of those legends. There is also evidence that the Maya may have learned all their arts and skills directly from the peerless Tolteca before those master artisans went away. For one thing, the Maya worship many of the same Tolteca gods that we Mexica also later appropriated. The beneficent feathered serpent, whom we call Quetzalcoatl, they call Kukulkan. The rain god, whom we call Tlaloc, they call Chak. On that expedition and later ones, I have seen the remains of many of the Maya cities, and no one could deny that they must have been overwhelming in their prime. In their empty plazas and courtyards can still be seen admirable statues and carved stone panels and richly ornamented facades, and even pictures from which the lively colors have not faded in all the sheaves upon sheaves of years since they were painted. I particularly noticed one detail of the Maya buildings: door openings gracefully upward tapered in shape, that our modern architects have never yet tried or perhaps been able to imitate. It took countless Maya artists and artisans many generations and much labor and loving care to build and beautify those cities. Now they stand empty, forsaken, forlorn. There is no mark of their having been besieged by enemy armies, or of their having suffered even the slightest of natural disasters. Yet their thousands of inhabitants, for some reason, abandoned every one of them. And the descendants of those inhabitants are now so ignorant and uncaring of their own history that they cannot tell, they cannot even venture a plausible guess, why their ancestors left those cities, why the jungle was allowed to reclaim and overthrow them. Today's Maya cannot even tell why they, who should have inherited all that grandeur, now live resignedly in wretched grass shack villages on the outskirts of those ghost cities. The once vast but unified dominion of the Maya, formerly ruled from a capital city called Mayapan, has long been fractured into geographically different northern and southern divisions. I and my companions were then traveling in the more worthwhile part, the luxuriant jungle country called Tamoan Chan, Land of the Mists, which stretches limitlessly eastward from the boundaries of the Chiapa territory. To the north, where I traveled on a later occasion, is the great peninsula jutting into the Northern Ocean, the first place your Spanish explorers set foot in these lands. I should have thought that, after one look at those uninviting barrens, they would have gone home and come here no more. Instead, they gave that land a name which is even more absurd than your cow horn for Quanahuac, or tortilla for what used to be Teshkala. When those first Spaniards landed and asked, "What is this place called?" the inhabitants, never having heard Spanish before, quite naturally replied, "Yectetan," which means only, "I do not understand you." Those explorers made of that the name Yucatan, and I suppose the peninsula will be called so forever. But I should not laugh. The Maya's own name for that region, Ulumil Kuts, or Land of Plenty, is just as ridiculous, or possibly ironic, since the greater part of that peninsula is pitifully unfruitful and unsuited for human habitation. Like their divided land, the Maya themselves are no longer one people under one ruler. They have fragmented into a profusion of tribes headed by petty chiefs, and all are mutually contemptuous and disparaging, and most of them are so dispirited and sunk in lethargy that they live in what their ancestors would have considered disgusting squalor. Yet every one of those splinter tribes
preens itself on being the sole and only true remnant of the master Maya race. I personally think the old-time Maya would disavow relationship with any of them. Why? The Louts cannot even tell you the names of their ancestors' once great cities, but call them anything they please. One such city, though now smothered in jungle, still shows a sky-reaching pyramid and a turreted palace and numerous temples, but it is unimaginatively called Palenque, the Maya word for any trivial holy place. In another abandoned city, the interior galleries have not yet all been invaded by destructive vines and creepers, and on those inside walls are skillfully painted murals depicting warriors at battle, court ceremonies, and the like. The descendants of those warriors and courtiers, when asked what they know of the place, shrug indifferently and speak of it as Bonampak, which means only painted walls. In Ulumilkuts is a city almost unravaged by erosion, and it might well be known as the place of man-made beauty, to honor the intricate yet delicate architecture of its many buildings. But it is called only Uxmal, meaning thrice built. Another city is superbly situated on a hilltop overlooking a wide river, deep in the jungle. I counted the ruins or foundations of at least 100 tremendous edifices built of green granite blocks, and I believe it must have been the most majestic of all the old Maya centers. But the wretches now living round about call it merely Yaxchilan, which is to say, a place where there are some green stones. Oh, I will grant that some of the tribes, notably the Chiu of the northern peninsula and the Sochil of the southern jungles, still manifest some intelligence and vitality and a regard for their lost heritage. They recognize classes according to birth and status: noble, middle, bonded, and slave. They still maintain some of the arts of their ancestors. Their wise men know medicine and surgery, arithmetic and calendar keeping. They carefully preserve the countless thousands of books written by their predecessors, though the fact that they know so little of their own history makes me doubt that even their best educated priests ever take the trouble to read the old books. But even the ancient, civilized, and cultured Maya observed some customs we moderns must regard as bizarre. And it is unfortunate that their descendants have chosen to perpetuate those eccentricities while letting so many more worthy traits wither away. To an outsider like me, the most noticeable grotesquerie is what the Maya regard as beauty in their own appearance. From the evidence of the oldest paintings and carvings, the Maya have always had hawk-beak noses and receding chins, and they have forever stricken to enhance that resemblance to birds of prey. What I mean is that the Maya, ancient and current, have deliberately deformed their children from birth. A flat board is bound to a baby's forehead and kept there throughout its infancy. When it is finally removed, the child has a forehead as steeply receding as its chin, thus making its naturally prominent nose seem still more of a beak. That is not all. A Maya boy or girl, however otherwise naked, will always be wearing a pellet of clay or resin suspended by a string around the head, so that it dangles right between the eyes.
This is intended to make the child grow up cross-eyed, which the Maya of all lands and classes deem another mark of surpassing beauty. Some of the Maya men and women have eyes so very crossed that I think it is only the cliff-like nose between which keeps the eyes from merging. I have said that there are many beautiful things in the jungle country of Tamawan Chan, but I would not include the human population among them. I probably would have ignored all the unattractive, hawk-faced women, except that, in a village where we spent the night, a village of the cleanly Sotschiel, one girl seemed to gaze at me with a determined fixity, and I assumed she had been smitten with passion for me at first glance. So I introduced myself by my latest name. Dark Cloud is Ekmuyal in their language, and she shyly confided that she was Ich-Yakoki, or Evening Star. Only then, standing close to her, did I discern that she was exceedingly cross-eyed, and I realized that she probably had not been looking at me at all. Even at that moment, when we were face to face, she could have been staring at a tree behind my back, or her own bare foot, or maybe both at once, for all I could determine. That somewhat disconcerted me, but curiosity impelled me to persuade Ich-Yakoki to sleep that night with me. And I do not mean that I was fired by any prurient curiosity as to whether a girl with crossed eyes might be interestingly peculiar in her other organs. It was simply that I had for some time been wondering what the act of copulation, with any female, might be like in one of those hanging, free-swinging net beds. I am pleased to report that I found it not only possible, but also delightful. Indeed, I was so transported that it was not until we lay apart in the swaying guichet, spent and sweaty, that I realized I had given Ich-Yakoki a number of love bites, and that at least one of them had drawn a bead of blood. Of course, that made me remember the warning words of Dr. Mash when he had administered the snake-bite treatment, and I lay awake through most of the rest of the night, suffering an agony of apprehension. I waited for Ich-Yakoki to go into convulsions, or to stiffen slowly and grow cold beside me, and I wondered what kind of punishment the Sotschiel dealt out to murderers of their women. But Ich-Yakoki did nothing more alarming than to snore all night through her great nose, and in the morning she bounded jauntily from the bed, her crossed eyes bright. I was happy that I had not slain the girl, but that fact also perturbed me. If the bungling old pulse doctor, who told us that our own teeth were now poisonous, had merely been repeating one of his people's stupid superstitions, there was every likelihood that Coscatl and I were not at all protected against the venomous snakes, or that Blood Glutton ever had been. I so advised my partners, and thereafter we watched even more closely where we put our feet and hands as we made our way through the jungle. A little later, I made the acquaintance of another physician, of the kind I had wanted for so long and had come so far to see. One of those Maya doctors famed for their ability to treat ailments of the eye. His name was Chel, and he was also of the Sotschiel tribe, and Sotschiel means bat people, which I took as a good omen, since bats are the creatures which see best in the darkness. Dr. Ah Chell had two other assets which recommended him to me. He spoke an adequate Nahuatl, and he was not himself cross-eyed. I think I would have been somewhat distrustful of a cross-eyed eye doctor. He indulged in no pulse-feeling or God-calling or other mystic means of diagnosis. He began straightforwardly by putting into my eyes drops of juice from the herb Chemopalchihuitl to enlarge my pupils so he could look inside them. While we waited for the drug to take effect, I talked, perhaps just to ease my own nervousness, and told him of that sham, Dr. Marsh, and of the circumstances of Ten's illness and death. "Rabbit fever," said Dr. Ah Chow, nodding. "Be glad that none of the rest of you handled that diseased rabbit. The fever does not kill of itself, but it weakens the victim so that he succumbs to another ailment, which fills the lungs with a thick liquid. Your slave might still have lived if you had brought him down from the heights to a place where he could have breathed air more thick and rich. But now let us have a look at you." And he produced a clear crystal, indubitably one of Master Shibulba's, and he peered closely into each of my eyes, then sat back and said flatly, "Yun Ekmuyo, there is nothing afflicting your eyes." "Nothing?" I exclaimed. I wondered if, after all, Ah Chell was as much a pretender as Mosh. Between my teeth, I said, "There is nothing wrong, except that I can see with clarity no farther than the reach of my arm." "You call that nothing?" "I mean there is no disease or disturbance of your vision which I or anyone can treat." I swore one of Bloodglutton's imprecations, and I hoped it made the great god Huitzilopochtli wince in his private parts. Ah Chell gestured for me to hear him out. "You see things blurred because of the shape of your eyes, and they were born to be that way. An uncommonly shaped eyeball distorts vision in the same way as this uncommonly shaped piece of quartz. Hold this crystal between your eye and a flower, and you see the flower plain. But hold the crystal between your eye and a distant garden, and that garden is just a blur of colors." I said miserably, "There is no medicine? No surgery?" "I am sorry to say there is not. If you had the blinding disease caused by the black fly, yes, I might wash that away with medications. If you were afflicted with what we call the white veil, yes, I could cut that out and give you better vision, though not perfect. But there is no operation which can make the eyeball smaller, not without destroying it entirely. We will never know a remedy for your condition, any more than any man will ever know the secret place where the aged alligators go to die." Even more miserably, I mumbled, "But I must live all the rest of my life in a fog, squinting like a mole." "Well," he said, sounding not very sympathetic to my self-pity, "you can also live the rest of your life thanking the gods that you are not utterly blinded by the veil or the fly or something else. You will see many who are." He paused, then said pointedly, "They will never see you." I was so cast down by the physician's verdict that I passed the remainder of our time in Tamoan Chan in rather a glum humor, and I fear I was not very good company for my partners. When a guide from the Pocomom tribe of the far eastern jungle took us to see the marvelous lakes of Siskau there, I looked at them as coldly as if the Maya rain god Chak had created them to affront me personally. Those are some 60 bodies of water, ranging from small ponds to estimable lakes in size, and they have no connecting straits between them, and they have no visible inlet streams. Yet they never diminish in the dry season, or overflow in the wet. But the really noteworthy thing about them is that no two of all those lakes are of the same color. From the high ground where we stood, overlooking 6 or 7 of the waters, our guide pointed and said proudly, "Behold, yon traveler Ekmuyal. That one is dark green blue. That one is the color of turquoise. That one is as bright green as an emerald. That one is dull green, like jadestone. That one is the pale blue of the winter sky." I grumbled. They might be as red as blood, for all I could tell. And that, of course, was simply not true. The truth was that I was seeing everything and everybody through the dark of my own despondency. For a brief while I courted optimism by trying some experiments with Master Shibalba's burning crystal I carried. I already knew that it was of use for seeing close things even closer and clearer, so I endeavored to make it help me see far things as well. I tried holding it close to my eye while I looked at a tree, then holding it at arm's length, then holding it at varying distances between. No use. When aimed at objects more than a hand span beyond it, the cords only made them more indistinct than my unaided eye did, and the experiments only made me more depressed. Even when dealing with the Maya buyers of our trade goods, I was sour and sullen. But fortunately, there was enough demand for our wares that my unwinning demeanor was tolerated. I brusquely refused the offers of pelts of jaguar and ocelot and other animals, the feathers of macaw and toucan and other birds. What I wanted was gold dust or metal currency. But such things were not much circulated in those uncivilized lands. So I let it be known that I would trade our goods, the fabrics and garments, the jewelry and trinkets, the manufactured medicines and cosmetics, only for the plumes of the Quetzalcoatl. In theory, any fowler who acquired those leg-long, emerald-green feathers was obliged, on pain of death, to present them immediately to his tribal chief, who would use them either for personal adornment or as currency in his dealing with other chiefs of the Maya and the more powerful rulers of other nations. But in practice, as I hardly need say, the fowlers gave their chiefs only a share of those rarest of feathers, and kept the rest for their own enrichment. Since I positively refused to trade for anything but the Quetzalcoatl plumes, the customers had to go off to do hasty trades among their fellows, and Quetzalcoatl plumes I got. As we gradually dispensed with our goods, I sold off the slaves who had carried them. In that land of the lazy, not even the nobles had much work to which to put slaves, still less could afford to own them. But every tribal chief was eager to boast a superiority over rival chiefs, and a holding of slaves, though they might be only a drain on his treasury and his larder, constituted a legitimate boast. So, for good gold dust, I sold ours variously and impartially to the chiefs of the Sotschiel, the Quiche, and the Seltal, 2 slaves apiece, and only the remaining 2 accompanied our return to the Chiapa country. One carried the large but unweighty bale of feathers. The other's load consisted of those few trade items we had not yet disposed of. As he had promised, the artisan Xibalba had his finished crystals waiting for me when we got back to Chiapan. In all, 127 of them, of varied sizes. And, thanks to my sale of the slaves, I was able to pay him in pure gold dust currency, as I had promised. Well, he carefully wrapped each crystal separately in cotton, then bundled them all together in cloth to make a tidy package. I said to him, by way of the interpreter, "Master Xibalba, these crystals make a looked-at object look bigger. Have you ever contrived a kind of crystal that would make objects appear smaller?" "Oh, yes," he said, smiling. "Even my greatest grandfather probably tried his hand at fashioning other things than burning crystals. We all have. I do myself, just for amusement." I told him how limited was my vision, and added, "A Maya doctor told me that my eyes behave as if I am always looking through one of the enlarging quartzes. I wondered if I could find such a thing as a reducing crystal, and if I looked through it." He regarded me with interest, and rubbed his chin, and said, and went through the back of the workshop to his house. He returned with a wooden tray of shallow compartments, each holding a crystal. They were of all different shapes. Some were even miniature pyramids. "I keep these only for curiosities," said the artisan. "They are of no practical use, but some have amusing properties. This one, for instance." He lifted out a short bar of 3 flat sides. "It is not quartz, but a transparent kind of limestone. And I do not grind this stone. It cleaves naturally in flat plains. Hold it yonder, in the sun, and see the light it throws on your hand." I did, half expecting to flinch from a burn. Instead, I exclaimed, "The mist of water jewels!" The sunlight passing through the crystal to my hand was transformed. It was a colored band, ranging from dark red at one extreme, through yellow and green and blue, to the deepest purple. It was a tiny simulacrum of the colored bow one sees in the sky after a rain. "But you are not looking for playthings," said the man. "Here." And he gave me a crystal of which both surfaces were concave. That is to say, it was like 2 dishes, with their bottoms cemented together. I held it over the embroidered hem of my mantle, and the pattern shrank to half its width. I raised my head, still holding the crystal before me, and looked at the artisans. The man's features, blurred before, were suddenly sharp and distinct, but his face was so small that he might that instant have leapt away from me and out the door, and entirely across the plaza. "It is a marvel," I said, shaken. I put down the crystal and rubbed at one eye. I could see you, but so far away. Ah, then that one diminishes too powerfully. They have different strengths. Try this one. It was concave only on one side. The other face was perfectly flat. I raised the thing cautiously. I can see, I said, and I said it like a prayer of thanksgiving to the most beneficent of gods. I can see, far and near. There are spots and ripples, but everything else is as clear and sharp as when I was a child. Master Xibalba, you have done something the celebrated Maya physicians admit they cannot. You have made me see again. And all those sheaves of years, we thought these things useless, he murmured, sounding rather awed himself. Then he spoke briskly. So it requires the crystal of one plane surface and an inner curve. But you cannot go about forever holding the thing out in front of you like that. It would be like peering through a knothole. Try bringing it close against your eye. I did, and cried out, and apologized. It hurt as if my eye was being drawn from its socket. Still too powerful. And there are spots and ripples, you say. So I must seek a stone more perfect and unflawed than the finest quartz. He smiled and rubbed his hands together. You have set me the first new task the Xibalba have had in generations. Come back tomorrow. I was full of excitement and expectation, but I said nothing to my companions, in case that hopeful experiment, too, should come to nothing. They and I again resided with the Makobu, to our great comfort and the great gratification of the two female cousins, and we stayed for 6 or 7 days. During that time, I visited the Xibalba workshop several times daily, while the master labored over the most scrupulously exact crystal he had ever been asked to make. He had procured a wonderfully clear chunk of jewel-grade topaz, and had begun by shaping it into a flat disk of a circumference that covered my eye from brow to cheekbone. The crystal was to remain flat on its outer side, but the inner concavity's precise thickness and curvature could be determined only by the experiment of my looking through it every time the master ground it down a little more. I can keep thinning it and increasing the arc of curve little by little, he said, until we reach the exact reducing power you require. But we must know when we reach it. If ever I grind away too much, the thing is ruined. So I kept going back for trials, and when my one eye got bloodshot from the strain, he would change to my other, and then back again. But finally, to my inexpressible joy, there came the day, and the moment in that day, when I could hold the crystal against either eye and see through it perfectly. Everything in the world was clear and crisply outlined, from a book held in reading position to the trees on the mountain horizon beyond the city. I was in ecstasy, and Master Xibalba was nearly so, with pride in his unprecedented creation. He gave the crystal one final gleaming polish, with a wet paste of some fine red clay. Then he smoothed the crystal's edge, and mounted it in a sturdy circlet of copper, hammered to hold it securely. And that circlet had a short handle with which I could hold the crystal to either eye, and the handle was tied to a leather thong, so I could keep it always about my neck. ready for use and safe from loss. I took the finished instrument to the Makobu house, but showed it to no one, and waited for an opportunity to surprise Blood Glutton and Koskaro. When the twilight was turning to night, we sat in the dooryard with our hostess, the late Tan's mother, and a few others of the family, all of us elder males having a smoke after our evening meal. The Chiapa do not smoke the pokiero. Instead, they use a clay jar punctured with several holes. This they pack with piquillero and fragrant herbs and set to smoldering. Then each participant inserts a long, hollow reed into one of the jar's holes, and all enjoy a community smoke. "Yonder approaches a handsome girl," murmured Blood Glutton, pointing his reed down the street. I could barely make out a distant suggestion of something pale moving in the dusk, but I said, "Ask me to describe her." "Eh?" grunted the old soldier, and he lifted his eyebrows at me, and he sarcastically used my former nickname. "Very well, Fogbound, describe her, as you see her." I put my crystal to my left eye, and the girl came sharply into view, even in that poor light. Enthusiastically, like a slave trader at the block, I enumerated all the visible details of her physique: skin complexion, length of her hair plaits, the shapeliness of her bare ankles and feet, the regular features of her face, which was handsome indeed. I added that the embroidery on her blouse was of the so-called pottery pattern. She also wears, I concluded, a thin veil over her hair, and under it she has trapped a number of live fireflies, a most fetching adornment. Then I burst out laughing at the expression on the faces of my two partners. Since I could use only one eye at a time, there was a certain flatness, a lack of depth to everything I looked at. Nevertheless, I could again see almost as clearly as I had when I was a child, and that sufficed for me. I might mention that the topaz was of the pale yellow color. When I looked through it, I saw everything seemingly sunlighted, even on gray days. So perhaps I saw the world as rather prettier than others did. But, as I discovered when I looked into a mirror, the use of the crystal did not make me any prettier, since the eye behind it appeared much smaller than the uncovered one. Also, because it was natural for me to hold the crystal in my left hand while my right was occupied, for some time I suffered from headache. I soon learned always to hold the topaz to alternate eyes, and the headache went away. I know, reverend scribes, that you must be amused at my fulsome babbling about an instrument that is no novelty to you. But I never saw another such device until many years later, until my first encounter with the earliest arriving Spaniards. One of the chaplain friars who came with the Captain General Cortez wore 2 such crystals, one for each eye, held in a leather strap which was tied around his head. But to me and the crystal smith, my device was an unheard-of invention. In fact, he refused all payment for his labor, and even for the topaz, which must have been most costly. He insisted that he was well repaid by his own pride in his achievement. So, since he would take nothing from me, I left with the Makobu family a quantity of Quetzalteotl plumes to be delivered to him when I was long enough gone that he could not refuse them. And I left a sufficiency to make the Master Xibalba perhaps the richest man in Chiapan, as I felt he deserved to be. At night, I looked at stars. From having been for so long deeply dejected, I was suddenly and understandably buoyant of spirit, and I announced to my partners, "Now that I can see, I should like to see the ocean." They were so pleased with the change in me that they did not demur when we left Chiapan going southward rather than westward, and had to make our way over and through yet another jumble of rugged mountains, and mountains that were slumbering volcanoes. But we came through them without untoward incident, and came down to the ocean-side hot land inhabited by the Mame people. That flat region is called the Xoconochco, and the Mame occupy themselves with the production of cotton and salt for trade with other nations. The cotton is grown on the wide, fertile stretch of loam between the Rocky Mountains and the sandy beaches. In what was then late winter, there was nothing distinctive about those fields, but I later visited the Xoconochco in the hottest season, when the cotton balls are so big and profuse that even the green plants bearing them are invisible, and the whole countryside seems to be heavily blanketed by snow, even while it swelters under the sun. The salt is made year-round, by diking the shallow lagoons along the coast and letting their waters dry, then sifting the salt from the sand. The salt, being also as white as snow, is not hard to distinguish from the sand, for all the beaches of the Xoconochco are a dull black. They consist of the grit and dust and ashes belched by those volcanoes inland. Even the foam of the surf on that southern sea is not white, but is colored a dirty gray by the endlessly roiled dark sand. Since the harvesting of both cotton and salt is work of the dreariest drudgery, the Mame were pleased to pay a good price in gold dust for our last 2 slaves, and they also bought our few remaining trade goods. That left me, Coscatl, and Bloodglutton with no burden but our own traveling packs, the small bundle of crystals, and the bulky but not heavy bale of feathers. No great load for us to carry unaided. And all the way home we were not once molested by bandits, perhaps because we looked so very unlike any typical Pochteca train, or perhaps because all the existing bandits had heard of our previous encounter and its outcome. Our route northwestward was an easy one, along the coastal flatlands all the way, with either calm lagoons or the mumbling sea surf on our left, and the high mountains on our right. The weather was so balmy that we availed ourselves of overnight shelter in just 2 villages, Pihihia among the Mame, and Tonala among the Miche people, and then only for the luxuries of having a freshwater bath and of dining on the delicious local sea fare. Raw turtle eggs and stewed turtle meat, boiled shrimps, raw or steamed shellfish of all sorts, even broiled fillets of something called the yeye michi, which I was told is the biggest fish in the world, and which I can attest is one of the tastiest to eat. We eventually found ourselves trudging directly westward, and once again on the Isthmus of Tequantepec. But we did not again go through the city of that same name. Before we got there, we met another trader, who told us that if we struck slightly to the north of our westerly route, we would find an easier way through the Sempula Mountains than we had taken on our outbound crossing of them. I would have liked to see again the lovely Guille Bella, and, not incidentally, to make more inquiries about the mysterious keepers of that purple dye. But I think that, after all our wanderings, I was being strongly pulled by the homing urge. I know my companions were, and I let them persuade me to turn, as the trader had suggested. That route also had the virtue of taking us for a long way through a part of Huashicac we had not before traversed. We did not find ourselves retracing our outward trail until we passed again through the capital city of Zachila. As in setting out upon a trading expedition, certain days of the month were considered propitious for returning from one. So, as we got nearer home, we paced ourselves, and even idled for one extra day in that pleasant mountain town of Quanahuac. When at last we breasted the final rise, and the lakes and the island of Tenochtitlan came in sight, I kept stopping to admire the view through my crystal. My one-eyed vision somewhat diminished the city's bulk to a flatness, but still it was a heart-lifting thing to see. The white buildings and palaces gleaming in the springtime sunshine, the glimpses of their many-colored roofed gardens, the blue wisps of smoke from altar and hearth fires, the feather banners floating almost motionless on the soft air, the massive and twin-templed Great Pyramid dominating the whole. With pride and gladness, we finally crossed the Coyohuacan Causeway and entered the mighty city. In the evening of the well-omened day, one house, in the month we called the Great Awakening, in the year 9 We had been away for 142 days, more than 7 of our months, and we had known many adventures, many wondrous places and peoples. But it was good to come back to the center of Mexica majesty, the heart of the one world. It was forbidden that any Pocatl bring his returning train into the city in daylight, or that he make any boastful parade of his entrance, no matter how successful and profitable his expedition might have been. Even if there had existed no such sumptuary law, every Pocatl realized the prudence of coming home unobtrusively. Not everybody in Tenochtitlan yet recognized the prosperity of all the Mexica depended on their intrepid traveling merchants. Hence many people resented the traders legitimately profiting from the prosperity they brought. The ruling noble classes, in particular, since they derived their wealth from the tribute paid by defeated nations, insisted that any peaceful commerce detracted from their due portion of war-won plunder, and so they inveighed against mere trade. So every homecoming Pocatl made sure to enter the city dressed in his plainest clothes, and to come in the concealment of dusk, and to have his treasure-laden porters follow him by ones and twos. And the home the merchant came to would be a comparatively modest house, though in its closets and trunks and under its floors there might gradually accumulate a fortune that could build for him a palace rivaling that of the Yue Tlatoani. Not that I and my partners had to sneak into Tenochtitlan. We led no train of Tamamime, and our cargo was but 2 dusty bales. Our clothes were stained and worn, and we went to no homes of our own, but to a traveller's hostel. The next morning, after several consecutive baths and steamings, I dressed in my best and presented myself at the palace of the revered speaker, Ehuitzotl. Since I was no stranger to the palace steward, I had not long to wait until I was granted an audience. I kissed the earth to Ehuitzotl, but forbore from raising my crystal to see him clearly. I was not sure but that a lord might object to being viewed so. Anyway, knowing that one, I could assume that he glowered as usual, as fiercely as the grizzled bear adorning his throne. "We are pleasantly surprised to see that you have returned intact, Pocatecatl, he said gruffly. Was your expedition a success, then? I believe it was profitable, revered speaker, I replied. When the Pocteca elders have evaluated my cargo, you can judge for yourself from your treasury's share. Meanwhile, my lord, I hope you may find this chronicle of interest. At which I handed to one of his attendants the travel-battered books I had so faithfully compiled. They contained much the same account I have given you, reverend friars, except that they omitted such non-essentials as my encounters with women, but included considerably more description of terrain and communities and peoples, also many maps I had drawn. Ehuitzotl thanked me and said, "We and our speaking council will examine them most attentively." I said, "In the event that some of your advisers may be old and weak of eye, Lord Speaker, they would find this helpful." And I handed over one of the crystals. Of these I brought a number to sell, but the biggest and most brilliant I bring as a gift to the Yue Tlatoani. He did not seem much impressed until I asked his permission to approach and demonstrate to him how it could be employed for close scrutiny of word pictures or of anything else. Then I led him to an open window and, using a scrap of bark paper, showed him how it could also be used for starting fires. He was enthralled, and he thanked me profusely. Long afterward, I was told that Ehuitzotl carried his fire-making stone on every war campaign in which he took part, but that he delighted more in making a less practical peacetime use of it. That revered speaker is remembered to this day for his irascible temper and capricious cruelties. His name has become part of our language. Any troublesome person is now called an Ehuitzotl. But it seems the tyrant had a streak of childish prankishness as well. In conversation with any one of his most staid and dignified wise men, he would maneuver him toward a window. Then, unnoticed, Ehuitzotl would hold his burning crystal so that it aimed the sun's painfully hot dot onto some tender place, like the back of the man's bare knee. And the revered speaker would bellow with laughter to see the old sage leap like a young rabbit. From the palace, I went back to the hotel to collect Coscatl and Bloodglutton, both also newly clean and well dressed, and our 2 bundles of goods. Those we took to the house of Poketeka, and we were immediately shown into the presence of the 3 elders who had helped send us on our way. While cups of magnolia-scented chocolate were handed around, Coscatl unfolded our bigger bale for the inspection of its contents. "Heyo," said one of the old men, "you have brought a respectable fortune in plumes alone. What you must do is to get the richer nobles to bid for them in gold dust, until the price is as high as it will go, and only then let the revered speaker know of the existence of this trove. Simply to maintain his own supremacy of adornment, he will pay more than the highest price bid." "As you advise, my lords," I concurred, and motioned for Coscatl to open the smaller bundle. "Ya," said another of the old men. "Now here, I fear, you have been overly impetuous." He dolefully fingered 2 or 3 of the crystals. "These are nicely shaped and polished, but, I regret to tell you, jewels they are not. These are bits of mere quartz, a more common stone even than jadestone, and with no religious associations to give it the adventitious worth of jadestone." Coscatl could not suppress a giggle, nor Bloodglutton a knowing smirk. I myself smiled as I said, "But observe, my lords," and I showed them the 2 properties of the crystals, and instantly they were in a ferment of excitement. "Unbelievable," said one of the elders. "You have brought something absolutely new to Tenochtitlan." "Where did you find them?" said another. "No, do not even think of answering. Forgive me for asking. A treasure unique should be the discoverer's alone." The third said, "We will offer the bigger ones to the higher nobles, and—" I interrupted to point out that all the crystals, big and small, performed equally well as object enlargers and fire starters, but he impatiently hushed me. "That matters not. Each Peely will want a crystal of a size befitting his rank and his sense of self-importance. I suggest that you sell each by its weight and start the bidding at 8 times their weight in gold. With the Papilton topping each other's bids, you will get considerably more." I gasped in astonishment. "But, my lords, that could earn us more than my weight in gold." Even after the shares paid to the Snake Woman and to this honorable society, and even divided 3 ways, it would put all 3 of us among the wealthiest men in Tenochtitlan. "You object to that?" I stuttered. It scarcely seems right. To profit so richly from our very first venture, and from common quartz, as you remark, and from a product I can supply in quantity. Why, I can provide a burning crystal for every humblest household in all the domains of the Triple Alliance." One of the elders said sharply, "Perhaps you can, but if you have good sense, you will not. You have said that the revered speaker now possesses one of these magic stones. As of now, only 126 other nobles can own a similar crystal. My boy, they will bid outrageously, even if these things were made of compacted mud. Later, you can go and get more, for sale to still other nobles, but never more than these few at a time." Coscatl was beaming happily, and Bloodglutton was near to drooling. I said, "I will certainly not persist in objecting to the prospect of substantial wealth." "Oh, you three will be spending some of it without delay," said another of the elders. "You have mentioned the shares due to the Tenochtitlan treasury, and to our god, Yakatecutli. Perhaps you are unaware of our tradition that every homecoming Poctecatl, if he comes home with an estimable profit, lays a banquet for all the other Pocteca who are in the city at the time." I looked to my partners, and they nodded without hesitation. So I said, "With the greatest of pleasure, my lords. But we are new to this." "Happy to be of help," said the same man. "Let us set it for the night of the day after tomorrow. We will throw open the facilities of this building for the occasion. We will also arrange for the provision of food, drink, musicians, dancers, female company, and of course we will see to the invitation of all the qualified and accessible Pocteca, while you may invite any other guests you like. Now," he roguishly tilted his head, "this banquet can be one of modesty or extravagance, according to your taste and generosity." I again silently consulted my partners, then said expansively, "It is our first. It should betoken our success. If you will be so kind, I should like to ask that every dish, every drink, every appointment be of the finest available, and regardless of the cost. Let this banquet be one to be remembered."
I, at least, remember it vividly. Hosts and guests, we all were dressed in our finest. Having become full-fledged and successful Pocteca, Coscatl, Bloodglutton, and myself were entitled to wear certain gold and jeweled ornaments to mark our new station in life. But we confined ourselves to a modest few baubles. I wore only the bloodstone mantle clasp given me by the Lady of Tolan long ago, and a single small emerald in my right nostril. But my mantle was of the finest cotton, richly embroidered. My sandals were of alligator hide, laced to the knee. My hair, which I had let grow long during the journey, was caught up at the nape with a braided circlet of red leather. In the building's courtyard, the carcasses of 3 deer sizzled and turned on spits over an immense bed of coals, and all the other foods provided were of comparable quality and quantity. Musicians played, but not too loudly to overwhelm the conversation. There was a bevy of beautiful women circulating among the crowd, and every so often one of them would perform a graceful dance to the music. 3 slaves of the establishment were appointed to do nothing but serve us 3 partners, and, when not occupied at that, they stood and waved vast feather fans over us. We were introduced to the other arriving Pocteca, and heard accounts of their own more notable excursions and acquisitions. Bloodglutton had invited 4 or 5 of his old soldier comrades, and he and they were soon convivially drunk. Coscatl and I knew no one in Tenochtitlan to invite, but one unexpected guest turned out to be an old acquaintance of mine. A voice at my side said, "Mole, you never cease to amaze me." I turned to see the shriveled, cocoa-skinned, gap-toothed man who had appeared at other signal moments in my life. On that occasion he was less grubby and better dressed, at least wearing a mantle over his loincloth. I said with a smile, "Mole no longer," and raised my topaz and took a really clear look at him. Somehow, on doing that, I sensed that there was something about him more familiar than his merely being recognizable. He grinned almost evilly, saying, "I find you variously a nonentity, a student, a scribe, a courtier, a pardoned villain, a warrior hero, and now a prosperous merchant, gloating with a golden eye." I said, "It was your own suggestion, venerable one, that I go and travel abroad. Why should I not enjoy my own banquet, celebrating my own successful enterprise?" "Your own?" he asked mockingly, "as all your past achievements have been your own, unaided, single-handed." "Oh, no," I said, hoping with that disclaimer to parry the darker implications of his questions. "You will meet here my partners in this endeavor." This endeavor. Would it have been possible without that unexpected gift of goods and capital you invested in the journey? "No," I said again, "and I fully intend to thank the donor with a share of—" "Too late," he interrupted. "She is dead." "She?" I echoed vacantly, for I had of course been thinking of my former patron, Nezehualpili of Texcoco. "Your late sister," he told me. "That mysterious gift was Tsitlini's bequest to you." I shook my head. "My sister is dead, old man, as you have just remarked, and she certainly never had any such fortune to leave to me." He went on, unheeding. "The Lord Red Heron of Shantakan also died during your travels in the south. He called to his deathbed a priest of the goddess Tlazolteotl, and such a sensational confession as he made could hardly be kept secret. Doubtless several of your distinguished guests here know the story, though they would be too polite to speak of it to you." "What story? What confession?" "How Red Heron concealed his late son Pactli's atrocity in the matter of your sister." "It was never adequately concealed from me," I said, with a snarl, "and you of all people know how I avenged his killing of her." "Except that Pactli did not kill Tsitlini." That staggered me. I could only gape at the man. "The Lord Joy tortured and mutilated her, with fire and knife and vicious ingenuity, but it was not her Tenali to die of that torment. So Pactli spirited her off the island, with his father's connivance, and with at least the mute acquiescence of the girl's own parents. Those things Red Heron confessed to Filth Eater, and when the priest made them publicly known, they caused an uproar on Shaltakan. It grieves me to tell you that your father's body was found on a quarry floor, where evidently he jumped from the brink. Your mother has simply and cowardly fled. No one knows where, which is fortunate for her." He started to turn away, saying indifferently, "I think that is all the news of occurrences since you left. Now shall we enjoy?" "You wait," I said fiercely, clutching the shoulder knot of his mantle. "You walking fragment of Mictlan's darkness. Tell me the rest. What became of Tsitlini? What did you mean about that gift having come from her?" "She bequeathed to you the entire sum she received, and Ehuitzotl paid a handsome price when she sold herself to his menagerie here in Tenochtitlan. She would not or could not tell whence she came or who she was, so she was popularly known as the Taper Woman. Except that I still clutched his shoulder, I might have fallen. For a moment, everything and everybody about me disappeared, and I was looking down a long tunnel of memory. I saw again the Tsitsitlini I had so adored, she of the lovely face and shapely form and willowy movement. Then I saw that revolting, immobile object in the menagerie of monstrosities, and I saw myself vomiting at the horror of it, and I saw the single sorrowful tear trickling from its one eye. My voice sounded hollow in my ears, as if I really did stand in a long tunnel, when I said accusingly, "You knew, vile old man, you knew before Red Heron ever confessed, and you made me stand before her, and you mentioned the woman I had just lain with, and you asked me how would I like to—" I choked, nearly vomiting again at the recollection. "It is good that you got to see her one last time," he said, with a sigh. "She died not long after. Mercifully, in my opinion, though Ehuitzotl was most annoyed, having paid so prodigally." My vision returned to me, and I found that I was violently shaking the man, and saying rather insanely, "I could never have eaten tapir meat in the jungle if I had known. But you knew all the time. How did you know?" He did not answer. He only said blandly, "It was believed that the Taper Woman could not move that mass of bloated flesh. But somehow she toppled over, face forward, so that her taper snout could not breathe, and she suffocated to death. Well, it is now your turn to perish, you accursed foreseer of evils." I think I was out of my mind with grief and revulsion and rage. "You will go back to the Mictlan you came from." And I shoved into the throng of banquet guests, only dimly hearing him say, "The menagerie keepers still insist that the Taper Woman could not have died without assistance. She was young enough to have lived in that cage for many, many more years." I found Blood Glutton, and rudely interrupted his conversation with his soldier friends. "I have need of a weapon, and no time to fetch one from our lodgings. Are you carrying your dagger?" He reached under his mantle to the back binding of his loincloth, and said, with a hiccup, "Are you to do the carving of the deer meat?" "No," I said. "I want to kill somebody." "So early in the party?" He brought out the short obsidian blade, and squinted to see me better. "Are you killing anyone I know?" I said no again. "Only a nasty little man, brown and wrinkled as a cocoa bean. Small loss to anybody." I reached out my hand. "Please, the dagger." "Small loss!" Blood Glutton exclaimed, and withheld the knife. "You would assassinate the Yue Tlatoani of Texcoco? Meachly, you must be as drunk as the proverbial 400 rabbits." "Assuredly someone is," I snapped. "Cease your babbling and give me the blade." "Never. I saw the brown man when he arrived, and I recognized that particular disguise." Blood Glutton tucked the knife away again. He honors us with his presence, even if he chooses to do it in mummery. Whatever your fancied grievance, boy, I will not let you— Mummery? I said. Disguise? Blood Glutton had spoken coolly enough to cool me somewhat. One of the soldier guests said, "Perhaps only we who have often campaigned with him are aware of it. Nizuhualpili likes sometimes to go about thus, so he may observe his fellows at their own level, not from the dais of a throne. Those of us who have known him long enough to recognize him do not remark on it." "You are all lamentably sodden," I said. "I know Nizuhualpili too, and I know, for one thing, that he has all his teeth." "A dab of ochitol to blacken 2 or 3 of them," said Blood Glutton, with another hiccup. "Lines of ochitol to feign wrinkles on a face darkened by walnut oil. And he has a talent for making his body appear crabbed and wizened, his hands gnarled like those of a very old man. But really he needs no masks or contortions," said the other. "He can simply sprinkle himself with dust of the road and seem a total stranger." The soldier hiccuped in his turn and suggested, "If you must slay revered speaker tonight, yon lord host, go after Ahuitzotl and oblige all the rest of the world as well." I went away from them, feeling somewhat foolish and confused, on top of all my other feelings of anguish and anger and, well, they were many and tumultuous. I went looking again for the man who was Nizuhualpili, or a sorcerer, or an evil god, no longer intending to knife him, but to wring from him the answers to a great many more questions. I could not find him. He was gone, and so was my appetite for the banquet and the company and the merriment. I slipped out of the house of Pochteca and went back to the hostel and began packing into a small bag only the essentials I would need for traveling. Tzitzil's little figurine of the love goddess, Xochiquetzal, came to my hand, but my hand flinched away as if it had been red hot. I did not put it into the bag. "I saw you leave, and I followed you," said young Coscatl from the doorway of my room. "What has happened? What are you doing?" I said, "I have no heart to tell of all that has happened, but it seems to be common gossip. You will hear it soon enough, and because of it I am going away for a time." "May I come with you?" "No." His eager face fell, so I said, "I think it best that I be alone for some while, to plan what is to become of the rest of my life. And I am not now leaving you a defenseless and masterless slave, as you once feared. You are your own master, and a rich one. You will have your share of our fortune as soon as the elders convey it. I charge you to keep safe my share and these other belongings of mine until I return." "Of course," meekly. "Blood Glutton will be moving from his former barracks quarters. Perhaps you and he can buy or build a house, or a house apiece. You can resume your studies, or take up some craft, or set up in some business. And I will be back again, sometime. If you and our old protector still have the spirit for traveling, we can make other journeys together." "Sometime," he said sadly, then squared his shoulders. "Well,
For this abrupt departure of yours, can I help you prepare? Yes, you can. In my shoulder bag and in the purse sewn into my loincloth, I will carry an amount of small currency for expenses. But I also want to carry gold, in case I should come upon some exceptional find. And I wish to carry that gold secreted where any bandits will not easily find it. Coscatl thought for a moment and said, Some travelers melt their dust into nuggets and hide those in their rectum. A trick every robber knows too well. No, my hair has grown long, and I think I can make use of it. See, I have emptied all my quills of gold dust onto this cloth. Make a tidy packet of it, Coscatl, and let us devise some way to secure it on the back of my neck, like a poultice, hidden by my hair. While I finished packing my bag, he folded the cloth meticulously over and over. It made a pliant wad no bigger than one of his own small hands, but it was so heavy that he needed both his hands to lift it. I sat and bowed my head, and he laid it across my nape. Now, to make it stay, he muttered. Let me see. He fixed it in place with a stout cord tied to each end of the packet, run behind my ears and across the top of my head. That was further secured and hidden by my putting a folded cloth across my forehead, like the band of a tumpline, and tying it at the back. Many travelers wore such things to keep their hair and sweat out of their eyes. It is quite invisible, Meachly, unless the wind blows, but then you can always make a cowl of your mantle. Yes, thank you, Coscatl. And I said it quickly. I had no wish to linger. Goodbye for now. I had no fear of the weeping woman or the many other malevolent presences haunting the darkness to waylay such incautious adventurers as myself. Indeed, I snorted wrathfully when I thought of Night Wind and the dusty stranger I had met so frequently in other night times. I stepped out of the city and onto the southbound Coyohuacan Causeway again. Halfway along it, at the Acachinanco fort, the sentries were more than a little surprised to see someone out walking at that time of night. However, since I was still so festively dressed, they did not detain me on suspicion of my being a thief or fugitive. They merely asked a question or two to make sure I was not drunk, that I was well aware of what I was doing. Then let me proceed. Farther on, I turned left onto the Mechicalcinco branching of the causeway, went through that sleeping town, and continued eastward, walking all night long. When the dawn began to come, and other early travelers on the road began to give me cautious greetings while eyeing me oddly, I realized that I must present an unusual spectacle. A man dressed very like a noble, with knee-laced sandals and a jeweled mantle clasp and an emerald nose ornament, but with a trader's pack and shoulder bag and a sweatband across his forehead. I removed and stowed the jewelry in my bag, then turned my mantle inside out to conceal its embroidery. The packet on the nape of my neck was an annoying encumbrance for a time, but I eventually got used to it, and took it off only when I slept or bathed in privacy. That morning I pressed on eastward into the rising and fast-warming sun, feeling no fatigue or need to sleep, my mind still a turmoil of thoughts and recollections. That is the most hurtful thing about sorrow, the way it invites the crowding in of memories of happier times, for poignant comparison with one's present misery. During most of that day, I was backtracking the trail I had once marched, along the southern shore of Lake Texcoco, with the victorious army returning from the war in Tlaxcala. But after a while, that track diverged from mine, and I left the lakeside, and I was in country I had not seen before.
I wandered for more than a year and a half, and through many new lands, before I reached anything like a destination. During much of that time, I remained so distraught that I could not now tell you, my lord scribes, all the things I saw and did. I think, if it were not that I still remember many of the words I learned of the languages of those far places, I should find it hard to retrace in memory even the general route I followed. But a few sights and events do still stand in my recollection, much as the few volcanoes of those eastward lands stand above the lower lying ground around them. I strode quite boldly into Quateshgalan, the land of the Eagle Crags, the nation I had once entered with an invading army. No doubt, if I had announced myself as a Meshicatl, I would never have left it again. And I am just as glad not to have died in Tlaxcala, for the people there have one religious belief so simplistic that it is ridiculous. They believe that when any noble dies, he lives a joyous afterlife. When any lesser person dies, he lives a wretched one. Dead lords and ladies merely shed their human bodies and come back as buoyant clouds, or birds of radiant plumage, or jewels of fabulous worth. Dead commoners come back as dung beetles, or sneaking weasels, or stinking skunks. Anyway, I did not die in Tlaxcala, or get recognized as one of the hated Mexica. Although the Tezcalteca people have always been our enemies, they are physically no different from us, and they speak the same language, and I was easily able to imitate their accent, to pass as one of them. The only thing that did make me somewhat conspicuous in their land was my being a young and healthy man, alive and not maimed. That battle in which I was involved had decimated the population of males between the ages of puberty and senescence. Still, there was a new generation of boys growing up. They grew up learning bitter enmity to us Mexica, and swearing vengeance against us, and they were full grown by the time you Spaniards came, and you know what form the vengeance took. However, at the time of my idly tramping through Tlaxcala, all that was far in the future. My being one of the few adult and adequate males caused me no trouble. To the contrary, I was welcomed by numerous alluring Tezcalteca widows whose beds had gone long unwarmed. From there, I drifted south to the city of Chilolan, capital of the Tian-Nu, and, in fact, the largest single remaining concentration of those men of the earth. It was evident that the Mixteca, as they were called by everyone but themselves, had once created and maintained an enviably refined culture. For example, there in Chilolan I saw buildings of great antiquity, lavishly adorned with mosaics like petrified weaving. And the buildings could only have been the original models for the supposedly Zapoteca-built temples at the Cloud People's holy home of Layoban. There is also a mountain at Chololan, which in those days bore on its top a magnificent temple to Quetzalcoatl, a temple most artfully embellished with colored carvings of the feathered serpent. You Spaniards have razed that temple, but apparently you hope to borrow some of the sanctity of the site, for I hear that you are building a Christian church in its place. Let me tell you, that mountain is no mountain. It is a man-made pyramid of sun-dried mud bricks, more bricks than there are hairs on a whole herd of deer, over-silted and overgrown since time before time. We believe it to be the oldest pyramid in all these lands. We know it to be the most gigantic ever built. It may look now like any other mountain bearing trees and shrubbery, and it may serve to elevate and exalt your own new church. But I should think your Lord God would feel uncomfortable on those heights so laboriously raised for the worship of Quetzalcoatl and no other. The city of Chololan was ruled by not one, but two men, equal in power. They were called Tlaquiac, the lord of what is above, and Tlauchiac, the lord of what is below, meaning that they dealt separately with spiritual and material matters. I am told that the two were often at odds, even at blows, but at the time I arrived in Chololan, they were at least temporarily united in some minor grudge against Tlaxcala, the nation from which I had just come. I forget what the quarrel was about, but there also shortly arrived a deputation of 4 Tezcalteca nobles, sent by the revered speaker Xicotenca to discuss and resolve the dispute. The lords of what is above and what is below refused even to grant audience to the envoys. Instead, they ordered their palace guards to seize and mutilate them and send them home again at spear point. The 4 noblemen had the skin completely flayed from their faces before they were staggering and moaning back toward Tlaxcala, their heads raw red meat with eyeballs, their faces mere flaps hanging down on their chests. I think all the flies of Chololan followed them northward out of the city. Since I could foresee only war resulting from that outrage, and since I did not care to be conscripted to fight in it, I also departed hastily from Chololan. Only I went to the east. When I crossed another invisible border and was in the Totonaca country, I stopped for a day and a night in a village where the window of my inn gave me a view of the mighty volcano called Citlaltépetl, Star Mountain. I was satisfied to regard it from that respectful distance, using my topaz crystal to look upward from the green and flowered warmth of the village at that frosted and cloud-swept pinnacle. Citlaltépetl is the highest mountain in all the one world, so high that its snow cap covers the entire upper third of it, except when its crater overflows a gout of molten lava or burning cinders, and makes the mountain for a while red-topped instead of white-topped. I am told that it is the first landmark visible to your ships coming hither from the sea. By day, their lookouts see the snowy cone, or by night the glow of its crater, long before anything else of New Spain is to be seen. Citlалтepetl is as old as the world, but to this day no man, native or Spaniard, has yet climbed all the way to the top of it. If anyone ever did, the passing stars would probably scrape him off his perch. I came to the other boundary of the Totonaca lands, the shore of the Eastern Ocean, at a pleasant bay called Chalchihuacuecan, which means the place of abundant beautiful things. I mention that only because it constituted a small coincidence, though I could not know it then. In another springtime, other men would set foot there, and claim the land for Spain, and plant in those sands a wooden cross and a flag the colors of blood and gold, and call that the place of the true cross, Vera Cruz. That ocean shore was a much prettier and more welcoming one than the coast along the Xoconochco. The beaches were not of black volcanic grit, but of powdery sands that were white or yellow, sometimes even coral pink in color. The ocean was not a green-black heaving turbulence, but a crystalline turquoise blue, gentle and murmurous. It broke upon the sands with only a whispery froth of white foam, and in many places it shelved away from the beach so shallowly that I could wade almost out of sight of the land before the water reached as high as my waist. At first the shore led me nearly directly south, but over innumerable one-long runs, that coast curves in a great arc. Almost imperceptibly, I found that I was walking southeast, then due east, and eventually northeast. Thus, as I have said before, what we of Tenochtitlan call the Eastern Ocean is more properly the Northern Ocean. Of course, that shore is not all sand beaches fringed with palm trees. I should have found it monotonous if it had been. Along my long way, I several times encountered rivers debouching into the sea, and would have to camp and wait for some fisherman or ferryman to appear and carry me across in his dugout canoe. In other places, I found the dry sands getting damp under my sandals, then wet, and turning into marshy, insect-infested swamps, where the graceful palm trees gave place to gnarled mangroves with knobby raised roots like old men's legs. To get past those swamps, I sometimes camped and waited for a passing fishing boat to take me around them offshore. But at other times I detoured inland until the swamps shallowed and dwindled into dry land on which I could circle around them. I remember getting a fright the first time I did that. The night caught me on the soggy fringe of one of those marshes, and I had a hard time finding enough dry grass and sticks to make even a small campfire. In fact, it was so small
and gave me so little light that when I lifted my eyes I could see, among the moss-hung mangroves beyond, a fire rather brighter than mine, but burning with an unnatural blue flame. The Stabai, I thought immediately, having heard many stories of the ghost woman who walks those regions, wrapped in a garment that emits an eerie light. According to the stories, any man who approaches her finds that the garment is only a hood to hide her head, and that the rest of her body is bare and seductively beautiful. He is ineluctably tempted to come closer, but she keeps backing coyly away from him, and suddenly he discovers to his dismay that he has walked into a quicksand from which he cannot extricate himself. As he is sucked down by the sand, just before his head goes under, the Stabai at last drops the cowl, and reveals her face to be that of a wickedly grinning skull. Using my seeing crystal, I watched that distant, flickering blue flame for a while, the skin of my spine rippling, until at last I said to myself, "Well, I will not dare sleep while that thing lurks out there. But, since I am forewarned, perhaps I can get a look at her and still be on my guard against stepping into the quicksand." Carrying my obsidian knife, I moved in a crouching walk to the tangle of trees and vines, and then in among them. The blue light waited for me. I tested each patch of ground with my foremost foot before I put my weight on it, and, though I got wet to the knees and my mantle got much torn by the surrounding brush, I never found myself sinking. The first unusual thing I noticed was a smell. Of course, the entire swamp was fetid enough. Stagnant water and decaying weeds and musty toadstools. But that new smell was awful, like rotten eggs. I thought to myself, why would any man pursue even the most beautiful Stabai if she reeks like that? But I pressed on, and finally stood before the light. And it was no ghost woman at all. It was a smokeless blue flame, waist high, sprouting directly from the ground. I do not know what had set it alight, but it obviously fed on that noxious air sweeping from a fissure in the earth. Perhaps others have been lured to their deaths by the light, but the Stabai itself is innocuous enough. I never have discovered why a noisome air should burn when ordinary air does not. But on several later occasions I again encountered the blue fire, always with the same stench. And the last time I took the trouble to investigate, I found another material as extraordinary as the burnable air. Near the Stabai flame, I stepped into some kind of sticky muck, and instantly thought, this time the quicksand has got me. But it had not. I easily stepped out of it, and carried a palmful of the odd substance back to my campfire. It was black, like the oshito we extracted from pine sap, only more slimy than gummy. When I held it to my fire to examine it, a gobbet of it fell into the flames, causing them to flare higher and hotter. Rather pleased at that accidental discovery, I fed my whole handful to the fire, and, without my having to add another stick, it burned brightly all night. Thereafter, whenever I had to make camp anywhere near a swamp, I did not bother to look for dry wood. I looked for the black muck oozing up from the ground. and always it made a hotter fire and a brighter light than any of the oils we were accustomed to use in our lamps. I was then in the lands of the people we Meshica indiscriminately called the Olmeca, simply because that was the country which supplied most of our oli. The people themselves, of course, recognize various nations among them: Coatzacoalli, Cotlicamac, Cupilco, and others. But the people are all very much alike. Every grown man goes about stooped under the weight of his name, and every woman and child goes about constantly chewing. I had better explain. Of the trees native to that country, there are two kinds which, when their bark is slashed, dribble a sap that solidifies to some degree. One tree produces the oli that we use in its more liquid form for a glue, and in its harder elastic form for our tlachtli balls. The other kind of tree produces a softer, sweet-tasting gum called sichtli. It has absolutely no use except to be chewed. I do not mean eaten. It is never swallowed. When it loses its flavor or resiliency, it is spit out and another wad thrust in the mouth, to be chewed and chewed and chewed. Only women and children do that. For a man it would be considered an effeminacy. But I thank the gods that the habit has not been introduced elsewhere, for it makes the Olmeca women, who are otherwise quite attractive, look as vapid and mindless as a lumpy-faced manatee everlastingly munching river weeds. The men may not chew sichtli, but they have developed an impediment of their own, which I think just as imbecilic. At some time in the past, they started wearing name badges. On his chest, a man would display a pendant of whatever material he could afford, anything from seashell to gold, bearing his name symbols for any passerby to read. Thus, a stranger asking a question of another stranger could address him by name. Unnecessary, perhaps, but in those days the name badge was no worse than an encouragement to politeness. Over the years, however, that simple pendant has been ponderously elaborated. To it now is added a symbol of the wearer's occupation, a bunch of feathers, say, if he is in that trade, and an indication of his rank in the nobility or commonalty. Additional badges with the name symbols of parents and grandparents and even more distant forebears, and baubles of gold, silver, or precious stones to boast his wealth, and a tangle of colored ribbons showing that he is unmarried, married, widowed, the father of how many progeny, plus a token of his military prowess, perhaps several other discs bearing the names of communities in whose defeat he has taken part. There may be much more of that frippery, hanging from his neck nearly to his knees. So nowadays, every Olmecadal man is bowed down and almost bidden by his agglomeration of precious metals, jewels, feathers, ribbons, shells, coral. And no stranger ever has to ask a question of another. Every man wears the answer to just about everything anyone might want to know from or about him. Those eccentricities notwithstanding, the Olmeca are not all fools who have dedicated their lives to tapping the sap of trees. They are also justly acclaimed for their arts. ancient and modern. Scattered here and there along the coastal lands are the deserted old cities of their forebears, and some of the relics remaining are astonishing. I was particularly impressed by the stupendous statues carved of lava rock, now buried to their necks or chins in the ground and much overgrown. All that is visible of them is their heads. They wear most lifelike expressions of alert truculence, and all wear helmets that resemble the leather head protectors of our Tlachtli ball players. So the carvings may represent the gods who invented that game. I say gods, not men, because any one of those heads, not to mention the unimaginable body underground, is far too immense to fit inside the typical house of a human being. There are also many stone friezes and columns and such, incised with naked male figures, some very naked and very male, which appear to be dancing, or drunk, or convulsed, and I assume that the Olmeca's ancestors were a merry people. And there are jadestone figurines of superb finish and precise detailing, though it would be difficult to separate the older of those from the newer, for there are still many artisans among the Olmeca who do incredible work in gemstone carving. In the land called Cupilco, in its capital city of Xicalonca, beautifully situated on a long, narrow spit of land, with the pale blue ocean lapping on one side and a pale green lagoon lapping at the other, I found a smith named Tushtam, whose specialty was the making of tiny birds and fishes, no bigger than a finger joint, and every infinitesimal feather or scale on those creatures was alternately of gold and silver. I later brought some of his work to Tenochtitlan, and those Spaniards who have seen and admired them, a few pieces yet remain, say that no smith anywhere in what they call the Old World has ever done anything as masterful. I continued following the coast, which led me completely around that Maya peninsula of Ulumil Kutz. I have already described that drear land to you in brief, my lords, and I will not waste words in describing it at any greater length, except to mention that on its western coast I remember only one town of a size big enough to be called a town, Kimpech, and on its northern coast another, Tiho, and on its eastern coast another, Chactamal. I had by then been gone from Tenochtitlan for more than a year, so I began, in a general way, to head homeward again. From Chactamal I struck inland, due west, across the width of the peninsula. I carried adequate atole and chocolate and other traveling rations, plus a quantity of water. As I have said, that is an arid land of mellifluous climate, and it has no definable rainy season. I made the crossing early in what would be your month of July, which was the 18th month of the Maya year, the one called Kumku, thunderclap. Not because it brought storms or the least mizzle of rainfall, but because that month is so dry that the already sere lands make an artificial thunder of groaning and crunching as they shrink and shrivel. Maybe that summer was even more severely hot and parched than usual, because it provided me with a strange and, as it proved, a valuable discovery. One day I came to a small lake of what looked like that black muck I had earlier found in the Olmeca swamps and utilized to fuel my campfires. But when I picked up and threw a stone into the lake, it did not go in. It bounced on the surface as if the lake had been made of congealed oli. Hesitantly, I set foot on the black stuff and found it just slightly yielding to my weight. It was chapapotli, a material like hard resin, but black. Melted, it was used to make bright-burning torches, to fill cracks in buildings, as an ingredient of various medicines, as a paint that would keep out water. But I had never seen an entire lake of it before. I sat down on the bank to have a bite to eat while I contemplated that find. And, even as I sat there, the kumku heat, which was still making the country all about me snap and rumble, also fractured the Chipotle Lake. Its surface cracked in all directions, as if overlaid with a spider web, and it broke up into jagged black chunks, and those were heaved about, and among them were thrown up some lengthy brown-black things, which might have been the limbs and branches of a long-buried tree. I congratulated myself that I had not ventured out upon the lake just in time to get tossed and probably injured in its convulsions. But by the time I had finished eating, all was quiet again. The lake was no longer flat. It was a chopped-up jumble of shiny black fragments. But it looked unlikely to be further agitated, and I was curious about those objects it had cast up. So I cautiously stepped out on the lake again, and, when it did not swallow me, picked my way among the black lumps and shards, and found that the thrown-up things were bones. Having been discolored by their interment, they were no longer white, as old bones usually are, but they were of a size inconceivable, and I was reminded that our lands were once inhabited by giants. However, though I recognized here a rib, there a thigh bone, I also recognized that they were from no human giant, but from some monster animal. I could only suppose that the Chapapotli had long ago been liquid, and that some creature had unwarily stepped into it and been caught and sucked down, and that over the ages the liquid had solidified to its present consistency. I found two bones even more gigantic than the others, or at first I thought they were bones. Each was as long as I was tall, and cylindrical, but as thick as my thigh at one end, tapering to a blunt point no bigger than my thumb-tip at the other end. And each would have been even longer, except that it had grown in a gradual curve and recurve, like a very hesitant spiral. They, like the bones, were stained brown-black from the Chapapotli in which they had been entombed. I puzzled over them for some time before I knelt and, with my knife, scraped at the surface of one until I uncovered its natural color, a shining, mellow, pearly white. These things were teeth, long teeth like a boar's tusks. But, I thought to myself, if that trapped animal had been a boar, it had indeed been a boar fit for the age of giants. I stood up and considered the things. I had seen labrets and nose-plugs and similar bangles carved from the teeth of boars and sharks and the tusks of ordinary-sized boars, but they sold for as much as gold work of the same weight. What, I wondered, could a master carver like the late Plotley do with a material of teeth such as these? The country there was sparsely inhabited, not surprisingly, in view of its bleakness. I had to wander into the greener, sweeter land of Kupilko before I came upon a village of some obscure Olmeca tribe. The men were all oli tappers by occupation, but that was not the season for collecting sap, so they were sitting about idle. I did not have to offer much in payment for 4 of the burliest of them to work as porters for me. I almost lost them, though, when they realized where we were headed. The Black Lake, they said, was both a holy and a fearsome place, and a place to be avoided. So I had to increase the promised pay before they would go on. When we got there, and I pointed out the tusks, they made haste to hoist them, 2 men to a tooth, and then we all got away from there as quickly as possible. I led them back through Kupilko and to the ocean shore, and along that spit of land to the capital city of Shikalanka, and to the workshop of that master smith, Tushtam. He looked surprised, and not much pleased, when my porters tottered in with their queer, log-like burdens. "I am not a wood-carver," he said at once. But I told him what I believed the things to be, and how fortuitously I had found them, and what rarities they must be. He touched the spot I had scraped on the one tusk, and his hand lingered there, and he caressed it, and a gleam came into his eyes. I dismissed the weary porters, with thanks and a trifle of extra payment. Then I told the artist Tushtam that I wanted to hire his services, but that I had only the most general idea of what I wanted him to do with my find. "I want carvings I can sell in Tenochtitlan. You may cut up the teeth as you see fit. From the larger pieces, perhaps you can carve figurines of Mexica gods and goddesses. From the smaller pieces, perhaps you can make pokietl tubes, combs, ornamental dagger handles. Even the tiniest fragments can make labrets and the like. But I leave it to you, Master Tushtam, and to your artistic judgment. Of all the materials in which I have worked in my life," he said solemnly, "this is unique. It affords an opportunity and a challenge which I shall surely never find again. I will think long and deeply before I even abstract a small sample on which to experiment, with tools and finishing substances." He paused, then said almost defiantly, "I had better tell you this. Of myself and my work, what I demanded is simple, only the best. This will not be the work of a day, young Lord Yellow-Eye, or a month." "Of course not," I agreed. "If you had said it was, I would have taken the trophies and gone. In any case, I do not know when I will again pass through Chikalanka, so you may take all the time you require. Now, as to your fee. I am doubtless foolish to say this, but I would deem it the highest price I have ever been paid, if only you promise to make it known that the pieces were sculptured by me, and tell my name." "Foolish of your head, Master Tushtam, though I say it with admiration of your heart's integrity. Either you set a price, or I make this offer. You take a 20th part, by weight, of the finished works you do for me,
or of the raw material to finish as you please. A munificent share. He bowed his head in agreement. Had I been the most grasping of men, I should not have dared to ask such extravagant payment. And do not fear, I added. I shall choose the buyers of those works as carefully as you choose your tools. They will be only persons worthy to own such things, and every one of them will be told, this was made by the Master Tushdam of Shikalanka. Dry though the weather had been on the peninsula of Ulumil Koods, it was the rainy season in Kupilko, which is an uncomfortable time to walk through those hot lands of almost jungle growth. So I again kept to the open beaches as I made my way west, until I came to the town of Quetzalcoatlcos, what you now call Espiritu Santo, which was the terminus of the north-south trade route across the narrow isthmus of Tehuantepec. I thought to myself, that isthmus is almost all level land, not heavily forested, with a good road, so it would be an easy journey even if I got frequently rained upon. And at the other side of the isthmus was a hospitable inn, and my lovely Guille Bella of the Cloud People, and the prospect of a most refreshing rest before I continued on to Tenochtitlan. So at Quetzalcoatlcos I turned south. Sometimes I walked in company with Pochteca trains or with individual traders, and we passed many others going in the opposite direction. But one day I was traveling alone, and the road was empty, when I topped a rise and saw 4 men seated under a tree on the other side. They were ragged, brutish-looking men, and they slowly, expectantly got to their feet as I approached. I remembered the bandits I had met once before, and I put my hand to the obsidian knife in my loincloth band. There was really nothing more I could do but walk on, and hope to walk past them with an exchange of greetings. But those 4 did not put up any pretense of inviting me to partake of a meal, or ask to share my own rations, or even speak. They simply closed in on me. I came awake, or awake enough to know that I lay unclothed on a pallet, with one quilt under me and another covering my nakedness. I was in a hut apparently empty of any other furnishings, and dark except for glints of daylight leaking through the sapling walls and the straw thatch. A middle-aged man knelt at my bedside, and, from his first words, I took him to be a physician. "The patient wakes," he said to someone behind him. I feared he might never recover from that long stupor. "Then he will live?" asked a female voice. "Well, at least I can begin to treat him, which would have been impossible if he had remained insensible. I would say that he came to you barely in time." We almost turned him away, he looked so frightful. But then, through the blood and the dirt, we recognized him as Za-Nyazu. That did not sound right. At that moment, I somehow could not quite remember my name, but I believed it was something less melodious than the lilting sound spoken by that female voice. My head hurt atrociously, and felt as if its contents had been removed and a red-hot boulder substituted, and my body was sore all over.
My memory was blank of many other things besides my real name, but I was sufficiently conscious to realize that I had not just fallen ill of something. I had in some way been injured. I wanted to ask how, and where I was, and how I had come there, but I could not make my voice work. The doctor said to the woman I could not see, "Whoever the robbers were, they intended to give him a killing blow. Had it not been for that thick bandage he already wore, his neck would have snapped, or his skull shattered like a gourd. But the blow did give his brain a cruel shaking. That accounted for the copious bleeding from the nose. And now that his eyes are open, observe, the pupil of one is larger than the other." A girl leaned over the physician's shoulder and stared down at my face. Even in my dazed condition, I took note that her own face was lovely to behold, and that the black hair framing it had one pale lock streaking back from her forehead. I had a vague remembrance of having seen her before, and, to my puzzlement, I also seemed to find something familiar even in looking up at the underside of the thatched roof. "The unequal pupils," said the girl. "That is a bad sign?" "Extremely so," said the doctor. "An indication that something is wrong inside the head. So, besides trying to strengthen his body and heal the cuts and bruises, we must take care that his brain rests free of exertion or excitement. Keep him warm, and keep the hot dim. Give him the broth and the medicine whenever he is awake, but on no account let him sit up, and try to prevent him even from talking." Foolishly, I attempted to tell the physician that I was quite incapable of talking. But then the hut suddenly darkened even more, and I had the sickening sensation of falling swiftly down into a deep blackness. They told me later that I lay there for many days and nights, and that my periods of consciousness were only sporadic and brief, and that in between them I would lie in a stupor so profound that it caused the doctor much worry. Of my waking moments, I remember that sometimes the physician was at my side, but always the girl was. She would be gently spooning between my lips a warm, rich-tasting broth or a bitter-tasting medicine. Or she would be washing with a sponge what parts of me she could reach without moving my supine body. Or she would be smoothing a flower-smelling salve over it. Her face was always the same, beautiful, concerned, smiling encouragement at me. But strangely, or so it seemed to me in my daze, sometimes her black hair bore the stark white streak, and sometimes it did not. I must have wavered between life and death, and I must have chosen, or been granted by the gods, or been destined by my Tenali to have the former. For the day came when I awoke, with my mind somewhat cleared, and I looked up at the queerly familiar roof, and I looked at the girl's face close to mine, and I looked at her hair with the white lock running through it, and I managed to croak, "Tequantepec." "Yeah," she said, and then said yes again, but in Nahuatl. "Quema," and she smiled. It was a weary smile, after her long vigil of night and day attendance on me. I started to ask, but she laid a cool finger across my lips. "Do not talk. The doctor said you must not for a while." She spoke Nahuatl haltingly, but better than I remembered having heard it spoken in that hut before. When you are well, you can tell us what you remember of what happened. For now, I will tell you what little we know. She had, one afternoon, been feeding the fowl in the dooryard of the inn, when an apparition came staggering toward her, not along the trade road, but from the north, across the empty fields bordering the river. She would have fled inside the hostel and barricaded the door, but her shocked surprise held her motionless long enough for her to see something familiar in the naked man encrusted with dirt and dried gore. Nearly dead though I had been, I must have been making deliberately for the remembered inn. My lower face was masked, and my chest was coated with the blood that still trickled from my nostrils. The rest of my body was scored with red scratches from thorns, mottled with bruises from blows or falls. The soles of my bare feet were raw meat, embedded with dirt and small sharp stones. But she had recognized me as her family's benefactor, and I had been taken in. Not into the hostel, for I could not have rested quietly there. It had become a busy and thriving place, much favored by Mexica Pocteca like myself, which, she said, accounted for her improved command of Nahuatl. So we brought you to our old house here, where you could be tended undisturbed by the comings and goings of guests. And, after all, the hut is yours now, if you remember buying it. She motioned for me not to comment, and continued. We assume you were set upon by bandits. You arrived here wearing nothing and carrying nothing. I was alarmed by a sudden recollection. With anxious effort, I raised an aching arm and felt about my chest until my fingers found the topaz crystal, still hanging there on its thong, and I breathed a long sigh of relief. Even the most rapacious of robbers would probably have supposed that to be a god token of some kind, and superstitiously would have refrained from seizing it. Yes, that much you were wearing, said the girl, watching my movement. And this heavy thing, whatever it is. She slid from under my pallet the cloth wad with its strings and sweatband dangling. Open it, I said, my voice hoarse from having been so long unused. Do not talk, she repeated. But she obeyed me, carefully unfolding layer after layer of the cloth. The revealed gold dust, somewhat caked by perspiration, was so bright that it nearly lit up the hut's dark interior, and did spark golden lights in her dark eyes. We always supposed you were a very rich young man, she murmured. She thought for a moment, and then said, But you reached to make sure of that pendant first, before the gold. I did not know if I could make her comprehend my wordless explanation, but with another effort I brought the crystal up to my eye, and looked at her through it for as long as I could hold it there. And then I could not have spoken, if I would. She was beautiful, more beautiful than I had once thought her, or since remembered her. Among the things I could not remember was her name. That lightning streak through her hair caught one's eye, but it was unnecessary to a loveliness that caught at one's heart. Her long eyelashes were like the wings of the tiniest black hummingbird.
Her brows had the curve of a soaring seagull's outflung wings. Even her lips had a wing-like lift to each corner, a sort of tiny tuck which made her appear always to be treasuring a secret smile. When she did smile, though, there was no mistaking it, for she did so then, perhaps at the wondering expression on my own face. The tucks deepened into winning dimples, and the radiance of her face was far more bright than my gold. If the hut had been full of the unhappiest of people, grieving mourners or sombre-souled priests, they would have been compelled by her smile to smile in spite of themselves. The topaz dropped from my feeble hand, and my hand dropped to my side, and I dropped not into another stupor, but a healing sleep. And she told me later that I slept with a smile on my face. I was eminently glad I had come back to Tequantepec and had made the acquaintance of that girl, or had made her acquaintance again. But I wished that I could have come in health and strength, and in the full panoply of a successful young merchant. Instead, I was bedridden and sapless and flaccid, not very appealing to look at, covered as I was with the scabs of my numerous cuts and scratches. I was still too weak to feed myself or take my own medicines, except from her hand. And if I was not to smell bad besides, I had to submit even to her washing me all over. "This is not fitting," I protested. "A maiden should not be washing the naked body of a grown man." She said calmly, "We have seen you naked before, and you must have come naked across half the extent of the isthmus. Anyway," her smile became teasing, "even a maiden can admire the long body of a handsome young man." I think I must have blushed the entire length of my long body, but at least my weakness spared me the mortification of having one part of that body obtrusively respond to her touch, and perhaps send her fleeing from me. Not since the impractical dreams Tsitsitlini and I had shared, when we were very young, had I contemplated the advantages of marriage. But it did not require much contemplation for me to decide that I would probably nowhere or never again find such a desirable bride as that girl of Tequantepec. My head injury was still some way from full recovery. Both my thinking and my memory were erratic, but I retained one recollection of the Zapoteca traditions, that the Cloud People had little reason and less desire to marry outside the Cloud People, and that any of them who did was forever an outcast. Nevertheless, when the doctor finally gave me leave to talk as much as I liked, I tried to speak words that would make myself attractive to the girl. Though I was only a despised Mexicano, and at the moment a laughably poor specimen even of that breed, I exerted all the charm of which I was capable. I thanked her for her goodness to me, and complimented her on having a kindliness that equalled her loveliness, and spoke many other cajoling and persuasive words. But among my more flowery speeches, I managed to mention the considerable estate I had already amassed at a yet young age, and dwelt on my plans for enlarging it further, and made it clear that any girl who did wed me would never be in want. Though I refrained from ever blurting out a direct proposal, I did make allusive remarks, like, "I am surprised that such a beautiful girl as yourself is not married." She would smile and say something like, "No man has yet captivated me enough to make me surrender my independence." Another time I would say, "But certainly you are courted by many suitors." "Oh yes. Unfortunately, the young men of Uwashikak have few prospects to offer. I think they yearn more to own a share of the inn than to own all of me." On another occasion I would say, "You must meet many eligible men among the constant traffic of guests at your hostel." "Well, they tell me they are eligible, but you know that most Pochteca are older men, too old for me, and outlanders besides. Anyway, however ardently they may pay court, I always suspect that they already have a wife at home, probably other wives at the end of every trade route they travel." I was emboldened to say, "I am not old. I have no wife anywhere. If ever I take one, she will be the only one, and for all my life long." She gave me a long look, and after some silence said, "Perhaps you should have married Guille Bella, my mother." I repeat, my mind was not yet what it should have been. Until that moment, I had either somehow confused the girl with her mother, or had totally forgotten the mother. I had certainly forgotten having coupled with her mother, and, the shame, in the girl's own presence. Given the circumstances, she must have thought me the most salacious of lechers, to be suddenly courting her, the daughter of that woman. I could only mumble, in horrendous embarrassment, "Guille Bella." But I remember, old enough to be my own mother. At which the girl gave me another long look, and I said no more, and I pretended to fall asleep. I reiterate, my lord scribes, that my mind had been woefully affected by my injury, and that it was excruciatingly slow to regather its wits. That is the only possible excuse for the blundering remarks I uttered. The worst blunder, the one with the saddest and longest-lasting consequences, I made when one morning I said to the girl, "I have been wondering how you do it, and why." "How I do what?" she asked, smiling that blithe smile. "On some days your hair has a remarkable white streak through its whole length. On others, like today, it has not." Involuntarily, in the feminine gesture of surprise, she passed a hand across her face, where for the first time I saw dismay. For the first time those up-tilted, wing-like corners of her mouth drooped downward. She stood still, looking down at me. I am sure my face showed only bewilderment. What emotion she was feeling, I could not tell. But when she finally did speak, there was a slight tremor in her voice. "I am Peyu Ribe," she said, and paused, as if waiting for me to make some comment. "In your language, that is waiting moon." She paused again, and I said truthfully, "It is a lovely name. It suits you to perfection." Evidently she had hoped to hear something else. She said, "Thank you," but she sounded half angry, half hurt. "It is my younger sister, Zayanya. who bears the white strand in her hair. I was struck speechless. Again, it was not until that moment that another memory came back to me. There had been not one, but 2 daughters. During my time away, the younger and smaller had grown to be almost the identical twin of the elder. Or they would have been nearly identical, but for the younger girl's distinctive lock of hair. The mark, I remembered that too, of her having been stung by a scorpion when she was an infant. I had stupidly not realized that there were 2 equally beautiful girls attending me alternately. I had fallen passionately in love with what, in my mind's confusion, I took to be one irresistible maiden. And I had been able to do that only because I had boorishly forgotten that I was once at least a little in love with her mother, their mother. Had I stayed longer in Tequantepec on my first visit, that intimacy could well have culminated in my becoming the girl's stepfather. Most appalling of all, during the days of my slow convalescence, I had indiscriminately, simultaneously, with impartial ardor, been yearning for and paying court to both of what might have been my stepdaughters. I wished I were dead. I wished I had died in the barrens of the isthmus. I wished I had never awakened from the stupor in which I had lain for so long. But I could only avoid the girl's eyes, and say nothing more. Bayou Ribe did the same. She tended my needs as deftly and tenderly as always, but with her face averted from mine. And when there was nothing further to do for me, she departed without ceremony. On her subsequent visits that day, bringing food or medicine, she remained silent and aloof. The next day was the streak-haired younger sister's turn, and I greeted her with, "Good morning, Zayanya," and I made no reference to my indiscretion of the day before, for I wistfully hoped to give the impression that I had only been playing a game, that I had all along known the difference between the 2 girls. But of course she and Bayou Ribe must have thoroughly discussed the situation, and, for all my hopefully bright banter, I fooled her no more than you would expect. She threw me sidelong glances while I babbled, though her expression seemed more amused than angry or hurt. Maybe it was only the look which both the girls ordinarily wore, that of treasuring a secret smile. But I regret to report that I was not yet done with making blunders, or of being desolated by new revelations. At one point I asked, "Does your mother tend the inn all the time you girls are taking care of me? I should have thought Guy Bella could spare a moment to look in on—" "Our mother is dead," she interrupted, her face going momentarily bleak. "What?" I exclaimed. "When? How?" "More than a year ago. In this very hut, for she could not well pass her confinement at the hostel among the guests." "Confinement?" "While she waited for the baby's arrival," I said weakly. "She had a baby?" Zayanya regarded me with some concern. "The physician said you are not to trouble your mind. I will tell you everything when you are stronger." "May the gods damn me to Mictlan," I erupted, with more vigor than I would have thought I could summon. "It must be my baby, must it not?" "Well," she said, and drew a deep breath.
You were the only man with whom she had lain since our father died. I am sure she knew how to take the proper precautions, because when I was born she suffered extremely, and the doctor warned her that I must be the last child, hence my name. But so many years had passed. She must have believed she was past the age of conceiving. Anyway, Zayanya twisted her fingers together. Yes, she was pregnant by a Meshikatl outlander, and you know the Cloud People's feeling about such relations. She would not ask to be attended by a physician or midwife of the Ben-Zah. She died of neglect? I demanded. Because your stiff-necked people refused to assist? They might have refused. I do not know. But she did not ask. A young Meshikatl traveler had been staying at the inn for a month or more. He was solicitous of her condition, and he won her confidence. And finally she told him all the circumstances, and he sympathized as wholeheartedly as any woman could have done. He said he had studied at a Kalmakak school, and that there had been a class in the rudimentary arts of doctoring. So when her time came, he was here to help. What help if she died? I said, silently cursing the meddler. Zayanya shrugged in resignation. She had been warned of the danger. It was a long labor and a difficult birth. There was a great deal of blood, and, while the man tried to stanch the bleeding, the baby strangled in its navel strain. Both dead? I cried. I am sorry. You insisted on knowing. I hope I have not given you cause for a relapse. I swore again. Tamiktlan with me. The child. What was it? A boy. She planned, if they had lived, she said she would name him Za-Nyazu, after you. But of course there was no naming ceremony. A boy. My son, I said, gritting my teeth. Please try to be calm, Za, she said, addressing me for the first time with warm familiarity. She added, compassionately, there is no one to blame. I doubt that any of our doctors could have done better than the kindly stranger. As I say, there was much blood. We cleaned the hut, but some traces were indelible. See? She swung aside the doorway's cloth curtain to admit a shaft of light. It showed, on the wooden doorpost, the ingrained stain where a man had slapped it to leave his signature of a bloody hand. I did not suffer a relapse. I continued to mend, my brain gradually clearing of its cobwebs, and my body regaining its weight and strength. Beuribe and Zayanya continued to wait upon me alternately, and of course I was careful never more to say anything to either of them that could be construed as paying court. Indeed, I marveled at their tolerance in having taken me in at all, and in lavishing so much care upon me, considering that I had been the primary cause of their mother's untimely death. As for my entertaining any hope of winning and wedding either girl, although I sincerely and perversely still loved them equally, that had become unthinkable. The possibility of their ever having been my stepdaughters was a matter of mere speculation, but that I had sired their short-lived half-brother was an unalterable fact. The day came when I felt well enough to be on my way.
The physician examined me and pronounced my pupils again normal in size. But he insisted that I give my eyes some time to get used to full daylight again, and that I do so by going outdoors only a little longer each day. Bayuribe suggested that I would be more comfortable if I passed that time of adjustment at the inn, since there happened to be a room empty there right then. So I acceded, and Zayanya brought me some of her late father's clothes. For the first time in I do not know how many days, I again donned a loincloth and mantle. The sandals provided were far too small for me, so I gave Zayanya a tiny pinch of my gold dust, and she ran to the market to procure a pair of my size. And then, with faltering steps, I was really not so strong as I had thought, I left that haunted hut for the last time. It was not hard to see why the inn had become a favored stopping place for Pochteca and other travelers. Any man with good sense and good eyesight would have pleasured in putting up there, simply for the privilege of being near the beautiful, almost twin hostesses. But the hostel also provided clean and comfortable accommodations, and meals of good quality, and a staff of attentive and courteous servants. Those improvements the girls had made deliberately, but they had also, without conscious calculation, permeated the air of the whole establishment with their own smiling good spirits. With servants enough to do the scullery and drudgery work, the girls had only supervisory duties, so they dressed always in their best, and, to enhance their twin beauty impact on the eye, always in matching colors. Though at first I resented the way the inn's guests leered at and jested with the innkeepers, I later was grateful that they were so occupied with flirtation that they did not, as I did, one day notice something even more striking about the girl's garb. "Where did you get those blouses?" I asked the sisters, out of the hearing of the other tradesmen and travelers. "In the market," said Bayuribe. "But they were plain white when we bought them. We did the decoration ourselves." The decoration consisted of a pattern bordering the blouse's bottom hems and square-cut necklines. It was what we called the pottery pattern, what I have heard some of your Spanish architects, with a seeming amazement of recognition, call the Greek fret pattern, though I do not know what a Greek fret is. And that decoration was done, not in embroidery thread, but in painted-on color, and the color was a rich, deep, vibrant purple. I asked, "Where did you get the color to do it with?" "Ah, that," said Zayanya. "It is nice, is it not? Among our mother's effects we found a small leather flask of a dye of this color. It was given to her by our father, shortly before he disappeared. There was only enough of the dye to do these 2 blouses, and we could think of no other use for it." She hesitated, looked slightly chagrined, and said, "Do you think we did wrong, Za, in appropriating it for a frivolity?" I said, "By no means. All things beautiful should be reserved only to persons of beauty. But tell me, have you yet washed those blouses?" The girls looked puzzled. "Why, yes, several times." "The color does not run, then, and it does not fade?" "No, it is a very good dye," said Bayuribe, and then she told me what I had been delicately prying to find out. "It is why we lost our father. He went to the place which is the source of this color, to buy a great quantity of it, and make a fortune from it, and he never came back. I said, that was some years ago. Would you have been too young to remember? Did your father mention where he was going? To the southwest, along the coast, she said, frowning in concentration. He spoke of the wilderness of great rocks, where the ocean crashes and thunders, where there lives a hermit tribe called the Strangers, added Zayanya. Oh, he also said, do you remember, Beyu? He promised to bring us polished snail shells and to make necklaces for us. I asked, could you lead me near to where you think he went? Anyone could, said the older sister, gesturing vaguely westward. The only rocky coastline in these parts is yonder. But the exact place of the purple must be a well-kept secret. No one else has found it since your father went looking. You might remember, as we went along, other hints he let drop. That is possible, said the younger sister. But Za, we have the hostel to manage. For a long time, while you were tending me, you alternated as innkeepers. Surely one of you can take a holiday. They exchanged a glance of uncertainty, and I persisted. You will be following your father's dream, and he was no fool. There is a fortune to be made from the purple dye. I reached out to a potted plant nearby, and plucked 2 twigs, one short, one long, and held them in my fist so that equal lengths protruded. Here, choose. The one who picks the short twig earns herself a holiday, and earns a fortune we will all 3 share. The girls hesitated only briefly, then raised their hands and picked. That was some 40 years ago, my lords, and to this day I could not tell you which of the 3 of us won or lost in the choosing. I can only tell you that Zayanya got the shorter twig. Such a trivially tiny pivot it was, but all our lives turned on it in that instant. While the girls cooked and dried pinuli meal, and ground and mixed chocolate powder for our provisions, I went to Tequantepec's marketplace to buy other traveling necessities. At an armorer's workshop, I hefted and swung various weapons, finally selecting a maquahuitl and a short spear that felt best to my arm. The smith said, "The young lord prepares to meet some hazard?" I said, "I am going to the land of the Chontolten. Have you heard of them?" Yes, that ugly people who live up the coast. Chontolten is of course a Nahuatl word. We call them the Ziyu, but it means the same. The strangers. Actually, they are only Huave, one of the more squalid and bestial Huave tribes. The Huave have no real land of their own, which is why everywhere they are called the strangers. We tolerate their living in small groups here and there, on lands fit for no other use. I said, "Up in the mountains, I once stayed overnight in one of their villages. Not a very sociable people." "Well, if you slept among them and woke alive, you met one of the more gracious tribes. You will not find the Zyu of the coast so hospitable. Oh, they may welcome you warmly, rather too warmly, They like to roast and eat passer-by, as a change from their monotonous diet of fish. I agreed that they sounded delightful, but asked what was the easiest and most expeditious way to reach them. You could go directly southwest from here, but there are mountains in the way. I suggest that you follow the river south to the ocean, then go west along the beaches. Or at our fishing port of Nozibe, you might find a boatman who will take you even more quickly by sea. So that is what Zayanya and I did. Had I been traveling alone, I would not have been so particular about choosing an easy route. However, I was to discover that the girl was a hardy traveling companion. She never spoke a word of complaint about bad weather, about camping in the open, about eating cold food or none, about being surrounded by wilderness or wild beasts. But that first trip outbound was an agreeable and leisurely one. It was a single day's journey, a pleasant stroll down the flat riverside plains to the port of Nozibe. That name means only salty, and the port was only a scattering of palm leaf roofs on poles, where the fishermen could sit in shade. The beach was littered with swaths of netting spread for drying or mending. There were dug-out canoes coming or going through the breakers, or drawn up on the sand. I found a fisherman who, rather reluctantly, admitted that he had occasionally visited the Ziu stretch of the coast, and had sometimes supplemented his own catch by purchasing some of theirs, and spoke a smattering of their language. But they only grudgingly allow me to call, he warned. A totally unknown foreigner would approach at his own peril. I had to offer an extravagant price before he would agree to paddle us along the shore to that country and back, and to interpret for me there, if I was given any chance to say anything. Meanwhile, Zayanya had found an unoccupied palm shelter, and spread on the soft sand the blankets we had brought from the inn, and we slept the night chastely far apart. We pushed off at dawn. The boat stayed close inshore, just clear of the line of breaking water, and the boatman paddled in morose silence, while Zayanya and I chatted gaily, pointing out to each other the jeweled sights of the landward scenery. The stretches of beach were like powdered silver prodigally spilled between the turquoise sea and the emerald coconut palms, from which frequently burst flocks of ruby and gold birds. As we progressed westward, however, the bright sand gradually darkened through gray to black, and beyond the green palms reared a range of volcanoes. Some of them smoked sullenly. Violent eruptions and earthquakes, Zayanya said, were frequent occurrences along that coast. In mid-afternoon, our boatman broke his silence. "There is the Ziu village at which I call," and he waved with his oar, as our canoe turned toward a huddle of huts on the black beach. "No," Sayanya exclaimed, suddenly and excitedly. "You told me, Za, that I might remember other things my father said. And I do. He mentioned the mountain that walks in the water." "What?" She pointed ahead of the boat's prow. About one long run beyond the Ziu village, the black sands ended abruptly at a formidable crag of mountain, an outcrop of the range inland. It stood like a wall across the beach, and extended far into the ocean. Even from our distance I could see, through my crystal, plumes and spouts of sea water dashing high and white against the mountain skirts of giant boulders. "See the great rocks the mountain has shed," said Zayanya. "That is the place of the purple. That is where we must go." I corrected her. "That is where I must go, my girl." "No," said the boatman, shaking his head. "The village is dangerous enough." I took up my maquahuitl and held it where he could see it, and I thumbed its edge of obsidian, and I said, "You will put the girl ashore here. Tell the villagers that she is not to be molested, that we will return for her before dark. Then you and I will make for the mountain that walks in the water." He grumbled and predicted dire things, but he turned through the surf to the shore. I assumed that the Zyu men were out fishing, for only a few women emerged from the huts as we grounded. They were filthy creatures, bare-breasted and bare-footed, wearing only ragged skirts, and they listened to what the boatman told them, and they gave ugly looks to the pretty girl being stranded among them. But they made no untoward movement as long as I had them in my sight. I was not happy about leaving Zayanya there, but it was preferable to taking her further into peril. When the boatman and I were out from the shore again, even a landsman like myself could see that any landing on the seaward slope of the mountain was impossible. Its rubble of boulders, many of them as big as the smaller palaces of Tenochtitlan, extended forbiddingly far about it. The ocean broke among those rocks into vertical cliffs and towers and columns of white water. Those lifted incredibly high and hung there poised, and then tumbled down with a roar like all the thunders of Tlaloc booming at once, and then slithered to sea again, making whirlpools that gulped and sucked so powerfully that even a few of the house-sized boulders could be seen to shake. The ocean's turmoil extended so far that it took all the boatman's skill to bring us safely to the beach just east of the mountain. But he did it, and when we had dragged the dugout up the sand out of reach of the tumultuous surf, when we had finished coughing and spitting out the salt water we had swallowed, I sincerely congratulated him. If you can so bravely best that vicious sea, you have little to fear from any of these contemptible Zyu. That seemed to embolden him to some degree, so I gave him my spear to carry, and motioned for him to follow me. We strode along the beach to the mountain wall, and found a slope we could climb. That brought us to the ridge of the mountain about halfway between sea level and its summit, and from the ridge we could see the interrupted beach continue on the westward side. But we turned left along the ridge until we stood on the promontory above that spreading fringe of great rocks and the fury of great waters. I was at the place of which Sayanya's father had spoken, but it seemed an unlikely place to find a precious purple dye, or fragile snails, for that matter. What I did find was a group of 5 men climbing the ridge toward us from the direction of the ocean. They were obviously Zyu priests, for they were as unwashed, tangle-haired, and slovenly as any Mexica priests, with the added inelegance that they wore not ragged robes, but ragged animal skins, whose rancid smell reached us before the men did. They all 5 looked unfriendly, and when the foremost barked something in his native language, it sounded unfriendly. "Tell them, and tell them quickly," I said to my boatman, "that I come offering gold to buy some of their purple dye." Before he could speak, one of the men grunted, "No need him. I talk enough Luchi. I priest of Tiat and Dik, sea god, and this his place. You die for put foot here." I tried to convey, in the simplest Luchi words, that I would not have intruded on holy terrain if I could have made my proposal in any other place or manner. I begged his indulgence of my presence, and his consideration of my offer. Though his 4 subordinates continued to glare at me murderously, the chief priest seemed slightly mollified by my obsequious approach. At any rate, his next threat on my life was not quite so blunt. "You go away now, Yellow Eye. Maybe you go alive." I tried to suggest that, since I had already profaned these holy precincts, it would take only a little longer for us to exchange my gold for his purple. He said, "Purple holy for sea god. No price can buy." And he repeated, "You go away now. Maybe you go alive." "Very well. But before I go, would you at least satisfy my curiosity? What do snails have to do with the purple dye?" "Chachi?" He echoed the Luchi word for snails, uncomprehending, and turned for interpretation to my boatman, who was perceptibly quaking with fright. "Ah, the Indik Diak," said the priest, enlightened. He hesitated, then turned and beckoned for me to follow. The boatman and the other 4 Zyu stayed atop the ridge, while the chief priest and I clambered down toward the sea. It was a long descent, and the thundering walls and spouts of white water broke higher and higher around us, and showered a drizzle of cold spume down upon us. But we came at last into a sheltered depression among the massive boulders, and in it was a pool where the water merely sloshed back and forth, while the rest of the ocean boomed and pounded outside. "Holy place of Tlat and Dik," said the priest, "where the god lets us hear his voice." "His voice?" I said. "You mean the ocean's noise?" "His voice," the man insisted. "To hear, must put head under." Not taking my eyes off him, and keeping my maquahuitl at the ready, I knelt and lowered my head until I had one ear under the sloshing water. At first I could hear my own heart making a pulse beat in my ear, and that is an eerie sound. But then there came a much stranger one, beginning softly, but getting louder. It could have been someone whistling under the water, if anyone could whistle under water, and whistling a melody more subtle than any earthly musician could play. Even now, I cannot liken it to any other sound I ever heard in my life. I later decided it must be a wind which, following the chinks and crevices among the rocks, was simultaneously made to warble and was deflected under the water. Its telltale bubbles no doubt came up somewhere else, and the pool revealed only the unearthly music of it. But there at that moment, and in those circumstances, I was ready enough to take the priest's word that it was the voice of a god. Meanwhile, he was moving around the pool and studying it from various points, and finally he bent to plunge his arm into the shoulder. He worked for a moment, then brought up his hand and opened it for me to see, saying, "Indik diak." I dare say the creature is some relation to the familiar land snail, but Zayanya's father had been mistaken to promise her a necklace of polished shells. The slimy slug carried no shell on its back, and had no other distinction that I could see. But then the priest bent his head close to the slug in his palm, and blew hard upon it. That evidently annoyed the creature, for it either urinated or defecated into his hand, a little smear of pale yellow matter. The priest carefully replaced the sea snail on its underwater rock, then held his cupped palm out for me to observe, and I shrank from the stink of that pale yellow substance. But, to my surprise, the smear in his hand began to change color, to a yellow-green, to a green-blue, to a blue-red, that deepened and intensified until it was a vibrant purple. Grinning, the man reached out and rubbed the substance onto my mantle front. The brilliant smudge still smelled abominable, but I knew it for the dye that would never fade or wash away. He gestured again for me to follow him, and we climbed the tumbled rocks while, with a combination of hand signs and his laconic Luchi, the priest explained about the Indik Diak. The men of the Zyu collected the snails and provoked their exudations only twice a year, on holy days selected by some complicated divination. Though there were thousands of the sea snails clinging among the rocks, each gave only a minute quantity of that substance. So the men had to go far out among those cataclysms of crashing water, and dive into them, to pry the slugs loose, make them excrete onto a hank of cotton thread or into a leather flask, then replace the creatures unharmed. The snails had to be kept alive for the next time of extraction, but the men were not so indispensable. In each of those half-yearly rituals, some 4 or 5 divers were drowned or dashed to death upon the rocks. But why go to all that trouble, and sacrifice so many of your people, and then refuse to profit from it? I asked, and managed to make the priest understand. He beckoned again, and led me farther into a clammy grotto, and said proudly, "Our sea god, whose voice you heard, Tiat Indik." It was a crude and lumpy statue, since it consisted only of piled round rocks, a big boulder for the abdomen, a smaller for the chest, a yet smaller one for the head. But that whole worthless heap of inanimate rock was colored the glowing purple. And all about Tiat and Dick were stacked flasks full of the dye, and hanks of yarn colored with it, a buried treasure of incalculable value. When we had climbed as far as the ridge again, the red-hot disk of Tonatiuh was just sinking into the far western ocean and boiling up a steam of clouds. Then the disk was gone, and for an instant we saw Tonatiuh's light shining through the sea out there where it thins at the brink of the world, A brief, bright flash of emerald green. No more. The priest and I made our way back toward where we had left the others, while he continued explaining that the offerings of the purple dye were essential, or Tiat Endik would entice no more fish to the nets of the Zyu. I argued, for all these sacrifices and offerings, your sea god lets you eke out a miserable fish-eating existence. Let me take your purple to market, and I will bring you gold enough that you can buy a city in a fair and pleasant country, brimming with far better foods than fish, and with slaves to serve them to you. He remained obdurate. The god would never allow. The purple cannot be sold. After a moment, he added, sometimes we not eat fish, Yellow Eye. He smiled and pointed to where the 4 other priests stood around a driftwood fire. It was broiling 2 fresh-cut human thighs, spitted on my own spear. There was no sign of the rest of the boatman. Forcing my face to give no indication of the trepidation I felt, I took from my loincloth the wadded packet of gold dust and dropped it on the ground between me and the chief priest. Open it carefully, I said, lest the wind get at it. As he knelt and began to unfold the cloth, I went on. If I were to fill my canoe with your purple, I could bring back the boat almost as full of gold. But I offer this amount of gold for only as many flasks as I can carry in my own 2 arms. He had the cloth open then, and the heap of dust gleamed in the sunset light, and his 4 brother priests approached to ogle it over his crouching figure. He let some of the dust run through his fingers. Then, holding the cloth in both hands, he bounced it gently to judge its weight. Without looking up at me, he said, you give this much gold for the purple. How much you give for the girl? What girl? I said, though my heart lurched. Her behind you. I flicked only a quick glance backward. Zayanya stood directly behind me, looking unhappy, and a little way behind her stood 6 or 7 more men of the Zyu, eagerly craning to see around her and me, to eye the gold. The priest was still kneeling and weighing the packet between his hands when I turned again and swung my maquahuitl. The packet and his clutching hands dropped to the ground, though the priest barely swayed, staring in shock at the blood gushing from the stumps of his wrists. The lesser priests and the fishermen rushed to converge. Whether to grab for the liberated gold or to aid their chief, I do not know. But in that same instant I whirled, seized Zayanya's hand, plunged through the closing circle of men, and dragged her after me in a headlong run along the ridge and down its eastern side. We were briefly out of sight of the milling Zyu, and I made an abrupt left swerve to dodge among some boulders higher than our heads. The Zyu would give chase, and they would expect us to bolt for our canoe. But even if we could have reached and launched it, I had no experience of rowing a sea-going craft. The pursuers could probably have caught us merely by wading after us. Some number of them did go running and shouting past our temporary hiding place, running in the direction of the beach, as I had hoped. Uphill now, I said to Zayanya.
and she wasted no breath in asking why, but climbed along with me. Most of that promontory was bare rock, and we had to pick our way carefully through clefts and crevices, so that we should not be visible to those below. Higher up, the mountain sprouted trees and shrubbery in which we could more effectively lose ourselves, but that green haven was still a long climb distant, and I worried that the local birds would give away our position. At every step we seemed to startle into flight a whole flock of seagulls or pelicans or cormorants. But then I noticed that the birds were rising not just from around us, but from all parts of the mountain, land birds as well, parakeets, doves, rock wrens, twittering and flying about aimlessly. And there were not just birds. Animals normally furtive or nocturnal were also strangely in evidence. Armadillos, iguanas, rock snakes, even an ocelot loped past without giving us a glance. And all the animals, like us, were moving uphill. Then, though the dusk had still a while to last before dark, I heard a coyote's mournful keening from somewhere on the heights, and not far ahead of us a sinuous skein of bats came spewing from some cranny, and I knew what was coming, one of the convulsions so common to that coast. "Hurry," I panted to the girl. "Up there, where the bats are coming from. Must be a cave. Dive for it." We found it just as the last bats departed, or we might have missed it altogether. A tunnel in the rock, wide enough for us to wriggle into, side by side. How deep it went, I never found out, but somewhere far within there would have been a great cavern, for the bats had been a countless multitude, and, as we lay together in the rock tunnel, we could smell from the farther interior an occasional whiff of their guano droppings. Suddenly, everything was quiet outside our burrow. The birds must have flown far away, and the animals gone safely to ground. Even the usually ever-screeching tree cicadas were silent. The first shock was sharp, but also soundless. I heard Zianya whisper fearfully, "Ziu," and I clasped her protectively tight against me. Then we heard a long, low, rumbling growl from somewhere far inland. One of the volcanoes in that range was belching, if not erupting, and violently enough to quake the earth as far as the coast. The second and third shocks, and I do not know how many more, came with such increasing rapidity that they all blended into a dizzying motion of simultaneous rocking, tilting, and bucking. The girl and I might have been wedged inside a hollow log careering down a white-water river. The noise was so deafeningly loud and prolonged that we might equally have been inside one of the drums which tear out the heart, it being beaten by a demented priest. The noise was of our mountain falling to pieces, contributing more of itself to that rubble of immense boulders already around it in the sea. I wondered whether Zianya and I would be among the rubble. After all, the bats had elected not to stay. But we could not have squeezed out of the tunnel then, even if we had panicked, because it was being so fiercely shaken. Once we managed to cringe a bit farther backward inside it, when the tunnel mouth suddenly darkened. A gigantic chunk of the mountain top had rolled right across it. Happily for us, it kept on rolling and let the twilight in again, though with a cloud of dust that set us to choking and coughing. Then my mouth went even drier, as I heard a muted thunder from behind us, from inside the mountain. That vast hollow cavern of the bats was crumbling inward, its dome roof plummeting down in pieces, and probably bringing with it all the weight of the mountain above it. I waited for our tunnel to be tilted backward and shoot us both feet first down into that all-crushing collapse of the immediate world. I wrapped my arms and legs around Zayanya and held her even more tightly, in the pitiful hope that my body might give her some protection when we both slid down into the grinding bowels of the earth. But our tunnel held firm, and that was the last alarming shock. Slowly, the upheaval and uproar quieted until we heard no more than a few sounds outside our burrow. The trickly sounds of small stones and pebbles belatedly following the bigger rocks downhill. I stirred, intending to stick my head out and see what was left of the mountain, but Zayanya held me back. "Do not yet," she warned. "There are often aftershocks, or there may be a boulder still teetering right above us, ready to fall. Wait a while." Of course, she was right to caution prudence, but she confessed only a little later that that was not her sole reason for holding on to me. I have mentioned the effects of an earthquake on the human physiology and emotions. I know Zayanya could feel my bulgingly erect tepuli against her small belly, and, even with the cloth of her blouse and my mantle between us, I could feel the nuzzling of her nipples against my chest. At first she murmured, "Oh no, Za, we must not." Then she said, "Za, please do not. You are my mother's lover." And she said, "You are my little brother's father. You and I cannot." And, though her breathing quickened, she kept on saying, "It is not right," until she thought to say, with the last of her breath, "But you did pay dearly to buy me from those savages." After which she only panted silently until the whimpers and moans of pleasure began. Then, a bit later, she asked in a whisper, "Did I do it right?" If there is anything good to be said for an earthquake, I will remark that its singular excitation enables a virgin girl to enjoy her defloration, which is not always otherwise the case. Sayanya so delighted in hers that she would not let me go until we had indulged twice more, and such was my own earthquake invigoration that we never even uncoupled. After each climax, my tepuli would naturally shrink, but each time Sayanya would tighten some little circlet of muscles down there and hold me from withdrawal, and somehow ripple those tiny muscles to tantalize my member so that it began to swell again inside her. We might have gone on even longer without a pause, but the mouth of our tunnel had by then darkened to a queer reddish gray, and I wanted a look at our situation before it was full night. So we wriggled out and stood up. It was long after sunset, but the volcano or the earthquake had sent its cloud of dust so high into the sky that it still caught the rays of Tonatiuh from Mictlan, or wherever he was by then. The sky, which should have been dark blue, was a luminous red, and it made red the streak in Zianya's hair. It also reflected down enough light that we could see about us. The ocean appeared to be absolutely boiling and frothing around a much greater area of rocks. The way we had come up the mountain was no longer recognizable. In places heaped with new rubble, in places cracked open into deep, wide chasms. Above and beyond where we stood, there was a sunken, shadowed hollow in the mountainside, where it had fallen inward into the Bat Cavern. It may be, I mused, that the rock slides crushed all our pursuers, and maybe their village as well. If it did not, they are sure to blame us for this disaster, and follow us even more vengefully. Blame us? Exclaimed Zianya. I defiled the holy place of their highest god. They will presume that I caused his anger. I thought about it, and wondered, and said, perhaps I did. Then I came back to practicality. But if we stay and sleep in our hiding place here, and then arise early and push on before dawn, I think we can outdistance any pursuit. When we get back over the ranges to Tequantepec, will we get back, Sa? We have no provisions, no water. I still have my maquahuitl, and I have crossed worse mountains than any between here and Tequantepec. When we get back, Sayanya, could we be married? She may have been startled by the abruptness of my proposal, but not by the fact of it. She said quietly, I would suppose that I had answered that before you asked. It may be immodest of me to say so, but I cannot entirely reproach the Zyu for what happened. I said sincerely, I thank the Zyu for making it possible. I had long wanted you, Sayanya. Well then, she said, and smiled brightly, and spread her arms in a gesture of it is done. I shook my head, meaning it is not so easily done, and her smile faded to some anxiety. I said, for me, you are a treasure greater than ever I could have hoped to find. For you, I am not. She started to speak, and I shook my head again. If you marry me, you are forever in exile from your cloud people. To be expelled from such a close and proud and admirable kinship, that is no small sacrifice. She thought for a moment, then asked, would you believe me if I say you are worth it? No, I said, for I am better acquainted with my worth, or my unworthiness, than even you could possibly be. She nodded as if she had expected some such answer. Then I can only say that I love the man Zanayazu more than I love the cloud people. But why, Sayanya? I think I have loved you ever since. But we will not speak of yesterdays. I say only that I love you today, and I will love you tomorrow, because the yesterdays are gone. Todays and tomorrows are all the days that ever can be. And on every one of them I will say I love you. Could you believe that, Sa? Could you say the same?" I smiled at her. "I can, and I can, and I do. I love you, Zianya." She smiled in return, and said, somewhat mischievously, "I do not know why we had to argue it out. It seems we were fated anyway, by your Tenali, or mine, or both." And she pointed from her breast to mine. The dye that the priest had smeared on me had been still damp when we had lain together. We each bore an identical purple stain, she on her blouse, I on my mantle. I laughed. Then I said, half ruefully, "I have been long in love with you, Zianya, and now we are pledged to be man and wife, and I never yet thought to ask the meaning of your name." When she told me, I thought she was jesting, and only her solemn insistence finally made me believe her. "As you surely have perceived by now, my lords, all our people of all nations bore names that were borrowed from some thing in nature, or some natural quality, or some combination of those. It is evidenced in my own name of Dark Cloud, and in others I have spoken. Something delicate, Blood Glutton, Evening Star, Flame Flower. So it was hard for me to believe that a girl could have a name that did not signify any thing at all. Zianya is only a simple and common word, and it means nothing in the world but always. Always. Always.